now call the July meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance and those listening online. We have 9 board members at the table today. Dennis will not be here today or tomorrow. He is at a conference. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Apologies. Are there any changes to today or tomorrow's agenda? Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 on the consent is I and J, and I do not need discussion.
Sorry, say that last part again.
I do not need discussion.
Do not need discussion, just to vote separately.
Yep, thank you.
Any other changes?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kathy.
I would like to pull B and C and L a little bit for some comments, more than, I don't know, that might be discussion, a couple of comments on a couple of things on those, please.
Okay. Any other changes? If not, a motion would be in order to approve the agenda as amended. Betty, is there a second? Dina? All in favor, please raise your hand. That is 9-0, motion passes. Thank you. And are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of last month's meeting, June 11 and 12, 2024? If not, a motion is in order. Michelle? Motion to approve. Is there a second? Jim? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Betty, was that a? Yes. 9-0, motion passes. Oh, you are abstaining. Okay. Abstention from Betty. Okay. Next up is the Commissioner's report. Welcome, Dr. Watson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, State Board. So the guest this morning is, where is Dennis right now, right? He's at the NASB conference. We wish him the best. We're sorry that he's not with us. I think he may try to call me at various times. He didn't know his agenda, so we'll see. We'll see how he comes about. But Dennis, if you're listening, we do want you to know that we have a lot of seaweed that may go uneaten this month. We'll see. We'll try to keep everyone away from that for you. Today, I want to talk to you just about 2 items. One is on your agenda. It's Kissa. Give you a little bit of background around that. And the other is also on your agenda, which is around screen time. And been given both of those a lot of thought. So I just want to give you kind of a brief overview of the history of accreditation. And whenever I show dates here, dates are a little bit relative of when something adopted and when something actually started. And so, you know, someone may dispute this a little bit. For most of us, we would have some memory of 1992 to 2001 in a system called Quality Performance Accreditation. Before that time, schools in Kansas were accredited simply based on things that you had that you could observe. Like how many books were in your library? There was a minimum amount of books you had to have in your library. Where was the flagpole located? Was it the correct location? Did everyone have the proper certification? As we got approaching the new school finance formula in 1992, a group of superintendents approached the state board and said, we think maybe you ought to consider going to what was called an outcomes approach. And they named it initially outcomes-based accreditation. And that lasted about 6 months. Anyone know what happened to outcomes-based accreditation? There was some national movement that was not seen very in good light, and the word outcome had to be changed. And so it became quality performance accreditation. And that was launched in statute in concert with the state board in '92 that said we're going to look at a variety of things and accredit schools. And that stayed into effect for about the next 9 years as it was. Then the federal government, and I used to have a picture of this that I would show, which was George Bush signing as president the No Child Left Behind Act. And I used to ask people, what do you notice about this? Well, it's a signing. And who was right next to him at the signing was Senator Ted Kennedy. It was a bipartisan movement that said we ought to measure math and language arts achievement. And by the time 2014 comes, every state should have 100% of kids proficient on their state exams in math and in language arts. And you had to show what was called adequate yearly progress. And Dina will remember that because then we decided what a consequence was of that is we're not going to have art, and we're not going to have PE, we're not going to have music because we have to be focused on two things. QPA continued during that time, but it was changed so fundamentally by No Child Left Behind, which said if you're making adequate yearly progress and you check these boxes of assurance, remember those, Jim? You're accredited. And so the only people that risk accreditation during that time were people not making that growth model. And in fact, the feds allowed every state to adjust that one time. If you ever look at that curve, you'll see that we went up dramatically in 1 year because everyone changed the standards to look better. All right, but that's where we were. It collapsed under its own weight from the federal. And then we were left with basically nothing. And now's where most of you come starting your tenure on the board. Some of you will remember QPA is going out. We're looking at maybe this new system. We have nothing. And we accredited every school district for a period of time, about 4 years, waiting for the new system. So when you look at that, when Kissa came into effect in 2017, 2018, it was revolutionary. Because for most people out in the field, they had not been under accreditation system for a number of years. And that takes us to today, and you're going to be considering Kissa 2.0 today. So I want to just walk you through some similarities and some differences that Ben and Jay and the team will walk you through. Kissa 1.0 was not a district accreditation. That's already a typo on my part. It was a building accreditation. This is where you look at something too often and then you don't even catch the easy stuff, right? It's a building accreditation. It was accreditation based on process and results. And what I think you've heard over that time is the process got too cumbersome. There's too much paperwork. What are you asking for all this stuff? Just hold us accountable to the outcomes. Unless we're not doing well in the outcomes, then we don't want to be held accountable to the outcomes. But the process became cumbersome. But it was based on two. It was a 5-year cycle. So I started, and then I ended in 5 years, and a decision was made. There was an outside visitation team chair chosen by the school district, and then you had a team visit. You had a team then that came in and visited you. In Kissa 2.0, it was not building. It is now district accreditation. A previous board, some of you were here, really disputed that back and forth for over a year. Should it be building? Should it be district? And the decision was made to look at every building but make it a district accreditation. Kissa 2.0 will be also based on process and results, but what you'll see is that we're shrinking of the process a great deal. I want to come back. I was correct. It's a QPA that was by building. Kissa 1.0 did make the shift. So it's a yearly cycle, though, not a 5-year. We have a Kissa executive visit by a Kissa executive who's out in the field and will has already visited every school district. And there'll be some regional cohort meetings. So that's just a snapshot of what's the same and what's different in Kissa 1.0 and Kissa 2.0 that you'll hear later on today. This is an overview until we get to this year of what happened to those systems. First of all, look at the 157 that entered into the system at the end. That's not unusual if you even go back to QPA. We did 50 school districts, 50 schools, and then that's scaled up. Jim will remember that. Well, there was voluntary. You could join any time. Notice when most people volunteered at the end. So there was this huge delay in bringing everyone in the system. You conditionally accredited during that period of Kissa 1.0 approximately 11% of the private and public school systems. That had never been done to that extent. So accountability through all this was raised. And I think what you're saying is we want to see that again when we go into Kissa 2.0, and you'll see that. But that's kind of the snapshot of where we've been, Kissa 1.0 and 2.0. Now, what's happening in the development of 2.0 are two major things that were different than the development of 1.0. First, the entire Division of Learning Services through the school improvement process has been brought in to leverage what should we have in 2.0. I will also tell you that includes much of the fiscal side of the building too, from a budgeting standpoint, a priority, to the at-risk side of the legislation. But it is a widespread part of this agency is developed. Ben and Jay will stand up here and deliver it, but it is widespread. The other thing, kind of going back to the early days of QPA, there were over 38, now this is from January to today, there were over 38 sessions that Jay and or Ben did to get input across the state. These are just some of the places that they were at. So there has been a ton of input, both by the staff and the general public, in your vote today and bringing it today. And I picked January to June because you said, okay, we're going to adopt the model in December, but bring us back the details, and this is what has led to that. No system is perfect, none. Every state is wrestling across the country with how do you hold people accountable and how do you get results. And I would argue, I'll use Houston as an example because the state of Texas took it over about a year ago. If you want to go way back in time, Missouri took over Kansas City, Missouri many years ago. No state's figured out when you take over something, it's like the dog catching the car, right? Oh, we just thought we'd bark at it. We actually caught it. Getting urban systems to improve is really difficult. It's a partnership that you have to have with local boards. And if any of that falls apart, then it becomes really difficult from here to be hands-on enough to make that change. You have to incentivize a system to want to do that change and hold them accountable. You do have to hold them accountable, but it's a really fine line that you're walking, and every state's trying to look at it. Missouri is simply a calculation. It's just a pure calculation, and you go. You don't have any, I understand Nebraska's maybe moving to that. We'll have a process and a calculation, but that's what you'll be talking about later on today. Now, anyone know who this guy is? Henry Ford. Henry Ford was revolutionary in that he thought we could develop an automobile that most people could afford. I mean, and then you could have it in any color as long as it was black. Really, right? And as other, automobile car makers started coming up, he was pretty adamant about that. And he established the assembly line to make that system cheaper. So he develops this in the early 1900s, and that not everyone can afford a car, but more people could. And I am reminded of a great story my great-grandmother told me one day with my grandparents around and my parents on the first date of my grandfather and my grandmother. My grandfather showed up in a Model T to pick up, this is Orville Thomas, to pick up Bertha. And my great-grandmother said, I'm having none of this. We have horses that have been fed and watered, and we have a buggy, and you're welcome to hitch them up and take them into town with my daughter. And he said, Mildred, I assure you, this is a great car. It's going to be great. And the reason my great-grandmother wasn't enamored by this is that the invention of the car created a whole different social aspect that you couldn't do in the horse and buggy. And she was worried about that, and sure enough, the car broke down on the way back. And my great-grandmother was telling the story. She wasn't very happy with my grandfather for a long time after that. But when we started this, it wasn't easy to get around, even though you had a car. This is Highway 36, the way in which you traveled east and west in Kansas. This is 1928, just west of Marysville, Kansas. And you can see it wasn't a lovely experience traveling on the road. And there were places that sprung up along the way called filling stations. And a whole industry was born, including interstate system, roads and bridges. And today, all of you, I believe this morning, got into an automobile very much like Henry Ford. I mean, it's much more sophisticated, and you drove here. And we're getting ready to do a revolution, right, where we're going to transition slowly from a gas automobile and a diesel automobile, an industrial combustion engine, to an electric one. That's happening. But what will still occur is you're going to get in some personal device and you're going to drive it somewhere along a road. Henry Ford changed the game. Since then, technology, like most technology, simply makes it better, right? The cars go faster, they're more reliable. The car I'm driving has over 200,000 miles on it. The Model T wasn't going 200,000 miles. Some of that, the roads are better. We get irritated in Kansas if you're driving, Kathy, from Hayes to here and you have a traffic where you have two trucks side by side, right? So over that time, 100 years since the development of the Model T, we still have never achieved the Jetsons. We don't have a personal device that flies us around, which would be transformative, right? It would change the game entirely. But we don't, because technology rarely changes the game. It adds to it. So I want to talk to you about another device. Anyone know who this gentleman is? Alexander Graham Bell. Credited with the invention of the telephone. He did not, but he patented the telephone and came right after generally the invention. And you know anything about history, sometimes the first people aren't the people that get all the credit and make a lot of money. And of course, this is the infamous, hey, can you hear me? Come here. And then the history. So for a number of years, this is what the phone looked like. You'd crank it, you'd pick it up, yell at the operator on the other side. And from about 1876 to 1937, if you had a phone in your home, it looked some semblance like that. Most of you don't remember that unless maybe you saw some old movies that had that. What you do remember is this, AT&T, the rotary dial phone, many of you do remember. And this one was not made of plastic. It was, cast iron. It was so heavy, you could hurt people with this. But soon, we put it on the wall. Oh, that was fancy. Oh, we made it out of plastic. That was fancy. Hey, And do you remember the princess phone? Oh, every girl wanted the princess phone. And then we had the trim line. All still with a rotary dial, right? Transformative, right? No, incremental technology. By the way, that took place over a 30-year period. We evolved over a 30-year period from the desk phone to a wall, to the princess, to the trim line, all cranking around the rotary dial. And for those of you who never used a rotary dial, you missed out on being impatient and trying to force the dial faster to get it back. Yeah. And I'm not mentioning party lines or any of that, right? All right, but we all knew what the phone was for, and you got so excited, didn't you, when you were a kid, and the phone rang? You didn't know who was on the other line, and people would run and get the phone, and so exciting. And then, well, what happened in '68? Well, the phone evolved. It did. We push-buttoned it. On a desk first. Oh, by the way, you know what we do after that? We put it on a wall. And then we come out with a princess version, and guess what? A trimline version looks remarkably like the rotary dial, and by the time this happened, Ann will know this well, AT&T was forced to break up and create what we call the baby bells. Southwestern Bell and Northwestern Bell, because it was a monopoly. And my mother at the time, and I remember this vividly before her death in 2000, I said, Mom, why are you still renting a phone from Southwestern Bell? It's costing you $15 a month. You can buy one of these, for, well, she didn't know, because that's the way in which it had been done from 1968 to 2010-ish. Again, these dates are hard because now we're transitioning. And then, if you have a home phone today, this is what it looks like, right? It's a little wireless, but it's still the basic concept. In fact, 29% of Kansans, according to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, still own a landline phone. All right? How many of you do? I do. Yep, all right. Oh, 2. And I bet you give it out to all telemarketers, and that's what they call, right? So they never get your cell phone, all right? And Dina, you're probably saying, yeah, but you never know. These things could go out. I got to have a backup. That would be the conservative look at it. But that's 29% of Kansans still have that today. What do you do on this device from the time Alexander Graham Bell patented it in 1876 to today, if you still have it? What do you do on that device? You talk to someone. You punch a number, someone answers the phone. There's been a lot of variations, but you talk to someone. That's the premise, right? And then in the early 70s and 90s, there started to become this thing that you could walk around with. Most of you, your first try at this was going to be a bag phone in your car, attached to your car, and then you got the flip phone. You don't remember the flip phones, all right? But what did you do on these devices? Now we're moving wireless, but what did you do? You talked. And I would argue Apple changed that game in 2007. In 2007, they introduced something that they called the smartphone. And in 2008, 1 year later, they introduced their most successful launch of a device called, second edition, iPhone 3G. And why this is important is because the technology of wireless became fast enough that these phones started to transform. And how many of you have a smartphone? Okay, so here's the trick. All right, here's the trick. You can look on this smartphone, and you can do this at any time. You can go into your settings and see how much did I use this last week and for what purpose. And I would argue we call these phones, but we use them much differently than any other device since 1876. We use this very little to talk to people relative to what else we're doing on it. Texting, social media, grabbing email. It is a smartphone and it is a wonderful device made better every year by things called 4G and 5G and speed and apps and all this development that then comes about. You're going to talk about this because the phone, 1876 to 2007, 2008, was a single device that you some way talk to someone. While this does that, I would argue it's not a phone. It is a computer device that everyone walks around with, and most people do this all day. So Dina, here's a challenge. Get around the family with the grandkids and the kids, because you'll want to know, how much time did you have screen time last week? My guess is your screen time will be less than your kids and less than your grandkids. And your time will be, of the screen time percent of that you talked on it, will be greater than your kids and your grandkids. And your use of TikTok and other social media will be much less. That's what's shifting. And it's shifting very fast. Remember the evolution of the phone? Rotary dial. Well, on the wall, rotary dial, push button. That was a 100-year development. 100-year development. Now here's some correlational data, and you're going to hear report this afternoon, late this afternoon, around screen time. Teens with depression, there's the iPhone and 3G. And there's depression in girls and boys, adolescents. Here's self-harm of middle school kids. There's the dropping of the iPhone and 3G. Here are overdose deaths, and there again is, now this is correlation. You can't say that this caused that, cannot say that. But I will tell you today, what, a month ago, less than a month ago, the Surgeon General came out with a statement that I thought was very akin to the 1960s when they put on cigarettes, caution, this causes cancer. And it was another decade before we knew that secondhand smoke also did that too. Surgeon General said, caution, these shouldn't be in adolescents' hands. It's because it's addictive. The cycle is interesting. I was telling some people over the weekend, I was in search of a 6-foot ladder. I was price shopping. And then, and I'm going to go to Ace Hardware in McPherson and buy it this weekend. But I was price shopping. You know what? But then I jumped on Facebook, saw where one of my friends was selling a house, and then the next 3 things were ads to sell me a 6-foot ladder. And you're like, how did they? That's what they're doing. And so we have kids 30, 40, 50 hours in TikTok a week. Look what's happening. Today you're going to hear a device. I think it's probably time that you take some serious look into doing something. We've got a device that's really, really great. But I think a lot of people are asking you, we need help. We need help. And I don't think there are easy answers around this, but I think it may be time to do that. And if you decide to do something, I do have some recommendations for you later on this afternoon. Madam Chair, stand.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's interesting that when you used to get those phones, you received a pamphlet or something like instructions on how to use it. It was about that thick. When you get one of these, you just turn it on and it just works. And you just scroll through until you get your whatever language. I mean, it's just, that's what they've made it so you don't even have to do anything. Even a 1.5-year-old could turn it on and start using it.
That's right. And we used to have to look up people's names and phone numbers in a book. And we had the yellow pages, right? And yeah, you're right. I just want, that has all changed since basically 08. The merging of 3G, which created a fast enough system that apps could be downloaded, an app store, Apple selling over 1 million in the first day of that launch. And then today. What all of us have lived through was a slow transition of a different model of phone and companies that got sold and bought and deregulated. And it was so slow. And now it's happening so fast and we don't know the consequences. But if you listen to the majority of experts, and I'm talking about child psychologists, they're saying this was not built to how they're marketing to how this wires a young brain. and it's just different. And so it causes us to pause, the speed. And this, we're not talking about AI, which will be another probably disruptive leap, like the smartphone.
Board members, any other? No. Ann?
Well, I don't know if this just makes me really old or Palmer was just really small, but my grandmother had a crank phone on a party line, and you cranked it to get Lulu at the cord board for the whole town, because you couldn't make a call without her connecting you somewhere.
Yeah. We had a party line too, and I just remember the lady on the other end saying, "I am telling Rosalie," that was my mom, "that you will not get off the phone." They'd pick it up and they slam it, you know, because they try to get you to get off that party line. And all those are great memories, right? But I don't know, you know, to get my daughter, who's 37, to call me, I have to text her for answer your phone.
Yeah.
Because that's the last thing that she'll do on it.
Well,
And she's 37. She's not 24. She's not 15. And she didn't start with one. Does that make sense? I mean, so, you know, Michelle, I think about your kids, or Melanie, your kids. That's a different than even my kids. And it's just different in the way this is being used.
Well, we just finished an RV trip with two 15-year-old girls, and I really think there is a direct connection between this constant thing, the dopamine, all that stuff, and depression. You know, it's just, you can see it, and it's just sad that they never had the away from phone experiences that we did when we were little, so your brain didn't start that way. I mean, I get the concern. I just hope the districts don't want something from us because they're not bold enough to do it themselves, and they need a bad guy. But I think we can help.
So I think there are parents, though, and schools saying, we collectively have to have this discussion because it's bigger. I think child psychologists would also say, if you take your 15-year-old's phone away, there's a depression too, because their whole social network goes away. They have no friends because their friends are all living here. So if I, as a parent, singularly take it away, I'm creating this problem. If I let them have it, I'm creating the problem. It's just really difficult. And I think everyone's realizing the difficulty. The question is, what does everyone want to do about it? So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Danny?
Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. So since you're talking about the cell phone stuff, I would like for us to have Susan Dunway, who is a clinical counselor and neurotherapist, come give us a presentation at this board about the effects on the brain.
thank you.
She's an unbelievable person. And
Deborah, did you get that?
And number two is, just so you know, Henry Ford, Harvey Firestone, and Thomas Edison were buddies, and they hung out together.
Oh, I thought you were going to say buddies of yours.
No,
Oh,
no,
wow,
I'm not.
okay.
So they hung out all the time.
Yeah,
No.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:34 a.m. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The board asks that speakers identify themselves by name of the group they represent if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any speakers today? Okay. We do not have any speakers today. Therefore, the State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:34 a.m. I think I did that inside of a minute. I will skip thanking the speakers.
Last month, we got new chairs and no one showed up this month. I don't know what that means. You know, we're trying to accommodate everyone.
I thought something looked different, and I didn't put my finger on it. And I should know, because I've sat in those chairs, and the old chairs were merciless. Item 7 is an instructional materials report. Welcome, Dr. Ben Proctor, Deputy Commissioner Learning Services. Good morning.
Okay, do I get an extra 10 minutes? Is that?
Yeah.
We'll stay ahead of time, maybe. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the State Board, and Dr. Watson. And what a fantastic presentation. Not only a history of accreditation, but It is a blessing, I think, for all of us who are able to grow up without the attachment to cell phones and social media and all those things, but I really appreciated the presentation this morning. Now, I was thinking a little bit over the past several weeks. I crossed over a threshold. I've been at KSDE now for over 2 years, and I'm appreciative of this opportunity. Learned so many things, and I think I learned a lot through the first 20-plus years in education, but working across the state and meeting so many people and working with such a wonderful staff here at KSDE has just been a real blessing. And I want to kind of make some connections to some things that I've learned in this report that I'm going to share with you. And I want to start by just connecting back to how our team across the Division of Learning Services believes that we can best achieve our vision in Kansas. And you've seen this. We call this a theory of action, that if we strengthen coherence and focus on a few high leverage priorities, we believe that our kids will know more, be able to do more, and have more opportunities available to them. And it's important with all of the things that we bring before you to kind of look through that lens. And today you're going to hear about instructional materials and kind of the current state of curriculum and at the core level in certain areas across Kansas. And then we'll talk about just some considerations on what we can do moving forward with that information. So along with our theory of action, this is our visual for how we believe we can execute on that. So this is what we call our school improvement model, and it's stayed pretty consistent now. Our communications department does a great job of just making it more visually appealing, and they've done that over the last several weeks. But as we think about the execution of that theory, of the things that we believe are high leverage that we can focus on, this is what we believe we can provide to our school systems to do that work at the local level across the state of Kansas. So just a little bit of background information. There's a lot of words here. It's actually an excerpt from an article that I read not too terribly long ago, just earlier in 2024. But when you look at the research behind curriculum or instructional materials, it's been around for a while, but really around 2017 is when we started to see an uptick in the types of research that was being provided around the leverage points of the materials that our teachers are using in classrooms. And I think all of us have probably known that that's important because they need materials. But when we think about that idea of students knowing more, achieving our standards, we're seeing more and more research make that connection to curriculum and instructional materials being a very high leverage action that we can take. And we're seeing states that are investing in that, investing time and resources and energy in the type of curriculum that's being provided. In some states, there's even requirements that you have to choose from maybe a small number of curriculum in certain areas. But this is just a little bit of a research statement from Johns Hopkins Center for Research and Reform on the critical nature of curriculum as we think about student achievement, and that we're seeing more and more connections to that. And I thought in that article, another interesting point was this idea of what are teachers doing in terms of materials. And Rand Corporation found in 2016 that 99% of elementary teachers, 96% of secondary teachers are finding materials on their own. So it may be a combination of things, but many are going out, they are using Google, using Pinterest, and we know this. And we see a lot of different things, a lot of different variability, and those things can be fine. But what we'll be talking about today is the importance of that core instructional material curriculum that we believe can help support student learning. You also find in a lot of this research that it takes a lot of time. And going back to the 23 RAND study on instructional coherence, one of the things that we believe is that providing quality resources can save teachers a lot of time and a lot of decision making that they have to do on their own. So we'll try to make that connection to this being a high leverage action, not only to help students achieve, but to help teachers as they plan and execute quality lessons each day. So high quality instructional materials in Kansas, as we think about what does that term mean, how would we support the use of quality instructional materials in our classrooms. We see it, and as you look at that school improvement model, you'll see curriculum referenced or instructional materials referenced over and over. So it's very explicit throughout the model, but it's also, even where it's not explicitly stated, a part of all the different structures, all the different fundamentals, all the actions that we believe that systems need to take, and really helps to build, and in a lot of cases is a starting point for an instructionally coherent system, something that we want to promote through our new accreditation model and through school improvement in Kansas. So I mentioned the support that can be provided to teachers so that they have a quality starting point that's aligned to our standards or well aligned. We know that there's no perfect curriculum that's perfectly aligned to Kansas standards, but certainly some are more quality than others. And we know that quality instructional materials are content rich and that they build student knowledge. We've known that background knowledge is a critical element to student learning for a very long time. And we're seeing more and more curriculum that's providing that content knowledge across disciplines. Dr. Watson mentioned during No Child Left Behind where we kind of, I think in some cases, overcorrected, and we emphasize two subject areas so much at the detriment of other areas that we know are so important for our students. And that's something that we don't want to do again. We want to make sure that science and social studies and arts and our career and technical education opportunities stay very, very present in everything that we do. But these are some characteristics that we believe need to be a part of this approach to instructional materials in our state. So to get into the report and the data that we collected, we wanted to start somewhere, and it was a pretty extensive data collection process. But we started with core instructional materials in English, language arts, math, and science. We looked at the year that those core instructional materials were adopted, the screeners that were used, that are currently used in the state of Kansas to identify any risk that might be associated specifically with literacy. And we also looked at the materials being utilized in our pre-K programs across the state. We worked with TNTP as a partner. They've done work in a lot of different states and have gotten to know a few individuals with TNTP very well over the past year or so. And so they helped us develop the collection tools and collect that information and have been a great partner, and we look forward to continuing that partnership with them. So we provided a survey tool through Qualtrics that listed commonly used curriculum in those three areas in pre-K, in English, language arts, math, and science in pre-K. And the option of other was also provided. So there was an extensive list of curriculum that you could choose from, or you could select something that wasn't on the list and provide that information as well. We targeted all 286 school districts along with our 124 private schools that are accredited in Kansas. And we utilized a lot of our existing structures. At the time, we were conducting our weekly Zoom meetings and utilized that to communicate the importance of this survey along with the different engagements that we have across the state.
Can I ask you a very quick question?
Yes.
Who filled out those surveys
So
specifically at the district?
it would be different people based on the district itself. So that was one of the things that we communicated was the survey went directly to the superintendent, but we knew that the superintendent in all cases was not going to be the individual to complete the survey. So we asked them to consider who was the right person. So that varied by building or by district.
Okay, thank you.
So this is just a breakdown of the data that we received. The window for submission was April 8th to April 28th. And during that window, we had good response. 254 school districts submitted their responses. 71 of our accredited private schools submitted responses. We extended the date just to continue to collect information. And final submissions by May 14th included 97% of our school districts and 82% of our private schools. And then I provided you with a hard copy of the report. I don't tend to do hard copies, but thought that might be helpful for you. And you can see the results. So all the different curriculum across the state, the percentage of systems that are using that particular curriculum and the years that those were adopted, all the way back, some as early as 2010 to the current year. So as you review that, and we can talk through the different things that we see there, from that information, from the data that we collected, we have a number of things to consider as we think about what to do with this information. Again, believing that research suggests that curriculum matters, instructional materials matter when it comes to student achievement. So an opportunity to, on an annual basis, collect this information and see how we're updating curriculum and whether we're moving in a direction to see curriculum and instructional materials that are more aligned with Kansas standards and have some of those qualities and characteristics of being content rich and knowledge building, to see if we're moving in the right direction. And again, in our school improvement model and our accreditation process, that is very explicit in that model. And we'll see a lot of systems that are invested in that through the action planning process and analyzing where gaps may be. So continuing to collect that information as part of our accreditation model, we believe could be a strong consideration for us. We could also expand that beyond just the areas that we initially focused on as a starting point. Look at social studies, for example, expand science, continue collecting information on English and math, but also look at supplemental materials that are utilized, as we know those are critically important as well. Another consideration would be the types of tools and resources that the State Department can provide to help systems as they think about adoption, the selection process and adoption. And we know that a lot of school districts have all the capacity they need to do that and do that very well and have as much or more expertise than we have at the State Department of Education. But we know that many don't have that capacity. So helping them with frameworks and decision-making processes so they can select the right materials for them, we believe that we can provide that type of support, especially as we leverage all the different types of peripheral supports across the state through service centers, through our TASA network, and others that have capacity and expertise in these areas. Another consideration is looking at some of the different types of programs that review curriculum for things like alignment or coherence, or how they vertically align across a school system, which can be very important as we think about different grade bands and those types of things. And there's a number of states that have moved in this direction in years past that we can learn from. There's also a lot of resources that are available for us to use as filters to be able to determine what are the materials that are making a difference in terms of students who are learning Kansas standards. Additionally, we believe that looking at the curriculum as we now know it, we can develop cohorts or systems that are utilizing the same curriculum, bring those systems together to start to identify where gaps may exist, especially when we believe that that curriculum may not be as strong as it otherwise could be. And as we look at the 3 queuing report, one of the things that I've been able to do is visit with some of our curriculum leaders in districts that are using curriculum that may be aligned with balanced literacy, but talking to them about how they're utilizing that in a way that can still be as effective as possible while they're deciding when they can make that investment in resources to move to curriculum that's aligned with structured literacy. But as we start to look at the type of curriculum that's being utilized, we can bring those systems together, support them, help them understand where gaps may be, and help them better utilize at the local level. And then other things that we could consider doing are create incentives or opportunities for systems to start investing resources in quality instructional materials. These are some examples of things that states have done over the past several years. There could be requirements, if you have schools who are designated as low performing and those types of things, and they have misaligned curriculum, that could be something that the state board says we really need investment in those districts in these areas. Developing networks that we could provide guidance to, again, around the utilization of curriculum whenever they're utilizing common curriculum that may not be quite aligned to our standards. Different types of opportunities through federal programs, federal funding. Again, states have found success in some of these areas. So these are just some considerations as we think about the types of things that we can now do with the information that we have. I'm going to transition to our report on 3Qing, but I may pause there and just see if there are questions or thoughts to this point, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ben, for that. I'm looking at I take it, all this really tells us is what they're using, but is TNTP or who's going to do the work on, or any of these, I mean, there are a lot of groups out there that have already identified, they think, what high-quality materials are. Are they using high-quality materials, or do we have a list of the high-quality curricula in these areas?
We do. We're able to access those resources like ed reports to be
Right.
able to analyze particular curriculum. And that's going to tell us a lot. It doesn't tell you everything. And it also doesn't tell you how are those things being implemented. So TNTP is, we believe through the recommendations that we've made through our ESSER funding, we're going to stay attached to them so they can help our teams build capacity to better support those systems that we believe have curriculum that's not as aligned as we would like it to be to our state standards. So we're accessing all those resources right now that tell us, you're right, all that you see in this report is the name of curriculum. Our team would have a much better understanding, and utilizing TNTP as a resource, much better understanding of the degree of alignment and the nature of the quality of that curriculum so that we can then provide supports to them.
So we don't know yet, like, what % of the districts are using a high-quality ELA curriculum?
We would have a good idea of that based on what we see in this report, yes.
Then when will we get that report?
Well, we could provide you with that standard from some of these independent research groups like Ed Reports. We could provide you with that information now.
I'd just be curious, I mean, I can see what curriculum they're using. I don't know if they're using anything that's any good. Does that make
Sure.
sense?
Yeah, we have that information, yes. So our team is ready to start executing on that. That's the basis for those considerations that we just went through. So now I'll use Dr. Curtis and her team as an example. One of the things that they would like to do now that we know what core curriculum is being utilized in English language arts, we have a really good idea of the degree to which that's aligned to the science of reading and the degree to which it's not. And then we can start providing direct support to those systems where we see that curriculum that's not as aligned as we would like it to be. We've also identified those systems that are using curriculum that is aligned to balanced literacy. There's not very many. It was actually, it was very good news to find that we only had 8 districts that were using core curriculum that promoted 3Qing or that was aligned with balanced literacy. So we have a pretty good starting point overall in ELA. Math would be not quite as strong, science would be weaker. So we've got access to all that information.
So we're going to be sending all the districts a list of our recommended high-quality materials?
Well, we're not in position right now to send a list, but we do want to help them determine what their next steps would be if they don't have materials that are aligned to our standards and to the science of reading specifically.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ben, going back to the part you were talking about where teachers having to find their own materials, create their own curriculum, so to speak. What I guess I didn't see in there was the why. Did we ask the why? In all of that research, did they ask the teachers why they felt they needed to do that?
I didn't look that far as to the why. I would say that for many, and this would be some speculation, not based on the RAND Corporation study, but just what we hear as we go across the state. A lot of times the investment in resources isn't complete. So you have partial implementation of curriculum, and so you're having to supplement that with additional things. And so I think that's part of the why behind school teachers going out and finding their own resources, because it is very expensive. And so that, especially in a system that has a little less resource or funding available to them, It's going to take a year, 2 years, 3 years potentially to build up the funds that are needed to be able to make that type of investment.
Well, I think when you have 94% turning to other means, that might suggest a little more than that, because sooner or later you would think they would catch up.
Sure.
And in some conversations I've had, one of the reasons I've heard behind that is teachers not being given a voice in the choice of curriculum, having that conversation where you have districts who have those curriculum leaders making decisions, but they're not making decisions with the assistance of those doing the teaching.
Correct.
You know, so I think there's that disconnect within districts where we're not working together. So I'm hoping that
That's-
some
with
of that
that,
can change.
One of those considerations for what we believe we can now do with this information. And I think, just by the way, this is, to my knowledge, the first time that the State Department has really stepped into this type of work, because we know there's a local element to this. And so with the teacher involvement or the types of processes that can be put in place to make those selections, that's part of what we want to develop, are the types of frameworks that help a system walk through a very thorough process to identify the right materials for them. And we would strongly suggest that there's a group that's involved in that.
Kathy, let me give you a little bit further. In a fairly, we've been talking about the rapid change, right? Screen time. What we've also seen since the time I left the superintendency to come here, the shortage of teachers and how youthful the teachers have become as mid-50 teachers have exited the field. So as superintendent, I never advertised for an elementary teacher. I had 100. I never hired a beginning teacher. I hired them as paras and aides. And so when we did bring teachers together to choose curriculum, they often would say, well, let's take a little bit of this and a little bit of that, because they were seasoned and they knew then how to mesh those. I think about when I came out of college, Jim will think this too, you don't know how to do that. And we have a lot of people now in that position that if you can't give them a really good curriculum, and they're kind of picking and choosing off of Pinterest. I think, Ann, you mentioned that you had a story about that, right? Where young people were just picking and choosing because the district didn't have a curriculum. First year. Then it becomes a disaster. As they get more seasoned, they know how to use any materials, but not in those first 2 or 3 years. It's really hard. So that convergence has even led us, I think, to think really about what is that curriculum that's being put in front of kids. And if you're on the small side, you may just be going to a service center and saying, or calling the next district, what did you choose? And that's not the best way in which to make decisions. And so I think what Ben's describing is a way, can we help districts make better decisions locally?
But wouldn't that, if I can jump in, mean we need to develop a list of what we perceive to be high-quality materials? So if they're making those decisions this year, we could give some recommendations?
Yeah, I think, Ann, that'll come, because there's a lot of organizations that are doing that. But I think it's, again, the fine line that Ben's talking about, of not saying you got to go choose this, because there's a financial cost to this too. But here are ones that show promise related to our standards and has some science behind that would indicate good results if you use those.
Yeah. Well,
I
the
think-
sooner the better. I mean, like at Greenbush, I forget, last year, last fall. Anyway, they were having a curriculum show, come on in, we've got book vendors here. And I said, how do you know how many of these are high-quality materials? And go, well, we don't look at that, we just ask the vendors to all come in. And so if we can give guidance there, we really should.
Okay, we have more questions. Did you want to respond?
I think we're prepared for that. So again, this is a starting point to understand what the current state is. We also have to be, I think, cautious about just saying you need to use this curriculum without thinking about implementation. So it's a multifaceted component that goes beyond, I think, just saying here's quality curriculum. It goes to how are you implementing that? How are you training on that? What capacity do you have to implement those things? So that'll be kind of the bigger picture of what we ultimately provide. So,
I've got 3 more lined up, sorry.
okay.
Get through these. Dina, I think you were next on my list.
I wasn't sure because my name disappeared.
Sorry about that.
I think Kathy and I hit the button about the same time, and I thought maybe they were connected. Well, my questions really kind of relate to what you've just been talking about. It seems to me that you're not quite there yet, but I wondered as you were talking if there was some indicator that with available resources that schools could choose from, if you had a way or would eventually have a way of indicating which ones really do align best with our expectations from the standard point of view, and if there would be some way to also indicate where there are deficits, where those resources deficits are. And the reason I say if we could put that online, I know that you all are very willing and able to work with districts, but as busy as teachers are, many of them would probably like the idea of just being able to go to a website and find the information they're asking for, so they feel they don't have to bother you. You've already done the research in a sense for them. So I'm just wondering if that might not be something that you look at doing in the future anyway, the near future, either that or the service centers being able to provide that.
Yeah, that's part of what I think we're now positioned to do is work with expertise at service centers and through different networks that support. So we're really in a position now to make decisions on what is the next right thing to do, knowing that it's a bigger picture again than just the materials themselves. It's implementation, but back to that teacher support, we feel like that's a critical element. So teachers not having to spend their time going out and finding something that may or may not be aligned to our standards, but providing that support to them. So we've got a list of tools and resources that we're ready to discuss. And I know it's never quick enough, but we want to make sure we do it the right way and that we're methodical in the way that we execute on the plan now that we have the information.
Thank you.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know will we have like a follow-up maybe in August from this presentation where he could come back and just, after we have time to dive, I mean, I have so many questions and, you have the high quality instruction materials, but the implementation, this afternoon we're going to talk about screen time, and we have computer systems in most schools. Some have opted to not do that, maybe some smaller areas, but just knowing how we're implementing that high quality instruction and not just relying on the technology, looking into books and looking into other materials that maybe, the parents have opted out of the one-to-one technology. So just making sure that we're looking at the implementation on that and the screen time, and then how so much of it is done in school with it, like our kids are like doing all their homework at school. We're logging in differently than a parent login is different than a student login. We're not always seeing what that looks like as far as how we can help and be more engaged and help our students when they get home and make sure they're learning what's being done on the devices. So I just want to talk about not just the not just the materials of it, but how it's implemented, and maybe being open to more books and more paper and pencil.
Would be very happy to do that. There is a parent component to this, and I think it goes back to our theory of action that we want to do a small number of things very well. We want our parents to know standards, to know what it is that the state of Kansas says is important for our kids to know and be able to do. We want our parents to know that we do believe that there are certain types of curriculum that help support that, knowing that there's gaps all throughout that. So would be happy to come back and talk about kind of the platform or the nature of how curriculum is delivered, because often it is electronic. But one of the things that, a characteristic of one of those quality elements is, are kids learning basic information? Are we building upon knowledge? Are they understanding, you know, those basic things? Because once they do, they read better. They, you know, when it's cross-disciplinary, when they understand science better and social studies, they're going to do better in everything because they know more. So I think there's some basic elements of this discussion that go beyond just choosing a curriculum, but really it goes back to implementation and connecting that to the community as a whole too.
Michelle, I have noted your request for a future agenda item as well. Yeah, we can, I'm sure we can do that. Jim McNeese?
No, I'm not going to say anything. Thank you.
All right, back to you.
Okay, so moving to the report on 3Qing, which was a part of this same data collection process. So just very quickly, I know there's a lot of words here, but in the report itself, we just wanted to make sure there was a good definition of 3Qing. And Dr. Curtis has shared this numerous times, not only with the state board, but in different groups. And I was visiting with her upstairs this morning, just do I have the right definitions? And she reminded me that a simple way to think about 3Qing is you're really asking students oftentimes to guess what it is that they're seeing. And that may be through the identification of that first letter or through the pictures on the page and those types of things. And we know that's not the right way, especially in those early years to teach children to read. That's going to sustain after, especially third grade. So just a little bit of background information. This was part of a requirement from the legislature, and specifically you can see in quotes there what we were asked to provide as part of that report that we collected within the survey that we sent out. And you'll see that information in that hard copy of the report as well, as far as those school systems specifically that are using curriculum and training materials that include 3Qing. So the data collection approach, we asked a particular item in that survey: does your district use curriculum and instructional materials, which include the 3Qing system, model of reading or visual memory program? That was part of the requirement that we were given. And then we combined that information again with the data collected to look at the actual materials that are being utilized. Because back to Mrs. Mall's question about what additional information do we have, we can then evaluate a particular curriculum to identify, is that aligned with the science of reading, or is it aligned with balanced literacy? So we identified, as part of the collection process, we identified those curriculum that are often used in core ELA classrooms that are known to be aligned to whole language or balanced literacy. So these would be some of the types of curriculum, the names of curriculum that are utilized that are aligned to balanced literacy, and provided those as options if systems were utilizing that core curriculum. So the responses that we got, again, overall good response. We found that 7 school districts from that list that you just saw identified using Fountas and Pinnell classroom as a core curriculum, and 1 district using units of study. So those would be 8 total school districts that utilize core curriculum in ELA that is aligned to balanced literacy. So we did some follow-up. No districts reported using the other 2, again, from that list that Excel and Ed has identified as being aligned to balanced literacy. So in following up with those 8 school districts, we were able to talk to the really the people in that district who oversee curriculum. It may have been the superintendent or a curriculum leader within the system, and we're able to just have conversations with them about their use, and most of them were very well aware that this is a concern, and they're addressing that concern at the local level, and they're looking at the time on when they'll make a new adoption, knowing again that that's very expensive to do. So as we kind of dug further in, one of the things that you learn through surveying is the survey's as good as the reporting, right? And so what we found in the conversation was that there were many people saying yes to the question of, does your curriculum use 3Qing? But as we were triangulating the data, we were identifying that the curriculum that they're using doesn't use 3Qing. So that required us to do some follow-up conversation. And we had several Zoom sessions in June where we were able to dig into that a little bit further. And it's sometimes hard to bring people together in June in schools as we have breaks and all those things. So there's some work that we'll continue to do. But 82 school districts and 50 private schools said yes, even though the curriculum that we identified in the survey would suggest that that's not the case. So we went through what 3Qing is in those Zoom sessions, and then we gave them an opportunity to revise their response if they said yes by mistake. And what we found was 26 of those school districts and 21 private schools indicated that yes response was given an error, that they do not use 3Qing. And in following up just with a lot of those individuals, most of them were very honest and just said, I didn't know what it was. And it just seemed like something I should say yes to, which kind of goes back to that issue with reporting. We ask people to share a lot of information with us, and sometimes they're just trying to get that report done. And so that's an example of where it's important that we follow up whenever it's information that we really need accuracy on. So the overall kind of finalization of that at this point, I don't believe we're finally done, but there are 51 total school districts and 30 private schools that based on the response, continue to say that their instructional materials use 3Qing. That could be supplemental materials, but these would be folks who haven't reissued a response or haven't explained where that discrepancy might be. So we'll continue following up with them, especially as we get into the fall as the school year begins. So just some considerations, and again, this goes back to the ones who are right now using core curriculum that's aligned to balanced literacy. They're all very aware. I've had lots of conversations with them that they need to shift away from that. Several are true experts, and as they do training with their staff, they ensure that even though it's aligned to balanced literacy or whole language, they instruct teachers to not use the 3Qing method, just as an example of the type of training that's happening in these systems. But these are folks that we can provide direct support to, again, as we think about those prior considerations, things that we're now in a position to be able to move forward in terms of support. We'll continue following up with those school systems where that discrepancy exists, and we believe in the fall we'll be able to provide even more accurate data to the state board, and that'd be a great opportunity when we can come back and talk about just how curriculum is delivered electronically and in hard copy form, provide you with updated data, and we can do the same with the legislature as well. So that's the initial instructional materials report from the data that we collected this spring.
Ready for questions? Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Proctor, so the memo that we received dated June 28th and the one in the back of this report, not quite the same. So I'm assuming you just updated, and has this one actually gone to the legislature now? Probably missed what
Yes,
you said.
so that was all based on further conversation through those Zoom sessions. So a lot of it was preliminary based on the data that they submitted. Whenever we said we need to follow up, That's what came from the follow-up. So we had not only systems say, I answered an error, but we had others say, we do have, even though we didn't report it, we do have some balanced literacy curriculum. Again, all of those we've now followed up with. They all have plans, but yes, that would be the difference, just based on further and more intensive conversations with those systems. And I think we'll continue to grow in our accuracy, not only with this current data, but if we continue to collect the data, be able to do that in a more thorough way.
And this has gone to the legislature now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Thank
been
you.
sent over.
Thank you.
We do want to provide updates to that, especially as we get changes in the data from those 51 systems that are still saying yes, even though we would have questions about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Danny?
This just popped into my head, so it may not be relevant, but we've sent all this out, but have we looked at the school districts that are performing really well in your core subject and looked at what the curriculum that they're using? And they may be using, I'm not saying this queuing is the best thing, but have we looked at what they're teaching? Because maybe we need to drill down on how are they teaching that stuff to keep the standards of their kids up.
I think that's a fantastic question. We haven't specifically yet, but now that we have this information, we can, and we will. And I think it's to look at, is there curriculum that we could identify that is working well? And I think you're right, in some cases, and I can think of one district in particular that's very high achieving, has a really strong curriculum leader, and they're using Fountas and Pinnell curriculum right now, but she knows what to do with that. So I think now that we have this information, there's a lot that we can do with it to help support systems. I think also look at how does a particular curriculum, do we see patterns with those that are using that curriculum and see success and student achievement with that? So I think we're positioned to do what you said.
Jim McNeese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, are we making the smart kids smarter, or are we really helping the kids that are not performing well?
Well, the idea would be to do both. In looking at a lot of the research, the systems that have been researched that are investing in, and states that are investing in aligning materials to their standards have found that they're seeing struggling students do better, and they're seeing struggling teachers doing better. So that's some of the initial research from those states that have made heavy investment. But the idea would be that we can push all students to be able to meet our rigorous academic standards and we can do that better if our materials are aligned to those standards.
Are the universities cooperating with us in terms of helping new teachers, which is a lot of the teaching force that we have, ready to provide us those supports?
I think we're moving in the right direction on that. Some of the conversations that we've had over the past year would give that indication. I don't know that we've moved into the realm of materials as much as we have with like the science of reading and the training and preparation that goes with that, but we feel like those are very complementary. But yes, I think we're moving in the right direction there with higher education.
So in your estimation, we have support for this program at the administrative building level and the district building level?
I believe that our new approach to accreditation and school improvement will position us for that. Because
that'll
it is
take a while.
Well, it's going to start.
It's a good fight.
The conversation starts this fall. That's the point of what we're rolling out. And there's only a certain number of things that are on that page, and materials are one, training is one, how we use data is one. So it's not an unlimited number of things that people can prioritize, and we believe this is going to be one of those. I've mentioned this to the board, and I may be over time here, but as a school superintendent, this is part of what I've learned over the past 2 years working here. I didn't understand the leverage point of quality materials. I had people telling me that, and I was looking too much at how much it costs and not looking at some of those things that weren't high leverage that we were spending money on to be able to do something that was more supportive for our teachers and provide them with materials. So if there's other people who are operating local budgets that don't understand that, we're building that understanding, that that is important. And through that model, we'll be able to not only share that information, but also provide some accountability to take those types of actions.
This program or this curriculum seems like a good curriculum. You know, but a tool in anyone's hand without training is not a tool.
Yep.
It's a weapon of mass destruction. And too often, we have new administrators and new teachers coming into programs and bringing their own, this is what I used to do, this is what made me feel good, this is why they hired me.
Yep.
You know, unless it's, and I want to say this to the board, to us, that we've been loath to tell them what they have to do in terms of a comprehensive, you know, you're going to do this program because we said you're going to do it. We've given a lot of local control. And it sounds like we're doing you're going to use this program because we said you're going to.
I would say.
And that's, don't worry, I'm not a friend, I'm not opposed to that. But there's a new direction.
I would say that we're not requiring any particular curriculum. We can provide information on what we believe is well aligned to our standards. We think at that point it makes a lot of sense, and I think that there's a lot of demand for us to provide that type of information, but it does all go back to implementation. So we can have great materials, and that's a good starting point, but if we're not able to execute on implementation, the training that goes along with that, sustainability that goes along with that, that's the point of our school improvement model. And it never happens fast enough, but I believe that's the new conversation that we're having. It's the straightest line between improving what students know and can do and the actions that we can take to get them there. And so that's where those high leverage actions, I think that is so critical for everybody to understand. That's what this model is all about. We believe that the research says materials matter, but materials matter when they're implemented and executed very well in the classroom. So those are going to have to be reinforcing components of that school improvement model.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim, I would say today, if we just took the snapshot today, our collaboration with higher ed on the teacher side is really strong and we're moving in the right direction. We've got still a gap with building leadership and district leadership around this. That's not as strong as where we're at with the teachers in that preparation. And it's going to have to be because they've got to be a part of that cycle too. As Ben said, if I'm not going to appropriate money to go do the right work, then it's going to be hard to do. So that's going to have to be looked at in the master's program and the PhD programs.
Well, I'd go one step further in terms of building leadership and district leadership, because the other ones that have got the purse strings have to be involved. They don't necessarily have to know all the ins and outs of the curriculum they're going to do, but they should be aware of the pros and cons, the pluses and negatives, you know, and they need to find a program that, or in collaboration with their teachers, whether it's a Wichita School District or a Udall School District, that provides the supports, not only for the teachers who are there, but the teachers who will be coming, because we know we have high turnover, especially in the small, lower grades. In high school, it would be 9th and 10th, and, you know, in grade school, it's so important that when you, I'll just say this, I had to do a school in the 1990s, and we made a point that if you want to work in our school, you're going to teach this curriculum. You're going to do, it's project-based. If you don't like project-based, don't come here. I think we need to be that forceful. You know, and not that project-based is the way to go. I'm just saying that, using that as an example. But this is what we do. And I don't want to hear about it in November that, well, I don't really like this. I did this because I used to do it and I do it really well. No, this is what we do. This is what the state wants us to do. This is what our board wants us to do. This is what our administration wants to do. This is what our parents want to do. It's what our teachers that were here before you wanted to do. You know, make a commitment to that. And I think that commitment is lacking. You know, I think it's worse than funds. You know, but on the other hand, as I don't know, and I'm going to guess that administrators don't get a whole lot of curriculum instruction in their developing programs. And that's not, there's a lot of stuff that has to be done. There's A to Z, and you can't spend a lot of time on B all the time and Q and because you really think they're important. But this is something that we need to, again, come back to the universities and the training and the staff development that's going on in districts and say, this is what we want. This is going to make a difference, identifying high-quality instructional materials and the instruction that goes with it.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the accountability.
I would say just very quickly, it falls under that umbrella of instructional leadership. And I feel like that's the shift in conversation. Not that it hasn't been present, but I think it's growing stronger. And I know through our leadership associations, they're really elevating that idea through the work that Dr. Watson has led. So I'm excited about that because you're right, we can't all be experts in all this curriculum, but we can put our teachers in a position to be successful through knowing what really solid instructional leadership looks like.
Dr. Barcher, you talked about a district that was using curriculum that we would not necessarily approve of, and yet they're having good results. And I think it's important to pay attention to, I've certainly had more than a few conversations with administrators who are concerned about what it means to replace the curriculum that they have now. Can you talk just a little bit? We can talk about purse strings and allocating money, but there's a process that has to happen when you decide to turn over an entire curriculum. Do you have just a moment to address that?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we believe we can now do moving forward is help those systems follow a process or develop a framework to make that selection. So understanding what cost looks like, understanding the context of that local district, who they would involve in that. So we believe we're ready to move that type of work forward to help systems, especially that don't have the capacity or don't have the protocol or policies in place to be able to do that. We would be able to provide that as a resource, to be able to walk through that process, the timeline that it takes, and then follow through on implementation again, which we believe is the most critical component. So
Okay.
we think we can provide that help.
And so to Dr. Horst's point, I think I heard you say that you'll be advising districts on standards-aligned curriculum and that there will be a list coming soon based on the data you have received from those districts, right?
I'm not committing to a list. We need to decide if that's the right thing. We certainly have information now that gives us the ability to understand, to Mr. Zeck's point, what's working and what's not working. We can show you from the names of the curriculum on that sheet what some of those external evaluation systems would say about that. But we know none of those things are perfect. And so I don't know that it's the right thing to say, here's the list, here's 1, 2, or 3 things. We can do that, but we want to make sure that whatever we decide to do, it's understood that implementation matters. And so our team will talk through that. We believe we're at a good starting point now because we have good information. We believe we can repeat that type of data collection, and then we'll be bringing ideas back to the board as we think about how do we execute on this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, we will break until 11:40. Mr. Porter, I will turn it over to you. This is item 10, nope, sorry, I can read. My glasses are not on.
Not me.
This is not you yet, my apologies. This is item 8, receive Narcan policy at the Kansas State Schools for the Deaf and Blind. Who is introducing our superintendents today?
I will. Luann Barron and John Hardy are here to talk about the proposed policy.
Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members, as well as Mark and Commissioner Randy Watson. So good morning. I'm Luann Barron, the superintendent for the Kansas School for the Deaf. I have John Harding here, who's the superintendent for the School for the Blind, as well as Kathy Reynolds, our school nurse at the Kansas School for the Deaf. She'll be here to answer or respond to any of the medical-related questions. I'm here today in support of implementing a comprehensive Narcan policy within our schools, the Schools for the Deaf and the School for the Blind. Narcan, or Naxalone, the interpreter's not sure if she's pronouncing that correct. It's a medicine to reverse opioid overdose. Its presence in schools can be the difference between life and death for a student, staff member, or visitor. As you're aware, the opioid crisis in the United States has reached alarming levels all across the country, and our state is no exception. In 2022, there were 77 deaths of individuals aged 15 to 24 who died from opioid overdose. That number was an increase from the year before, where there were 61 deaths. The median age range in Kansas, or for that age range in Kansas. This information, this data was taken from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment dashboard. This affects individuals of all ages, including youth. I present this policy that was already developed, and I'm sure you've already reviewed it. It's important to have Narcan within our schools and on campus. To have it readily available for designated trained staff who can provide an immediate response in the event of an overdose where time is of the essence. Having Narcan on campus is a life-saving measure that can be provided expeditiously without delay. The second point of awareness is raising awareness. Narcan should be available for school personnel, and school personnel should be trained on how to recognize the symptoms of overdose so that they can administer Narcan when appropriate. We want to equip staff with the necessary skills and raise awareness of the nationwide opioid crisis, and to encourage a proactive, and this really is about us being proactive in order to be ready to prevent overdosage. Presently, our school resource officer, who works first shift from 7:30 in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon, has access to Narcan as a member of the police department, so it is always on her person when she is on campus. That leaves our second shift and third shift security staff, and during third shift, it's a vendor company providing security. They do not carry Narcan on their person, and it is not readily available. Our school nurse has informed me that there is an organization that is providing free Narcan to schools, and that we are able to be in the receipt of such Narcan and have it at the ready should the board approve our policy. At the School for the Blind, they utilize police SROs during all 3 shifts, so they have coverage and Narcan readily available from their officers during those shifts. As superintendents of both schools, it is our intent to ensure the safety and well-being of students, especially those who live and work in our residential settings, to ensure that Narcan is available And by ensuring that Narcan is available, we feel that we are meeting our duties of ensuring safety. We want to demonstrate a commitment to protect our students and staff, and possibly community members as well, from the potential fatal consequences of an opioid overdose. KSD is an open campus. We often have community pedestrians walking across and through campus, whereas the School for the Blind has a closed campus. I'll let John explain that in a few moments. Some individuals may express concerns about having Narcan on campus could encourage drug use. However, research has shown, and real-world experience has shown, that the presence of Narcan does not promote drug usage among individuals. Rather, it provides critical life-saving measures, similarly to having fire extinguishers, AEDs, first aid kits available throughout campus. So I encourage the State Board of Ed to allow both schools to adopt this Narcan policy. By doing so, we are being proactive and taking steps to address the opioid crisis and protect the lives of our students, staff, and the implementation of this policy sends a strong measure that we are committed to student and staff's health and well-being. Thank you for your time today and consideration of this policy. I stand open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had our discussion here today. Thank you for being here, Kathy. I sent about 12 questions, I think, to Superintendent Barron, and then I got responses, and then I had about 12 more questions, because there were so many things that, I had questions on the public and the parents and everybody aware of the policy and why we have the policy or why it was implemented. And then I get to looking into symptoms. If you look at symptoms, they cross over a lot. So I was just concerned about maybe who had that training or who could maybe not get that training, and how often are they trained on that? Because there are a lot of symptoms that overlap on an overdose. And then my next question would be also is like an EpiPen. Is that something that's a life-saving device? And somebody walking across campus, I mean, do we have that readily available to treat those people or somebody that's on campus? So I'm just concerned about, I had so many questions and so many concerns, and so I just wanted to publicly state, I'm not gonna state them all because there were a lot in all the responses, but there were a lot of concerns I had on that. So thank you for your time.
Any other questions? Okay.
So I can address who can be trained generally. Generally, anyone could be trained on how to use Narcan. It's an over-the-counter medication at this point. Everybody in this room could be trained on that. For our school and our school staff, our comfort level is the nurses would be trained. Our SRO is already trained, and then I would really like our coaches to be trained because most of the time they're with students after school, socially, off campus even, maybe across the street at our football field. They'd be the first person to recognize something, and at least the recognition of the symptoms, even though they wouldn't have the Narcan on them, just being able to call out and say, this is what's going on. So ultimately at our campus for now, I would like it to be our nurses, our SRO, and our coaches to actually be trained. This is something that is top topic for most all of the nursing conferences I've been to the last 2 or 3 years, including this summer, the Kansas School Nurse Conference. It is on topic to be talked about because it's such a concern. So the training would be ongoing. I don't have an answer as to how often, but the nurses at KSD, we almost all have second jobs. They're all at hospitals. We're in it day to day. It's not just school nursing. As far as epinephrine, EpiPens, We do have those for standard orders. I have a set of adult ones and a set of child ones that I order every year. They're given to our school for free, and we have those on hand and in our emergency bag as we call it a go bag. We grab it when we don't know what the situation is so that we have whatever it is we think we might need when we get to that situation. Same with AEDs. We keep those all around campus. We take those to our sporting events and have them on hand as well. Looking into getting standing orders for albuterol inhalers because the state of Kansas allows that as a standard order as well for those breathing issues for kids. So it's an extra tool in our toolkit that it makes us feel able to respond appropriately and quickly. You cannot overdose on Narcan, so giving it, I would rather give it and try to help somebody with those symptoms than sit there and not have the ability to do anything until EMS arrives. I would rather feel empowered to have something that is life-saving than not.
So Kathy, a quick follow-up question on the percentages that she read off as far as the increases of that. How many of those are also using another type of drug? Like if you have a death and they say, oh, it was laced with fentanyl, but it was also cocaine. Cocaine was being used at the time. So I would be curious as far as those statistics, how many of those are also using another type of illegal drug that could be laced with that? And that'd be another concern I would have is what are those statistics, and then narrow down the actual cause or what it's laced with, and not just a opioid overdose or whatever.
I don't have that information, but I do know that the CDC just sent out a warning about ADHD medications and the shortage that we've been having with those for over a year, maybe 2 years now. More has been added to that. The shortage is even bigger now. And due to that, people are becoming desperate, including parents, and they're looking for ways to get those medications that are not through our regulated healthcare system, and potentially getting things that are mixed with things that they're unaware of, and they're giving it to their children, which means I might be giving it to their children unknowingly. You bring me a prescription bottle, it says it's this, it looks like this, it smells like this, all the things indicate it's this, but if they've gotten it from some other source that is not our regulated healthcare system, the risk is there. I mean, it's higher even to unknowingly take something that could kill you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dina.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the answer to this because you actually kind of indicated that there is more risk to not giving Narcan if you suspect than there is to giving it to someone who really isn't in need of it. Is that correct? In other words, they really are not overdosing on something, but it may be something else, so it's not going to further harm them in any way to give them Narcan.
Correct. Even if it is a different situation that you're not able to identify in that moment, I feel like doing something rather than nothing at least saves you a little bit of time for your emergency EMS to arrive that has more options and more things to look into to help save a person. I'm not going to feel bad about trying to help save a person if I miscalculate what it is that they've got going on. I would rather react. And I've been trained to react. And so trusting your healthcare professionals to do that, I feel like should be recognized.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really struggle that we're getting in the healthcare business not the educational business. And have we talked with our lawyers and stuff about the liability if we give Narcan and it kills a kid?
I
Or-
would potentially look at that as the liability that we don't. What is the liability that you don't do anything when it is readily available and all of the surrounding schools around you have it and you're the one that does not?
So are you going to have parents' approval before that it's okay for you to give this?
I would let Luann speak to the approval and how that looks for parents. It would definitely be something they would be aware of that we have on campus, just like all of our other emergency medications.
Awareness is different than approval.
I understand that, sir.
Ann?
I hope you guys know this is nothing new. The Narcan availability was put in the Safe and Secure Schools Act years ago. These are probably the last 2 schools in the state that don't have it. And they took it out of Safe and Secure Schools because it's free, and the state doesn't have to fund it anymore. So thank you for bringing this forward. I'm just sorry it's taken this long to really address this critical issue, and appreciate you bringing it here. Thank you.
You're welcome. I feel like our students have less access to the students that go to the other public schools surrounding us. And it would look incredibly bad if something happened on our campus and we weren't able to react to it, or at least try.
I will add that anecdotally, I was speaking with a school nurse recently at a graduation, and as we stood there looking at the group around us, you have a bunch of parents and students that are on a campus, and we don't know where they came from, what their background is, what they may have on them. If someone were to go down in that moment, you talk about your go bag and being able to go and assess what's going on with the person and figure out what's happening, because there's not necessarily a paramedic standing there ready to go. And so, whether it's Narcan, whether it's an inhaler, whatever that person may need, an EpiPen, I think is a great example as well. Board members, any more questions? Kathy?
Was John going to speak at all?
That was my next question.
Okay, because my question is for him, so I just didn't know if
Okay.
he was going to.
All right.
Yeah, my couple thoughts as I'm listening to the conversation is that my sense is the board wants to approve a policy for both schools. We don't want to bring separate policies forward. I think the circumstances for our school are a little bit different. I think it's fair to say this is probably a more pressing issue for school for the deaf, but we want to be consistent. And we're looking for guidance from the board. Whatever the board wants us to do, we'll follow that. And as far as I'm personally concerned, I think it makes sense to notify parents and then to say, if you don't want us to administer Narcan, please let us know. So you can make it that way, just like you do for other practices and procedures in your school, to say, if you're not interested in this, let us know, and then we'll respect that. So I don't have any problem with that. But I'm from School for the Blind perspective, I think our SRO and our police officers, they're helping us in the evening and overnight hours, are capable. The only other people I would want trained would be nurses. I'm not interested in having teachers or coaches necessarily trained. It's just not something that I would want them to handle. If it's a medical issue, it goes to our nurse or a police officer who are already trained by the department. So.
Thank you. And I just want to point out, board members, in your packet, there is a recommended motion, but this is just a receive item today, so you can review the motion. Kathy?
So my question was, on our information, it talked about you having some adaptations to the policy, but I didn't, unless I'm missing it, see what that adaptation would
Yeah, it
be.
was pretty minor adjustments. I think in the original policy, it said coaches and teachers will be trained. I simply said these are the people who may be trained, so giving us a little discretion to decide who that is. Again, I'm more interested in just our nurses and the police officers. I don't think we need anybody else trained at our school.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. One last time. All right. Thank you all for being here. and sharing the information, and we'll have you back on a future agenda. Thank you very much. Item number 9, receive redetermination recommendations on conditionally accredited systems. Dr. Scott, that's a mouthful.
Mouthful right there. Madam Chair, Dr. Watson, members of the board, thank you for the time. I am here to present the most recent ARC recommendations. We call these redetermination, the process called it's redetermination because anytime, and this is, I need to be clear, this is still Kissa 1.0. So this is, as Dr. Watson walked you through the history of accreditation, you saw that this is still the Kissa 1.0 model that we're operating under with these systems. So anytime a system is conditionally accredited, the year after, they go through what we call a redetermination process. So they don't stay on conditionally accredited, until a certain point in time. It's every year, once you're conditionally accredited, you come back for a review every year. And we call that redetermination. And so we've done several of these already this year. This is our second to last group in August. And we'll bring back the last systems to come before the board for redetermination. So that's the process. We have 5 systems today. These 5 systems were either conditionally accredited initially in 22-23, or we have one system that was actually conditionally accredited in 21-22, and this is their second redetermination, just to be clear. And so that they're all being redetermined for accreditation status. I do want to remind the board that when a system responds, in the redetermination process, they're responding to the areas for improvement that were laid out by the ARC. And so when the ARC says this is something you need to work on, these are some steps to take, basically the system says, okay, we've taken these steps, they provide the evidence to the ARC, and then the ARC makes the determination either to uphold the conditional accredited status or to overturn it and convert it to accredited. So these are the 5 systems, and all 5 have submitted their response. The ARC has reviewed them and has voted to convert them to fully accredited. They have, in the ARC's collective mind, they have met the conditions that were set forth initially when they were conditionally accredited. These 5 systems will be action items in August, and also at August I'll bring the remaining 9 systems as receive. So, and that's going to be the last group through Kissa 1.0. That makes sense. So I'll stand for any questions on, and these are receive, action in August.
Were you on? You're on my list, but from before.
No, it's.
Start with you?
It was new.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kathy.
Sir, do the redetermination, when they come back at the ARC, is it the same group that first? No.
Yeah, we switched that up.
Okay.
So to your point, initially when a system is reviewed for accreditation, there's a 3-member group that reviews that. There is a lead reviewer, but then they all kind of collaborate on what's the decision for this system. The 3 that were involved in any of these systems being conditionally accredited were not part of the redetermination.
Okay, so
We
they were
switched
fresh
those up.
eyes all over it. Okay, thank you. That's
You
appreciate
bet.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jay, do you know on Liberal, the one that's been around twice, I noticed that between 22 and 23, they did make a pretty good jump in math. I haven't looked at ELA on results. Did they look at their 24 results too? Oh, actually in 23, they went up on ELA. So did they look at their 24 results to see if they're actually getting any better?
No, the review process didn't allow for that. They had not had the 24 results in yet.
Okay.
So they just looked at those, and to the point of, if it's a results-based AFI, area for improvement, if it's results like Liberal with state assessment scores, I think it's important for the board to remember that when the ARC says this is an area for improvement, these are some steps to take that as long as the system they're taking those steps to improve in that area, that's meeting the conditions. The ARC doesn't say you have to improve state assessment scores within the next year. They just don't say that, and I don't think anybody would say that. That's not really realistic. So I think when you see some jumps in certain areas and then maybe decline in other areas, I think you can't really attribute that to anything that the ARC had the system do, because the system is still working through those conditions. So I think that's important to remember, that when the ARC says we're recommending them to be accredited, that means they've met the conditions that the ARC set forth.
Okay, well, I just have a concern. I remember one district we approved because, gosh, they had a plan, they had a process, and the results have never gotten any better. And yet there was nothing, I mean, now that we look at everything annually,
Yes.
maybe that won't happen. But like Ulysses, I know I sent you a note, their goal to improve 1% a year, that's just not acceptable. And what I hope is they're not trying to just clear the deck for 2.0 and get all of them accredited, whether they should be there or not. That's
No,
my
and that was
concern.
not something that, to be fair to the ARC, they're not looking necessarily at the goals that the system has set. They're looking for the presence of goals, which Ulysses did have. Now, I think the idea around Ulysses having a goal that they want to increase 3% over a 3-year period, right? There's some coaching there. That doesn't need to be the ARC saying you're conditionally accredited because your goals aren't rigorous enough. I think the coaching that we can provide through the new model of support, where we're checking in with systems, I can't see any of our regional executives sitting down with the system, and if that's their goal, not actually asking about that, right? And so that's not part of the ARC's, really, the redetermination, the criteria. That comes through that coaching conversation.
I know, but man, if rigor isn't a part of this, then we missed the boat.
Well, I think rigor is a part of it. I just think that when we're talking about, do you have rigorous goals or not, that's much more of a coaching conversation as opposed to a decision for accreditation.
Okay, guess we'll just disagree on that one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, you get an early lunch, a whole 7 minutes. We will be back at 1:30, and the policy committee meets over lunch today. So don't head out the door and forget. We're ready for item 10, the presentation on behavior issues in schools. Welcome, Mr. Vice Chair Porter.
Thank you, appreciate the opportunity. The ESI task force was established about 10 years ago, and it put together a group of people that were dealing with the issues of the misuse of safety intervention strategies in schools. It was put together by the legislature, and there were about 17 members present in that group, and I can assure you that the group was very interesting because it was people that had been in adversarial relationships for years, and if Betty was a member of that group and a couple of other people, you could actually cut the tension with a knife when you walked in. But I'm very proud to say that after many months and many meetings, we came together and unanimously approved the regulations that we have now. And I appreciate that. The reason that the legislature did this, and I'm going to sound somewhat critical of our predecessors, because they had multiple opportunities over the years to address this issue and they did not, or at least the way they addressed it was extremely anemic, and then that required the legislation because our predecessors didn't take that as seriously, in my view, and I was critical at the time, so this is not new for that. There are only 3 members of the State Board, and one of the reasons I wanted to make this presentation is there were only 3 members who were on the State Board of Education at the time that that happened, and 2 of those members are leaving, and after January there'll just be 1 that was there. So I thought it was an appropriate time for us to start to bring you up to date on how we got to where we are. You have in front of you 5 letters from teachers, all of whom, in my view, have significant issues that need to be dealt with. And I would encourage you to read those and take them very seriously. We need to do a better job at communicating best practices. And if room clearing is being used on a consistent basis, that is not best practices. However, our regulations, there is nothing in our regulations that require or even suggest the use of room clearing. There is, however, a great deal of information, there is, however, the regulations which say it's the requirement of the local school district to come up with their plan to implement emergency safety interventions. So although our regulations do not require that, it is the local school district that makes those determinations. So the issues in this letter need to be addressed at the local level because our regulations do not require in any way or even suggest seclusion. Madam Chair, I propose, since it's been so long since we've dealt with this, that we need to reevaluate our processes. And so I'm requesting that we put another group together for the purpose of reviewing what is happening in schools, collect the data to find out whether or not these are isolated incidents or they're happening across the state and where they're happening, and what we can do to better educate both faculty and administrators. And part of the problem is that we have so many new people that don't know what their authority is or what their responsibilities are. I recommend that we do that. And one of the people that I want to recommend be on that group is somebody that Michelle recommended to us that met with our group. And I would recommend that Dr. Martell be a part of that group. This is a long presentation. And so I'm going to ask that if you have questions, and several people are involved in the presentation, so I'm going to ask if you have questions, if you write them down, and we let everybody finish, and then do that at the end. We're going to come in 3 groups. The first group is going to be those people that from disability rights and families together who are advocates for children. The second group is going to be, and they're going to talk about how we got to where we are. They're going to kind of give a history and where we got to where we are and anything else they want to talk about. The second group is going to be TASN, MTSS, those groups that are put together for the purpose of providing technical assistance to schools to help them address the problems, many of which we see in these letters. And the third group is going to be actually from the department talking about their involvement and how they can be helpful. They're going to introduce themselves as they come up. The first person that I'm going to introduce is the Executive Director of the Disability Rights Center of Kansas, Rocky Nichols, and it'll go from there. Thank you, Rocky.
Thanks, Jim. Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Rocky Nichols. I'm the Executive Director of the Disability Rights Center of Kansas. I was also the Vice Chair of the ESI Task Force. And our agency provides legally based advocacy services for students with disabilities, including those who were inappropriately subjected to ESI where the regs weren't followed. I would add one thing. I would point out that since the 2023 regulations, which this board adopted, we have seen a 50% decrease in the complaints that we receive regarding ESI. So I have a pretty tough time, tough job here today. I have to walk you through the history of ESI, which is a 20-year history, and I have to do it in just a couple of minutes. Before I do, I want to give you kind of big pictures. What are my lessons learned? And these are my opinions. The current ESI policy was definitely a delicate compromise between all interested parties, schools, parents, disability community. And in my humble opinion, as being one of the members who is, one of the people who's been involved with this for 20 years, a key goal of this and future state boards of education should be to vigilantly safeguard that compromise and to maintain legislative intent. Now, when I walk through this timeline, I'll talk about, the state board did this, the state board did that. Please understand that those were prior state boards of education, not this state board of education. I'm not being critical, I'm just trying to tell you what our perspective was over this 20-year period. And not this state board, and this state board has shown that you will protect this policy and the legislative intent. So, these are out of order. Or when I hit space, it's, whoever did this did not put them in the right order. Yeah, and all of my slides are not here. I'll follow up with the slides. So 2004, which is not a slide that's here, Joint Education Committee held hearings on this issue. They were shocked about the inappropriate use of seclusion and restraint. They agreed to hold more hearings. 2005, the Senate Education Committee held hearings on this issue. They heard about the harm suffered by Kansas school children. That committee unanimously directed the state board to adopt meaningful regulations. 2006 to 2007, the KSDE legal counsel at the time formed a work group with all the interested parties, schools, disability, parents, etc. The goal was to implement the Senate directive to adopt regulations. In early 2006, that work group reached consensus on what those regulations should look like. The board held hearings on the compromise regulations in 2007, but the board did not adopt that compromise. Now, why were those regulations not adopted? Again, this is just my opinion, but the compromise was agreed to in early 2006. 2006 was an election year. One board member who supported the regs was not on the board after the 2006 elections. So from my opinion, when the board had the votes to support these compromise regulations drafted by the KSDE staff, the school special interest compromised. The 2006 election changed all that. The school special interests, I guess, thought that they could kill the regs, and that's what happened. By one vote, the board failed to pass the compromise regulations in 2007, and instead they passed what were known as voluntary guidelines, which were really unworkable and unenforceable. Now we're at a slide that I will talk about. So 2007 to 2012. So voluntary guidelines are adopted. They don't work. Parents show up and explain why they don't work. School kids suffer. Parents gave multiple reasons, multiple examples of why this isn't working. So by 2012, 5 years has passed, and the House responds because there still weren't workable protections. They passed House Bill 2444 by a pretty significant vote, 2-1, 82 to 41. That proposal mirrored the 2007 KSDE staff compromise that was almost passed. Again, one member of the board comes back after the 2000 elections. I'm convinced we would have had regulations then. Passes the House, it goes to the Senate. The board specifically asked the Senate not to pass House Bill 2444. The board agreed to implement effective regulations, and every senator and House member we talked to thought, hey, 2444 mirrored the KSDE staff recommendations, so lawmakers broadly thought and expected that the state board would adopt that as their regulations. That did not happen. 2013 regulations were passed, but they weren't those same regulations with those same protections. They set aside the compromise draft written by KSDE staff. And the new regulations required school districts to have policies, but it really wasn't effective and effectively enforceable. So fast forward 2 years, by 2025, the legislature, and again, this isn't my opinion, this is my opinion, but this is what I heard from legislators. Legislators thought that the board was being unresponsive, so they passed a law. And basically they did something that was unheard of and unprecedented. Because they passed the law, had it go into effect, and then they set up the Blue Ribbon Commission, the ESI task force, to make recommendations on that law. That's kind of unheard of. Typically, the legislature likes to punt issues, right? They'll say, we'll appoint a task force, a Blue Ribbon Commission. You go make recommendations and bring them back. They did the unprecedented step of first passing the law, getting the law in place, and then saying, okay, we're going to have this law. You guys meet task force and you come up with any changes in that law. That's what happened. Why did they do that? Take that unprecedented step? Well, the need was undeniable. From the legislature's perspective, again, they thought the board wasn't fixing the problem, and legislature basically thought, well, we just can't wait any longer. So the ESI task force met, they made recommendations, the task force compromised, and we unanimously recommended a few adjustments to the 2015 law, but by and large, that law was maintained. So in 2016, that goes back to the legislature, those ESI recommendations. They're passed nearly unanimously. Only one member of the entire legislature, 165 members, votes against it. But some legislators were concerned about a provision of that law that was a sunset. Some were concerned, very concerned, that from their opinion, the history of the inaction by past state boards of education, they were worried about the policy only being in the board's reg. What allowed them to get comfortable with the sunset is that the board stepped up and took ownership of this issue. And there were commitments made to maintain the protections for students and parents that are in that policy and also maintain legislative intent in 2016. So then in 2013, this board responded and you adopted amendments to the ESI regulations that kept that commitment. And by doing that, the board fulfilled its promise to the Kansas legislature to, one, safeguard the protections for students and parents, while also taking ownership over this issue and maintaining that legislative intent and the protections by closing the loopholes that were caused by the misinterpretation of the hearing officer. That's everything on the timeline. Next, I'm going to bring up Tanya Wade, who's going to tell you her story. Her testimony is here, and also would call your attention to a summary of past parent testimonies on this issue that you can please read at your leisure. Tanya?
Good afternoon, school board members in education. My name is Tanya Wade.
I am here today as a representative of Kansas parents who know how horrible things were prior to 2015 law and the resulting state board ESI regulations. I'm a parent of a beautiful 25-year-old daughter with a disability. Her name is Kissa Wade. She has profound autism and is mostly nonverbal. I'm here to tell you how horrible my daughter Kissa was treated by the public schools in Kansas City, Kansas, and to underscore why the ESI protection in the regulation was absolutely needed and must be preserved at all cost. My example happened before the law now regulations were in effect. My example will hopefully convince you that Kansas must always have these protections for students and parents. The policy must always support the legislative intent. We will never go back to the dark times before these protections. Kissa was forced against her will into a scary and tiny box that the school was using as a so-called seclusion room. It wasn't a room. It was a small makeshift box built out of material you can buy at your local hardware store. The box looked more fitting for a dog rather than a child. As I recalled it, it was only around 3 feet wide and far too small for a child to fit safely inside. The school had used the box, but they never told me. Kissa was forced against her will into the small makeshift box, and she was traumatized. It forever harmed my child. I was called to the school because of how Kissa was reacting to being forced into this box. When I came to her rescue, my daughter was lying naked on a cold, hard, dirty school floor. She was traumatized by the box that she had taken off all her clothing and had defecated and urinated on herself. Her pupils were dilated. She kept repeating, "Mommy, no breath. Mommy, no breath," which was her way of saying she could not breathe. She was so traumatized that I had to take her to the emergency room at KU Medical Center. That experience forever harmed my daughter. It also forever changed me. After being forced into the box, my daughter continued to have terrible anxiety. She cannot sleep by herself even today. She was potty trained years before this incident. However, the trauma made her forget that training, and she sometimes defecates on herself, even as an adult. She is still afraid of dark and enclosed spaces. A child should never have to go through what my child went through. This is where you come in. You have the power to the guardians of Kansas school children by ensuring the current protection for students in the ESI regulation continues now and into the future. As a board member, you can't go back in time and undo what happened to my daughter. However, I pray every day that I could go back in time and stop what happened to Kissa. But I can't. You can't go back in time. But you can hear my story and stories of other parents, and you can learn from it. In your packet, you have a summary of parents' horrible stories prior to the law and regulations. I urge you to read them. As the old saying goes, unless we have learned from the past, we are doomed to repeat it. You should learn from the past, and the board should act as a caretaker and guardian of the current ESI protection for parents and students. My child is now forever broken. This is because of the interactions of prior state board. This state board and future state board can help address the prior interaction by safeguarding and protecting the current regulations, just like you will protect your own child. Thank you.
Hello, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am going to click through here and see if it goes to my... Okay, thank you. While we're waiting, I'll just let you know that I was a member of that original committee, and I was really appreciative to be part of that. And I think Mr. Porter did a good job describing how that process went for us all, and I think it ended up being extremely productive and felt really good about the work we did. So I'm going to take just an opportunity, because some of you may not know that much about Families Together, so I'd like you to know who we are. The statute that says how we're going to provide services to all those students with disabilities in our state also has language in it that says we will have a parent training and information center, and Families Together has been that since about the mid-'80s. I've been with Families Together since 1988, so for a long time of our journey, I've been part of our organization. We've grown tremendously. I'm proud of that. When I started, there were 4 of us, most of us part-time. We now have 25 staff across the state helping families, 5 staff who are bilingual Spanish speaking, and then we have interpreters for any of those families that come to us no matter what their language needs are. So just want you to know that we are here helping families every day in that way. We are located across the state. We have physical offices in Topeka and Wichita. You can see we have remote staff at different areas in Kansas, and we just keep trying to grow that so that families can really find that support close to where they're at, close to where they call home. Part of our responsibility is to really make sure that families understand their rights and responsibilities in the processes of special education, and including emergency safety interventions. So helping them understand what those regulations are. We created a really nice family guide for them to help them understand that process. And we are also here to help families walk through that. We do get calls regularly. I think like Rocky said earlier, our calls have been down, I think, over the last few years. I think that is a credit to the work that we've done in this area. I also think that I hear a lot of families and educators really understanding emergency safety interventions in a better way. So I know there's always those things that come up, but when families reach out to us and there are problems, then what we like to do is just kind of dig in and start working with the whole team to get to a better place. So that's the goal of Families Together always. As far as emergency safety interventions, we do provide training for families, like where we walk through it. Many times educators are a part of those trainings. I know that our guide has been downloaded a number of times from the TASN website as well as our website, so I know it's being utilized. It's available in English and Spanish. We also keep a lot of data, so anytime a parent calls us, no matter what the topic is, we have data about everything to do with that family, everything about the demographics of the child, and then also kind of the process we work through and where we end up. So that kind of data is here and available, and we're happy to share that down the road and be part of wherever this takes us today. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Stickle, and I work for the TASN Autism and Tertiary Behavior Supports Project. We provide technical assistance to educators, to families with kids who have really complex learning needs, not just autism, but there certainly are a lot of neurodivergent kids out there that need lots of different kinds of assistance. I was asked to talk a little bit about some of the training resources that we can provide for districts, and specifically around ESI. Before I jump to the ESI information, I would like to talk more about some of the behavior management resources that we have. I'm concerned with the focus on ESI, the exclusive focus on ESI, that we're losing sight of the fact that ESI is a last resort, and that what we really need to be thinking about is how can we do a better job of catching kids early in that cycle of escalation, and even more importantly, how to put supports in place that we would refer to as antecedent supports, those things that come before behavior ever occurs. How do we support kids to navigate the environments that we've created in a way that will help them be successful? So one of the things that I want to share with you is the very first link, and these will all go to the websites where you'll find these resources. The IRA Center has an entire module on low-intensity strategies. And we may think of, I was telling the group earlier, I did a little research, and we spent millions of taxpayer dollars researching these low-intensity strategies. And I'm just going to tell you what they are, and you're going to wonder why we had to spend money to prove out something that is just absolutely common sense. So one of the first one is to provide behavior-specific praise. So when a kiddo is doing something that you want them to do, you praise them, but you don't just say, good job. You say, I like the way you got your math book put away. Thank you for lining up quietly. That's behavior-specific praise. Using pre-correction, telling kids what it is you want them to do before you send them off to do it. I just ran cousin camp at my house over 4th of July with my great nieces and nephews. I wish I would have reviewed these low-intensity strategies, because I'm telling you, I didn't use pre-correction. I'd send them off, and then I was upset with what I saw, when in fact, it wasn't fair for me to be upset because they didn't really know what the expectation was. We need to be actively supervising kiddos. So I have a friend here who's going to present next, and she will tell a story that's really made up, okay, about kids shredding paper in the back of a classroom with a Bic lighter, and then a teacher wondering how a fire broke out, right? So you've got to be up, moving around, knowing what's going on in your classroom. We need to make sure that we give kids lots of opportunities to respond, because opportunities to respond equal engagement. And when kids are actively engaged in good learning, they're less likely to be engaged in problematic behavior. We need to provide kids choices. We need to provide people choices, right? No one likes to be told what to do, but sometimes we have to do what we're told. We can provide choices between activities sometimes. Sometimes we provide choices within activities. So yep, it's time to do math. Do you want to use a pencil or pen, write on a whiteboard or on a piece of paper? Do we care? No, we don't, because it's time to do math, right? So we can provide choices. The other thing that we have to do is build some behavioral momentum, and that means giving high probability requests of kids. So asking them to do something you know they're going to be willing to do. And once you get them in that little mindset of, I'm doing what I'm asked to do, it's much more likely that that behavior will continue. So does it seem strange to you that we spent $3 million of taxpayer money to prove out things that are just common sense? The reality is we have to use research-based methods. We know that these methods work and that they're low intensity, and that every educator, actually any adult who engages with kids, if we use these strategies, we will reduce the amount of problem behavior in our classrooms significantly. The other resource that I provided up there for you is the graphic of the escalation cycle. So we know behavior occurs across an entire cycle. People are calm, they get triggered, they begin to accelerate, they get agitated, they accelerate, they hit peak, they start to decelerate, and then they return to calm, if we're lucky. We know as educators that when you can teach someone and you can engage with them when they're calm, you can do it when they're triggered, and you can start to do it a little bit when they're agitated. But man, when they're accelerating, it's time to back off, because everything you say just pushes them up one rung further. So knowing and understanding that cycle of escalation, and knowing the students in your classroom well enough that you know where they're at in it. You have to intervene early in the cycle of escalation, or you will end up being forced into a position where you might have to use an emergency safety intervention. Our project put together some de-escalation modules. Those modules are the most requested, most hit item on the entire TASN website. They're great. We have materials built around them for people to use in their professional learning communities, and all of these resources, of course, are free. And of course, the universal checklist helps you when you're thinking, gosh, I'm not happy with the way things are going in my classroom or in the cafeteria or wherever. What's going on? What do I need to think about? That universal checklist is a great thing for teachers to kind of review. I only chose 4 because we have 610 different resources on the website when you Google behavior, when you search behavior on the website. So those to me are my top 4. When it comes to ESI, we also have several resources. We have modules that have been put together both by my project, Autism and Tertiary Behavior Supports, and also Infinitec has ESI training modules. Again, all of those materials are free, as well as the appropriate use of ESI checklist and an ESI regulation cheat sheet, so that educators don't have to go through, read the entire regulation and try to interpret what that might mean. So we try to provide bite-sized pieces of information to direct service providers so that they can, in fact, put these things into play. Our project is one of the few, I think maybe we're the only one, that will go in and do direct consultation in classrooms with educators, families, and students who are showing significant behavior issues. I can tell you that the majority of the time that we're there, the interventions that we rely upon are the ones that I just read you, those low-intensity interventions. It's really not rocket science. Kids want to feel good about where they're at. Teachers want to feel good about where they're at. And in order to have that happen, we have to provide an engaging environment. Before I hand it over to Linda, I will share one other thing. I think it's important that we always provide safe, predictable, engaging environments for kids. I think they deserve it. I think the teachers deserve it. I think there's only one way to do that, and that's by putting a safe, predictable, engaging adult in that environment. In the end, we rely on our teachers and our paraeducators to support kids, to help them manage and navigate the environments that we create. They don't get to create them, we do. So I hope you find those resources helpful. If you have questions at all, we'll be happy to answer that at the end. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Wilkerson. I'm one of the co-directors of Kansas MTSS. And I want to talk to you for just a minute about TASN in general, because Kansas has a support system for educators that few states have even been able to get close to, and TASN is that resource. There are 13 different projects under that. Lee Stickle talked about one of the projects, ATBS. We're the other larger project, Kansas MTSS, but there are 13 projects whose sole purpose is to reach out and assist schools when they have situations come up that might need an expertise they don't have in their district, might need some support, some new ways of thinking about things. And so we're very happy to be part of the TASN system and show exactly what we have to offer schools. And if you look on the TASN website, the very front page lists all 13 of the Families Together is also one. I don't know where Leslie's behind the podium, but you don't know what's going on back there. It's really pretty interesting. So, not really. Oops, nope, I'm sorry. Lee, how do I forward this here? I'm sorry. Spacebar. There we go, thank you. Sorry about that. We had no tutorial. This is just, yep. So I want to talk to you for just a minute about Kansas MTSS in particular. Where Lee mentioned that she does direct student intervention a lot with their grant or project, We do systems work. So we go into a system and we try to help them figure out where there are gaps, where there are weaknesses, where they need training, what needs to be created, what needs to be reduced, trying to help them figure out the best way to work through just their whole educational day. And one of the things that we have is a group that is a behavior and social emotional group that works directly with districts. And we talk to them about climate. What's the climate of your school? What's the climate of your classroom? How do you change that? If I had time, I could come in and talk to each of you and introduce myself and say your name out loud. We know that's a powerful strategy when you're working with kids, when they come in your classroom to say their name out loud. But when we say that to teachers, it's a new concept. So there are things that teachers can do to change the trajectory before we hit ESI. And that's what our grant is dedicated to, and I know Lee's is and several others. Because when you get to ESI, that's the end of the road. That things have gone horribly wrong. And we would definitely like to intervene and help you move things back. Let's intervene early. We talk about building positive relationships in the school. One of the activities we have schools do is a relationship mapping activity. And they literally put the name of all their kids up on the wall, and the teachers check off who they think they have a close relationship with. And it's glaring the kids that have no check marks. But then they ask the kids sometimes to come in and check the teachers to see who they have a close relationship with, and those lists don't match. It is a way to get them to start thinking about, how is my relationship with this student? What am I doing to make them feel welcome? Because if you don't have a relationship with someone, you are not going to help them de-escalate. You are not going to avoid ESI. It's just as simple as that. Lee and I'm going to quote Lee since she quoted me earlier from one of her behavior talks. Your ability to tolerate behavior that is inappropriate is directly related to how far you are from the behavior. Teachers are telling us they are stressed. They are at the end of their rope. They don't know what to do. And sometimes it's easy for us as these teams that go in to say, well, if they did this, well, if they did that. But we really need to honor the fact that they're telling us I'm at the end of my rope. When I'm at the end of my rope, I don't want you to tell me all the things I should have done in the moment. I need to calm down, and then we need to make a plan together. And that's what Kansas MTSS does. We're in a district 3 solid years at least, and then we work with them throughout time. We still check in with districts we worked with 10 years ago to try to see what can we do to help you. We provide professional development across the state from nationally known speakers. We do it every year, and we open it up to our teams first, and then we open it up to the entire state. We want people to get this. You don't have to work with us to get this information. We want it to be available to any teacher that says, I need help with de-escalation. I need help with positive relationships, those kind of things. So we dedicate our time to try and raise the level of education for the teachers that are in the classroom. It's easy to say we've got a lot of teachers that weren't trained, that aren't prepared, that are in the classroom, but the reality is they're there, so we need to do something about it. We need to help them as much as we can. So we spend our time trying to do professional development that raises the level for all. We also spend time talking to the administrators in the district when we first go in. And we really do talk about the fact that if you want things to change for teachers, you've got to have time in your schedule for them to do it. You've got to provide the professional development. You've got to support them. And I know those are things you're sitting here thinking, well, yes, that makes perfect sense. But it is not the practice of the land. I'm going to tell you right now. I wish it were. So we spend a lot of time talking about where are you? What's your district doing? We look at your data. We look at lots of data. And we help them decide, where's the next place you need help? We don't go in and just say, you're doing this. We say, where's the next place you need help? And that's where we go. So we're going to spend our time trying to raise the professional development for all teachers. We're going to spend our time trying to prevent kids from hitting the ESI button, because that, again, in our opinion, is way too far down the road. We're going to team up this fall and do a partnership with the College and Career, pardon? Readiness. Well, their framework. We're going to work with Patty Gomer Erickson and Patty Noonan, and we're going to do some trainings together to try and help build some relationships with their work that they're doing in the classrooms already and how that would work with your entire building, not just this little small group of kids. So anything that we offer, we try to make available to the entire state so that they can, and we do them all around the state, which is something that is, I'm going to throw out as a plug for people that are doing any kind of training. Western Kansas is not Topeka, and so we are pushing west to make sure that those teachers have the same access as the Johnson County teachers do to have these kind of trainings. So we'll probably be doing some trainings this fall in de-escalation. Again, we are committed to kids not getting to the ESI stage. That is our focus. That is many of the TASM projects' focus. Thank you for giving me some of your time today.
She got it as soon as she walked away, the Kansas CAN competency framework, and that's what, I didn't know what you were going for, so that's my fault, I fed you the wrong word. Okay, as we go through, KSDE, when there's emergency safety interventions and they get to our level, it is a whole different level of support because schools have local control. And one thing I've heard every speaker mention is emergency safety interventions are a last resort, but they are general ed interventions. So when we are looking at emergency safety intervention that's being reported to us, the first thing that we look at is, in SPED, we love acronyms, so it's the LRE. What is the least restrictive environment? When we have students who are clearing classrooms, which are what the 5 letters are that you guys had handed to you, they are serious concerns. And if students are clearing classrooms and they're doing it multiple times, at what point is the team getting together, whether it's a regular ed intervention team or a kid who might have a behavior plan or a kid that's on an IEP or a 504? Any kid in the building can get a team together and we start talking about what is the triggering event? What are the antecedents? Following that escalation pattern that Lee was talking about. What is leading to this? Is there something in the environment? Taking a look at the holistic setting that the kid is sitting in. So least restrictive environment means we're still providing that free and appropriate public education, which is the FAPE. Every kid needs to stay put while we're trying to figure these things out, but we want to make sure we're minimizing the distractions that are leading to kids losing academic time in the content that they're sitting in that classroom. So when we do that, we talk about a continuum of services. I love this visual. I finally found a colorful one when we went to the law conference in Omaha. They had a continuum of support because we often hear people go, why can't we just put them over here? Or why can't they just get a computer and they be on homebound? Homebound is the most restrictive setting. If you look at this, this goes up. If you follow that purple arrow, the least restrictive setting for any kiddo in our schools in Kansas and the United States is the regular ed setting. We know that's not everybody's least restrictive environment all the time. But how do we document that we might need regular ed classroom with some consultation? Maybe we're doing co-teaching. Maybe we need to have some specific targeted interventions where they're in there looking at the curriculum while the teacher's teaching, but then they take a pause and they go and they work on it intensively with a smaller group, maybe in the back of the room, maybe in a different room because they've got distraction issues. Looking at all of these factors are the topics that Lee was talking about getting to know your kids. Classrooms are the learning environment. We are not just asking kids to learn. Teachers are learning their students every day. And that's where we've got to do good professional development and amp up the supports, because when we're learning what our students need, we start noticing if they're getting triggered or if they're getting escalated. We're not noticing it when it's way up here and we have to evacuate a classroom because there's a safety risk now. That's that last resort piece. But if you also look on the other side, we have this blue arrow, and it's talking about if we're in a homebound or a hospital setting, that's also where they're having the least interactions with their peers. those are not always the most pro-social settings for kids. We have to be able to emulate what it's going to look like for them as they move on into adult flourishing into their lives. Not everybody's going to live in a small setting where they're not interacting, engaging with other people. We want them to be able to be around the most people so that they have the opportunities to do everything that everyone else does. Because this is a regular ed setting, and because we look at some of the special ed interventions that we put into place, like in a behavior plan, what's good for SPED kids is good for all kids. So these are regular ed interventions that can happen with any child. So resources that we offer, we have an annual training video, and Lee mentioned them, the ones that we have on the TASN website, as well as our Infinitec. All of the Infinitec videos, whether you're part of their coalition or not, I talked with Beth this morning, all of the ESI videos are free. When a school completes the video, a participant in any school completes the video, it documents their training for them and it gives them a certificate of completion, which meets the regulations where everybody is going to get trained annually. So we also have an ESI checklist. If there is an emergency safety intervention, there are specific things that have to be documented. That parent needs to know before the kid comes home. They need to know as soon as possible, because they need to know how to have that conversation with their kiddo. That kid shouldn't be coming home without the parent knowing that there was a seclusion or a restraint during their day. And within 24 hours, the documentation on that checklist needs to be turned in wherever the local district decides they're going to house that paperwork. Sometimes it's in the SPED department office, sometimes it's in the front office, sometimes it's at the superintendent's office. Those need to be identified locations and expectations for any time there's an emergency safety intervention. There's guidelines for contacting parents, what parents need to know. All of that's on Leslie's Families Together website. We have TASN resources in the Infinitec training videos that are really important because people can go back and watch them at any time. If you've got a teacher that's got a kid that's struggling in the classroom, encourage them. When you guys get the phone calls from people, say, hey, have you taken a look at those Infinitec videos? Tell me what you think. You know, they can call KSDE and that's where I will refer them to when I get the phone calls. And then data collection. We just wrapped up our ESI data collection window in June, and right now we have 32 schools who still haven't gotten their data into us, so that's my shameless plug. If anybody's out there watching it, make sure your data's turned into me, because what we do is we have an amazing group of people that's another TASN group, it's called GSTAD. They do all the scrubbing of our data, making sure we look at the maximum number of restraints, the maximum number of minutes a kid may have been restrained, the maximum number of seclusions, and the maximum minutes a kid may have had a seclusion. We look at all that data, and that's how we assign our technical assistance teams to go out and work with buildings and say, hey, tell us the story of what's going on here, because they're telling us they have some of the highest needs in the state that need extra additional support. Our TAT team members are amazing at the job they do in supporting districts, especially when we have the documentation. The part that I struggle with is when we're looking at data, sometimes people forget that they have to turn that in for regular ed interventions. So we get a lot of special ed data because we're using that to write behavior plans, but we don't know that all the emergency interventions, if we got two kids fighting over PE class that they thought they should be the pickleball champion, and that neither one of them, you know, we're not defining a winner. If they have to separate two kiddos that are fighting, is that being turned in ESI? Because they have a restraint if you're separating kids fighting. Those are pieces of data that we're constantly trying to clear up and making sure all districts are understanding this is for everyone. ESI reporting is for everyone. So when our TAT team members go out, they do what is called on-site reviews, and they provide very specific child intervention-driven. They look at the data, they look at the setting, they look at what is on the IEP, or if the kid doesn't have an IEP, what kind of behaviors are we documenting, what are the needs, and what do you have available in your district locally that can address the needs of that kid and keep them in their least restrictive environment. So here's our numbers, restraint data. It's going to look like a lot, but I have in here divided out 7,990. If you divided that by the 1,472 buildings we have in Kansas, that would be on average about 5 per building in a school year. Still, that's 5. That's 5 interruptions of learning. The average duration of a restraint is 1 minute. If you've ever seen a restraint, it's hard to hold and maintain a hold on a kid for any long period of time, especially the bigger that they get. Little kids, little squirrelier, so you may have to, that's where that number is 1. If you look at our data, we did pull this before we all got together here with you. Our average data over the last several years since we started collecting it is age 8 to age 12, with restraints and with seclusions. So that we have a targeted population we know we can provide technical assistance to, because that's when they're challenging and practicing behaviors that are more interruptive to the learning environment. Okay, seclusion data. We have 11,765 incidents of seclusion. That's not for this school year, remember, because we're still scrubbing that data right now. That is from last school year. The average duration of a seclusion was 6 minutes. And the average age of a student receiving seclusion was 8. There's a common denominator there. The younger, they don't have skills. That's why the Kansas CAN competency framework is so important, because that's that skill building piece. They don't have the decision making. They don't have the problem solving. They don't know how to advocate for themselves and be assertive appropriately. So teaching them those skills as we do the skill building when they get older, the decrease of the ESIs is a little bit more evident. And then in the situation where we have a dispute, where a family doesn't agree with how a situation was handled, the way that dispute resolution process goes is the local district does the investigation on a dispute. And then if both parties can come to agreement with mediation, then the dispute is resolved. If not, they notify our general counsel here. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And they will follow the same guidelines that are stated in the parents' rights document, and all of that is housed on our KSDE website. General counsel could assign an outside investigator to go in and look at what all the details were of the situation, and then they'll come up with findings, and they will follow the findings and come to a resolution. So always, it's the adults hopefully modeling that even though we may have a disagreement about something, we can come together to make a resolution that's better for the kid. And then we have a lot of successes, and these are just people I know specifically. People in my correctional setting background, we were using restorative practices. Our ESIs were non-existent because we were teaching kids how to talk to each other. And sometimes these are the toughest situations because we have a lot of really ingrained mindsets where people didn't feel like they had to work together. So using those restorative approaches is very powerful and extremely effective. It is data-driven. Atchison has an amazing program they're doing where all of the kids are included fully and they're in their least restrictive environment. And Nicole Honeywell has done some presentations. She was at our KSDE conference last year, and she went to a national conference and presented with Carrie Rogers. She is amazing if you need somebody to lean into. We've asked permission from these people to share their stories. We have a lot of students that are making progress that have been in more restrictive environments, that are building skills, and they're working their way back down into less restrictive environments. Students that were in alternative settings that are now returning to their original buildings. Those are success stories. They may not seem like a very big deal, but when they can go back in and they can spend that senior year with the kids that they started kindergarten with, if they've been lucky enough to be in a district like that, then those are success stories as they go out into the world of work. And that is the last thing that I had for you guys. Bert, do you have any other additions?
I think you covered it all.
Okay.
We have about 7 minutes now.
And what we want to do is open it up. I know we were hoping we could get through the slides as fast as possible. Do you guys have questions? And if so, we can bring everybody up here or just whoever you guys want to ask specifically.
Start with Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Trish, since you're up there, and the questions are to you. You had mentioned that you pulled 2 kids, separate the 2 kids. Are both parents notified of that? So if there's a room clear, are all the parents of that classroom saying, hey, that this happened today, so that they could look for anxiety, anxious kid coming home? I mean, because obviously they've seen something that's traumatizing to them, and so are all the parents called on
I
that?
will tell you, I can't speak for what every district's doing. I don't know that that is the protocol that local buildings have approved. So what I would say is if you are a district that's going to allow, encourage, promote room clears, every kid, because if you remove a kid from a setting, you put them down the hall in the library, they know they can't leave and go back to their classroom, and you're not meaningfully engaging them and giving them academic instruction, those 19 kids down the hall may have just had an ESI. So how is that getting documented? That would be a best practice. You should notify every kid, just like if two kids are fighting, both parents should be notified. It won't be like a school reach call, but does that happen? That's where the documentation should be shown. And if schools are encouraging classroom clears, that's going to decrease that, because as an administrator, that is a lot of manpower hours if you got to call 19 parents.
Right.
Following up, Michelle, I think that's one thing, that's a very good question, and one that should be addressed by the group that I'm asking to be established. As I said to this group earlier, I used to say as a superintendent, if the thought ever crosses your mind, does Mr. Porter need to know? The answer is yes. If the thought ever crosses our situation needs to be, if the thought ever crosses your mind, does the parent need to be notified? The answer is yes. And so I'd like to make sure that that's on an agenda going ahead.
Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has anybody heard of a training called MANT training? Okay, I had a administrator tell me that that is where they were getting the room clearing from, that they were taught in that training that that was something that needed to happen. Is that?
It's one of the strategies that's taught as a way to not put hands on a kiddo who is escalated. So yeah, there are a number of de-escalation trainings, MANT, CPI, gosh, there's euchre, there's just all kinds of them. So different kinds recommend different things.
Okay, and if I can, Leah, specifically, when you were talking, do you know, or maybe it's not even a question for you, with everything you were talking about with the low-intensity strategies and, you know, which all sounded amazing and, like you said, full of common sense, but things we don't necessarily always think of, do we know if those are being taught to our pre-service teachers? Like, are they being given this kind of information to be able to walk into a classroom with? Because that certainly sounded like
I can't speak to
I would say
all universities or programs. It is something that's taught at KU's special education department.
Okay.
But I don't think it's exclusive to them. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
sounds
a
like on a
KU
general
grad,
ed
but I'm
level,
still
we
not
need
saying
to-
anything bad about the other universities.
Right,
So
right.
I
No,
can only speak to that one.
Right. And then when we were talking about with the MTSS, I know Linda was talking, the schools and training the schools, is that something the schools are then having to ask you to come into, I assume, to do training, or how does that look?
We work with districts on an application process. We have an application on our website. If you fill it in, we work with you. It's not really a screening application, but it's really a way to vet, this is what we're gonna do, this is what we're gonna ask you to do. Is this what you want to sign up for kind of application? But it's open to any district in the state, and we're currently working right this moment in about 70 districts, not buildings, but districts.
Okay. Is there ever a time when families are invited into any of that, or is that just specifically for educators?
Most of the time, the families, we have, part of our training is family engagement, what things they can set up, but for our trainings, it's mainly for the educators.
Okay.
But they are more than welcome to come to any of the trainings that we offer in the state.
Gotcha.
Parents can attend any of those, and sometimes parents do attend those.
Awesome. Okay. I just wanted to kind of just put out there, I was at a Kine conference actually last fall, and one of the teachers was doing a presentation of how he started every school year, which was about 2 weeks of expectations. So that every student knew the rules in his classroom, knew the expectations in his classrooms, and he used that to build that foundation to start his year. And just, it was just an amazing way he went, you know, with that whole idea. So I just, there's so many ways, and, you know, listening to Lee and everything, it was like, it reminded me of that, because it's like, those are the things, like you said, if the kids don't know expectations, then how can they deliver them in the first place? They don't know
Right.
how to do things.
And we also try to remind them, you know, you've been out for Christmas break, hit those again.
Yes.
Yeah, anytime there's a large gap in the attendance, we try to remind them to hit those, because it's kind of a contract. Here's what we're looking for from you while you're sitting here.
Yeah.
And so it's only fair that they know up front.
Absolutely, absolutely, thank you. One of the things, and I don't necessarily need you, but I don't even remember where I got this information from, but it's a part of a University of Illinois law review. And they were actually doing a study, I think, on the whole room clear thing. But one of the quotes in here that really struck me was that schools are required to report disruptions to education that occur on an individual basis, such as suspensions and expulsions, but are not required to report disruptions such as room clears that occur on a widespread basis and affect an entire classroom of students. And so, you know, we talk about least restrictive, which is huge, obviously, for individual students, but always making sure we're looking at the full pictures of the entire classroom that's being impacted by those behaviors. And I found that really interesting. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Linda, I might have a follow-up for you, just kind of tacking on to what Kathy said. When I think about how to get districts involved with MTSS who aren't involved, I guess my question for you would be, what can the state board do to help you with that outreach? Is there anything is there a role that we can play? Do you feel like you're reaching all of the districts? Are there districts who are reluctant?
There are districts that are reluctant because a couple of reasons. One, they think what they're doing is fine. And the other, and I've focused on behavior today, but we really work on, you know, a multi-tiered system of support. So it goes throughout all of the day of their school. And some of them want parts of it. You know, I think our math's okay, but we want reading. So we try to work with districts. We do try to require them to do the systems alignment piece first, just to make sure all the pieces, you have a foundation for these other things to sit on. I think we are probably pretty well known at this point, but anytime that you're working with constituents, if you send them to us through the big blue button on TASN, or just if they look on the website and call, we'd be more than happy to talk to them about, here's what we do, how can we help your district?
Okay, thank you. Danny.
Sure. This question is for Rocky, and it's not being disrespectful, but aren't you a lobbyist?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I work for the Protection Advocacy Agency. We're created by federal law to protect and advocate for people with disabilities. Every state has to have one of us. We're actually a state agency number 5. We are a nonprofit 501c3, but we're required under federal law to specifically, quote unquote, educate policymakers. And so we're carrying out this statutory requirement that Congress has enacted.
Commissioner.
I always try to help frame things for you that come at you fast. We talk about things like, should a teacher know content, math, reading? We all shake our head, they should know content. Should a teacher know pedagogy, how to teach kids? You just had an hour of the pedagogy side of this. Like all the details that go into making a really good teacher, really good principal. This is why not everyone can do this work. You know, we've been talking about what escalates a kid, and one of the issues that you find, especially with people that aren't seasoned veterans and know how to do this work, is adults escalate with the kids sometimes. You can see that sometimes with your own kids, right? You escalate, and that's When those things happen, that's a wrong place to be. It's when the adult gets escalated alongside the kid. These are really, really important things that take time and practice for people to put in place. And I just thank everyone for their efforts today. And Jim, I think you said there's probably some next steps that you'd like to see.
Thank you all for being here. Board members, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 2:45. Number 11, act on fiscal year 2025 budget recommendations. Welcome, Dr. Frank Harwood. I understand that you're going to take us through this process, and we have a big list of suggested motions in our packets.
That is correct. So I've asked a lot of questions about this process. So like why we have to make motions to say that the legislature should follow the law. Well, there's a law that says that the state board will make recommendations to the governor. And then we actually just got an email from the Division of Budget saying that the budget process it starts and we have to have everything turned in by September 15th for 2026, which is why we're doing this in July. So you'll see that there are a number of the things we're going to talk about that really just says the legislature should fund the law. That actually is a budget recommendation from the board. There are other ones where we're talking about whether that would be an enhancement. So those are on those we'll talk about with an additional cost. So those will be those. I'll kind of explain those each as we kind of go through. This is a similar process to what I think you followed last year. But we put together some possible motions just so you would have an idea of how to do that. The motions are you are free to amend motions as you would like. This is just to kind of give you some wording to make sure we meet the requirements that we have as we move forward. So with that, I'll kind of dig in if that works. So this is very similar to the presentation you saw last month. We only made a few changes. The first one has to do with base state aid. And so this year, the base state aid is $53.78 based on a three-year average of the Midwest CPI urban increase. We expect it to go up by 4.5% for next year, which would be $56.18. And so that would be an appropriation for FY26 of $3.8 billion, or about another $180 million increase from this year. But it would just be a continuation of funding the current law that was approved by the Supreme Court a few years ago.
Board members, you can use the hand raise app to ask questions or make a motion, or if you want to just wave me down, I will try to look both ways.
And I believe, Madam Chair, the way we did this last year was with did these one motion at a time as we went through. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep. So we would be, Ann?
Ready for a motion?
Ready for a motion.
I move to recommend the funding necessary to implement the base aid for student excellence base as established in state law and approved by the Kansas Supreme Court, estimated to be $5,618 for the 25-26 school year.
Is there a second? Betty? Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? That's an 8-1. Motion passes.
All right. So the next three we're going to talk about is state aid. Each of these are really, when we talk about equalization aid, these are more tax equalization than they are student opportunity equalization. For example, we're going to talk about supplemental state aid, which is LOB. The amount that each district can raise as part of their LOB is actually set by their general fund, which is based on students and the base that you just approved for recommendation. What this state aid is that we give state aid to districts so that they can have a lower tax levy to get to that amount of money. So what this supplemental aid doesn't give the districts more funding authority. It actually reduces the tax levy required to get the same funding authority. And the reason for that is that as part of the equity that's part of the school funding formula, you don't have districts that have low valuations unable to raise the same amount of dollars based on the formula. So again, these dollars that go into this, the $625 million that is projected for 25-26, doesn't give districts more authority. It lowers taxes for the districts to be able to have that authority. So,
Kathy.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
So good luck. I actually watched Craig last May when he gave us the 101 on all the school budget. And so trying to, and I was given a wonderful list by the commissioner that you all came up with on the districts and what they're receiving. So looking at this, trying to understand how it varies so significantly from district to district. I understand it's assessed property valuations, right?
Per pupil,
Per
yes.
pupil, yes. I have no idea how we get that number, but
Yep.
I'll work on that later. So when we see school districts like, I don't know, Palco and Shiloh, you know, these little, who get $0.
Right.
Can you explain to me how that is actually working equalization?
So I did some of this for new superintendents at the beginning of the month. And so there's a district that is a pretty good example of this, and it's Healy. And so Healy has the second lowest valuation. It's about $10 million valuation for the whole district. But they have the second highest valuation per pupil because they only have 20 students. So all of this equalization is based on valuation per pupil. So we take the assessed valuation and divide it by the number of students. And so the idea with that is that it's the ability for the local board to raise local property taxes, kind of buying power per student is how the equalization comes about. And so in each of these formulas works a little bit differently, and I don't remember them all off the top of my head, but basically we take the assessed valuation per pupil and we rank everybody from 1 to 286. And then the statute says you draw a line in some particular place, and if you're above the line, then you get equalization aid, and if you're below the line, you don't. And so the farther away you are from the line, the more you would get. And so a district that has a low valuation and a lot of students, Fort Leavenworth has the lowest valuation per student because they just have almost no valuation. And so if you have high valuation, low students, you have the ability to raise more taxes per student from the same mill levy than if you have a low valuation and a lot of students. You have very little capacity to raise local tax dollars on a per pupil basis.
So when Craig gave us the rundown last year, and he talked about the formulas and the way they changed on the different ones, and how they virtually kept things the same, even while they made some changes. So I guess I'm wondering if we should be asking for a change of formula and not necessarily more money. Does that make sense?
So when they redid the bond and interest, they actually, the request in the legislation was to take Fort Leavenworth out of the calculation, which would have bumped everybody up quite a bit and would have cost quite a bit more money.
Yeah, there's a lot.
However, what the legislature did is say, okay, we'll take Fort Leavenworth out, but now we'll change where the line is so that we still spend the same amount of money. So it turned out, so you take Fort Leavenworth out because they are an anomaly, but then they redid the calculation to spend the same amount of money. So, I think if the idea is that we need to, that you're looking at either the tax equity portion that the state needs to put more into that, that would lower property taxes if they did that, then you could do it as, we could talk about a way to specifically change the formula to do that, or you could say, we think you should, put more money in, and then the formula would have to change to make that work.
I guess that's my question, because if we're asking for more money, and yet this is what historically, it was $824 million grand total, not this total, but grand total, which is a lot of money, obviously. But just wondering how it's working out across the board, and if there's changes that need to be made.
So, so in this regard, so like for LOB, which we're talking about now, that would not, just changing how much goes into supplemental state aid would not change the amount of money districts had authority to spend. It would just change the mill levies needed to get that amount of money. So if you said instead of 625 million, we should do 700 million of supplemental state aid, that would have the impact of lowering mill levies in some districts. You would still not have enough. I mean, yeah, the other purpose is say, well, we think we should do away with supplemental state aid and incorporate all of that funding into the state aid formula and not rely as much on local taxes. Now, you go back to the history of the whole process, LOB or supplemental state aid was added because districts were because districts were saying our patrons are willing to pay more property tax so that we can provide more opportunities for students. And because of that, they started the LOB. And originally there were very few districts that did it. More and more districts got to, and now every district is required to have at least a 15% LOB. You can't have less, which kind of takes the local part of it, makes that more interesting. This year, for last year, the average LOB was a little over 32%. The maximum is 33. Right. So very few districts aren't maximizing their ability to increase their general fund or their supplemental general fund.
So what does this increase possibly asking for? How does that work out district-wide?
So the estimated increase is based on what it would take to continue the equalization in the current formula, understanding that when you increase the base that we just talked about, because that increases the general fund, then the LOB goes up. Gotcha. And so this is what's needed to keep up the equalization rate with that increase.
Thank you.
So in essence, if it just to say we need to continue the law, that's helping the equalization for the supplemental general fund keep up with the increase in the base.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you. That helps me.
Yeah. So this would be kind of status quo based on the current law.
Gotcha. Okay.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Frank, do you know if open enrollment will affect any of this as far as are we foreseeing any big shifts or changes? Because I'm thinking about one big district and I'm just thinking about how much they get. And then I think about how their high schools, how they work their high schools as far as picking programs and things like that. And they're moving all around, shifting all around throughout their district. And then now we're going to throw the open enrollment in there. How is that going to affect that?
I'm not convinced yet that open enrollment's going to have a big impact. Statewide, I don't think it's going to have much of an impact at all. There could be individual districts where it has more of an impact. What will happen there is that for this year, because now we can count current year students, their general fund will be higher. So they would be able to have a higher LOB or a supplemental general fund as well. Next year, because we'll calculate their average valuation per pupil. If their valuation stayed the same, but they have more students, they could receive less state aid for that reason, because your equalization would change. This was some of the same arguments that were made, you guys heard last year about the changing in the property and all those kinds of things. When your valuation goes down, so right now we have a lot of districts that are seeing their valuations decrease, or their average or the equalization decrease, because their valuations are increasing, but their student populations are not. And so that shifts them on the list, which changes their equalization. So we have districts that are going to see a higher LOB mill levy this year because they have two things. The general fund went up and the equalization went down. You'll have other districts that because they shifted on the list, somebody else will move into more equalization, and so they may not have the same situation. So just like that, and so the open enrollment is going to impact everybody differently in that regard, because what we're still trying to figure out, because I've asked the question, how many open enrollment applications did you get? Well, they're 4 or 5. Well, do you know how many you're leaving? Right. Because that's going to be the other side of that. The districts don't know that yet. Because right now, they're just looking at the applications. They haven't seen how many of their folks have applied to another district. So I don't project that it's going to have a big issue, but a big concern, but we just don't know because it's the first year that's been in place.
Excuse me, Ann, and then Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind, too, the reason the base went up this year solely was due to cost of living increase. The court said you get to this amount, and then every year after that, it's simply cost of living. So this is not new money. All this means is they can buy the same amount of stuff they bought last year. And I know when you go to the hearings over there on budget, they're always sitting there trying to find creative ways to use this new money. And we're going, no, this only allows them to do what they did last year. So that's what that is. And one thing we haven't talked about is they have kept the lid. It says at 33 now, but you have to have a vote, I think, if you get.
So any district can go to the state average with a simple resolution by the board.
Yeah.
And so the state average is now 32%.
Oh, okay.
To go above 32%, you have to have a resolution that is subject to a protest petition.
Gotcha.
And so, but otherwise you could exceed it there if you don't get a protest.
But it used to be the Sweet 16 that didn't get, the richest districts, like I know Blue Valley's always saying, take the lid off, we'd really like to do more and more and more. But if you did that, then we'd be back to the bad old days where you really had the haves and the have-nots, because Blue Valley could raise all the money it wanted. They could have Crystal Palaces over there, and then we'd be back in court talking about every kid ought to have access to Crystal Palaces, if they do. So there is a reason there's a lid on it too. But let's keep in mind that I think Jim recommended too, in 2027, the legislature's going to redo the formula, and I think his suggestion that we have our own recommended formula is a good idea, and maybe this is something we can consider, because I remember back in 2005 when we had the special session and we added like 250, we'd lost the Montoy court case, and we added 250 million more, then local districts could lower their property taxes. So the more you put on the state, which has property tax, sales tax, and income tax, then you spread the burden better than if you make local districts raise it, and the only thing they have is property tax. They don't have a sales tax or income tax they can tap into. So it's something to keep in mind when we redo and make our own recommendation. I think you ought to shift more of it to the state so locals can lower their property tax. It'd be a good idea.
So with that being said, Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion?
Ready?
I move to recommend the funding necessary to provide supplemental state as established in state law, estimated to be $625 million for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second? Dina? Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? 8-1, motion passes.
So capital improvement state aid is probably the one, if you've heard from districts about decreasing state aid or equalization aid, this is probably the one. Because in 2015, they started changing the rate at which equalization was made. So now we're down to about 80 districts that receive equalization state aid. And so what that means is that, for the bond issues that you approve, one of the things you approve is their eligibility for state aid. In most cases, they are not getting any state aid. We go ahead and have you approve that so that in the future, if the legislature were to make that change and make it retroactive, they would be eligible to do that. But the vast majority of districts right now are not getting any supplemental state or getting any aid for bond and interest, and which is called capital improvements, which is confusing because this is not capital outlay. This is for bond and interest state aid. And what this means is that if your valuation per pupil is low enough, the state pays part of your bond payments. And so when you do that, you can get your bonds paid off with a lower mill rate. So it is, again, it's a tax equalization state aid.
Frank, Kathy's got a district right now staring at exactly where this hits. Could you just kind of use that as an example of when you don't get any state aid, what could happen, what is looking to happen in a district that doesn't receive any?
So I think we're talking about Rollins County, which, I mean, you just approved, I mean, I think maybe it was in May, you approved a bond issue for them. So they had a fire that made it so that I think their 1920s era high school was condemned. And so they are now going to replace that building, and they're also then consolidating the elementary into the same place. But because of the way this works out, they get no state aid. I mean, it's going to be about a 20 to 25 mil increase to fund the bonds. Now, part of that, again, is that they have relatively low valuation when you can compare them to other districts, but they also have very few students. So when you divide even a smaller number by an even smaller number of students, that number, I mean, their valuation per pupil is higher than other districts that you would consider to be more affluent, but have more kids. And it kind of depends on, you know, your percentage of residential versus ag versus commercial and industrial. All those go into it because they get valued at, I mean, they get assessed at different values. So it all plays a part in that. But this is the one that since 2015 has really decreased in the state's contribution to bonds.
And so if you look at this chart and you look at others, you say, well, you would think since, in essence, 2018 to 19, 202 million, now projected to be 207 million. And that's not much of an increase given construction cost and inflation. It's because it was intentionally decreasing. And you say, well, then why don't school districts really get upset about this? Well, they do, like Rollins County, but it's one at a time because not every school district's passing a bond issue every year. It may be 30 or 40 years before they do it. So the rest of them are like, what are you talking about? Because the last time we passed one, we got state aid. I think you'll hear more and more when school districts go to pass a bond issue and say, we're just about to put a 25 mil on our poor farmers and ranchers in Rollins County. The answer is yes, because in 15, the legislature decided to decrease the amount of money going into bond and interest to equalize that.
And I've done it 2 more times since 2015. So basically it's 2015, they did it again in 2017, and then again in 2022. So yeah, it's decreased each time. So, I mean, so this is one, I mean, so again, it goes back into, at some point, it'll be the question of, can especially a small district that has low valuation and small, are they going to be able to provide facilities that are equitable to other districts at a seemingly equitable tax rate? That will be the question at some point. And I would say that and bond and interest state aid has not been part of any of the lawsuits in the past. Capital outlay and supplemental general fund have been, but capital improvements have not been.
Ann?
If I remember right, part of the reason they did this was because they said, well, this thing could grow like Topsy, and we have no control over how many bond issues get passed. And so to kind of keep a lid on what the state's expenses would be, they said, you want to build a new school, you're on your own, but then you get back to the equity thing, you know?
And they actually did that in 2 ways. At the same time where they started changing the way that we calculate capital improvement state aid, they also put a cap on the new bonds.
Mm-hmm.
And so you couldn't have any more new bonds, had to be, the amount of new bonds had to be equal to the bonds being paid off. And so that was a way for the state to cap their projected, I guess, expenses, but it did put in a situation where, you know, if a really big district had they could take up all of the cap room. So then they made a change, well, we won't only count so much of this. And they said, well, we won't count it if they don't get bond and interest state aid. And so now they've made that, so that's not been a problem. But the first couple of years, there were, I know that when we did a bond issue, we had to wait to get the approval for another district's bond to fail So there was enough cap room that year so that we could have that one that year. So yeah, that was the case at that time. If Hayes's bond issue would not have failed in 2017, DeSoto wouldn't have been able to do their election in the spring of 2018. Okay. So we weren't campaigning in Hayes. I mean, we didn't do anything. We just waited to see what happened. What's that? No, condolences. But yeah, so yeah.
You weren't the head of the Just Vote No campaign out
No,
there?
we would have waited a year, but so we would have to move our election from spring of 2018 into 2019. So it just that's what was going on, is that districts had to think about who else is doing bond issues and where does the cap, and then it was people that wanted to do them said, okay, we have to have our applications in on July 1st, and just changed the way people were doing things for a while.
So you ready for a motion?
Ready?
I move to recommend the funding necessary to provide capital improvement state aid as established in state law, estimated to be $207,500,000 for the 25-26 school year.
Is there a second? Betty? Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. I don't see any opposed. That's a 9-0 vote. Motion passes.
All right, so now capital outlay, which is actually capital outlay and not capital improvements. So again, capital outlay, just as a reminder, is capped at 8 mills, and this is the one mill levy that school districts do, that you set a mill rate and you get whatever proceeds come in with that. All of the other levies, there is a set amount of money, and then you make a mill rate to collect that amount of money. So the state aid in this regard is to equalize those districts that can't raise as much money with that 8 mills or whatever they choose as another district down the road. So this is a way to, the mill rates are all the same, so the tax rate is the same, but this equalizes the ability to raise funds through the capital outlay.
Does that include the idea that that district first has to be at 8 mills before they get state aid?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't believe so. Yeah, 8 is the cap, yes.
Further questions? Ready for a motion? Dina?
Are you ready for a motion? I move to recommend funding necessary to provide capital outlays state aid as established in state law, estimated to be $105 million for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second? Kathy? On any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 8-1, motion passes.
All right, so the next one is a lot lower amount. But this is, so you'll notice that although we ask about appropriating the $5 million, it has not been that amount in the past. This is one of those things we never know exactly what it will be, because we don't know what the expenses in the juvenile detention centers might be, because those can vary a great deal through the year. So although we would be asking for the legislature to appropriate the $5 million, we would hope that they would not have nearly those expenses. If that's the case, then they just get swept back into the general fund and don't get spent. This is the only thing that can't be on there. So in this case, there wouldn't be based on what's happened in the past, there wouldn't be a need for an additional expenditure, but this is just a way that we cover the educational expenses of students that are in juvenile detention facilities.
Okay. Any discussion? Ann?
And to be clear, these are the county facilities, not the state juvenile.
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. You ready for a motion? Oh,
Ready.
Kathy has a question, I guess.
Yeah, so are families ever required to provide any dollars into their child that's incarcerated for their
In the juvenile detention facilities, I do not believe so. I don't know how they even would. So, yeah.
There could be a rich kid in there.
They could do it the same way they do in adults and like charge them for just about everything they eat. And
So so I don't know about living expenses or any of those kinds of things. I don't believe so, but in the educational realm, no, that would be provided.
I move to recommend the funding necessary for juvenile detention facilities as established in state law, estimated to be $5,060,528 for the 25-26 school year.
And Betty? Second. Further discussion, questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. That's a 9-0 vote. Motion passes.
All right. So now we're moving on to one that I think has been a topic of conversation in the past, special education state aid. So there was an increase this year of $75 million. 73 million in state general fund and 2.5 million in federal funds. That will fund about 75% of the excess costs as calculated by the statute. If the $2.5 million would not have to be reappropriated, the $73 million would need to continue to be appropriated in order to meet the state's maintenance of fiscal support. So if the legislature does not appropriate any new dollars for 25-26, we estimate that the excess cost would go down to 70.6%. And so I know this has been, the other thing about this is that, we've talked about how categorical aid is distributed. This year, the teacher reimbursement was $31,670. However, all of the funding, the new funding, is not being distributed through the categorical aid formula. It's being distributed through the formula that you approved last month. So we expect this to go down to about right around $31,000 just because no new money is going into it. Things like transportation costs will continue to increase, which means that the reimbursement rate for the special education teachers or personnel will go down. So if we do nothing, we would expect that, actually, so for 26, it would go down to 70.6%, which is about where things have been off and on. As a reminder that the state statute calls for the legislature to appropriate 92% of excess costs. If they were going to do that for 2026, they would need to appropriate an additional $182 million. So one option, if you wanted to say we need to get to a particular percentage, as long as you stay with increments of 5%, we have numbers there for you. If you want to do some other percentage, it'll take us a while to come up with the number. But one way to do it would just say, well, we think we want to get to 80% next year. And so that would be an additional $80 million. The way things have been talked about in the past has really been talking about over a 4-year or a phase-in. So last year, actually 2 years ago, the state board approved a 5-year phase-in plan. So, and got $7.5 million. Last year, you approved a 4-year phase-in plan. They appropriated $75 million, which wasn't too far off of what that request would be. This is what a 4-year phase-in would look like again. So instead of being done in 2028, it's 2029. That would take another $76.5 million. If you said, well, we said 5 years, and now we said 4 years, now we want to say 3 years, that would take $87.5 million. If you said, well, let's make it 2 years, go even faster, that would take $110 million. And if you did it in 1 year, it'd be $182 million. So, the draft motions were with the idea that the state board has consistently said that the legislature needs to fund the 92%, but you've talked about maybe not being able to do it all in 1 year. So you have draft motions that would say over whatever period of time you might want to pick, or you can have a different motion and we'll figure out what the numbers need to be.
Discussion? Ann?
Well, I think we ought to follow the path we've been on and do the 3 years.
I agree.
You want a motion?
If you're ready.
Okay. I move to recommend the funding necessary to provide special education state aid at 92% of excess costs as established in state law with a 3-year phase-in with an estimated additional cost of $87,574,215 for the 25-26 school year and each of the next 2 years.
Thank you. Second, Dina? Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? It's an 8-1 vote, motion passes.
All right, so the next one is a little bit different in that it's not a law that we're talking about in this situation. Several years ago, the state started to, it was called Senate Bill 155, and it was a way for, it was payment for community college credits for high school students. So one of the things they did at the same time was appropriate dollars that were to offset the cost of transportation for districts transporting students from their high school to the whatever facility they were getting those credits in that would be qualified. And so you can see from the history, it started off that there was a proration of about 42%, went up and down, 20, 21, 22, they didn't appropriate any. Partly that was not, there was not a lot of travel going on during those times. But then if the state were to fully fund that transportation so that we didn't have to prorate it, what we do is they appropriate an amount of money, we see what the costs were, and we prorate it for districts. It would cost an additional $517,000 to fully fund the program, which would bring it up to a little bit over $2 million from the 1.48 it's at now.
Questions, discussion?
One of the things you want to consider here is transportation really speaks to the rural communities that are sending their kids to a tech center. Most of your urban, suburban have those in their districts. It just would be a certain school within the district would have that. So in some cases, you know, when you get really sparse rural, I mean, that's a fairly decent cost, especially if you have a large percent of your kids going. So when you reduce that, that's who you're going to hear from. Well, I had to take money because we still want to send our kids to Dodge City Community College Tech School, for example.
I'd also say even in urban, suburban areas, a lot of times they're leaving the high school and going to Washburn Tech or KCK or Wichita Tech. And so there still is that transportation. What I would add to what Dr. Watson said is that if there isn't transportation provided, sometimes families are providing their own transportation. The students that may need those programs the most may find it the hardest to be able to provide their own transportation.
Dina?
You ready for a motion?
Absolutely.
Okay. I move to recommend the funding necessary to provide 100% reimbursement for career and technical education transportation with an estimated additional cost of $517,662 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Is there a second? Betty? Any further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 8-1, motion passes.
Question, if I may, are we not doing which I know you said there were some changes, but in last month's options, there was an actual transportation one for regular busing?
So we discussed that last month, and so in the past, the board has talked about, but did not approve last time, changing the 2.5 miles. Part of our discussion, part of our reason not to put in a recommendation for that is that if the whole formula is going to be discussed in 2027, we didn't know that this was the right time to make that recommendation or make that request.
Thank you.
All right, mentor teacher program. So the statute calls for a $1,000 stipend for a mentor teacher supporting a new teacher for up to 3 years, depending on how long they've been in the profession. What's happening right now is that we prorate the stipends or the reimbursement for stipends. We do $1,000 for first-year teachers. We were able to do $1,000 for the mentors for the second-year teachers. I think we were at about $400 for the mentors of the third-year teachers. So in order to fully implement the program, we think it would need about another $1 million to be at $2.3 million. One of the things that you probably may remember from one of the staff retention survey that you heard, mentoring has shown to be a very powerful way to help new to the profession teachers stay in the profession. So that's why a lot of districts are invested in it, and I think that's why the state originally put the program in place.
Questions, discussion? If not, I'm ready for a motion. Ann?
Yeah, and just to follow up on what Frank said, it is, I mean, it consistently comes up with as one of the top ways to keep new teachers. So with that, I move to recommend the funding necessary to fully fund the mentor-teacher program as established in state law with an estimated additional cost of $1 million for the 25-26 school year.
Second from Jim McNeese. Further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. That is a 9-0 vote. Motion passes.
All right, now on to professional development. So state law allows for a 1-to-1 match for applicable professional development activities. As you can see, the allocation or the appropriation has been $1.7 million for most of the rest of last year's. To fully fund that matching dollars, we estimated it would be about 3.8 million additional dollars. Otherwise, what we do is we prorate it based on the funding that gets turned in. So a district has to have an approved professional development plan, and then they show us what their expenses were. Then they're eligible to receive half of that. Based on what that half is statewide, when we prorate back for what their actual dollars would be.
Questions, discussion? Ready for a motion? Kathy?
So there is statute on the, like, what does the statute say?
So the statute provides for the professional development funding at that matching amount, and then it has.
So it's actually spelled out in statute?
Yes, that districts would be eligible for a 50-50 match on professional development, qualifying professional development activities. But the statute also says it's subject to appropriation, and so we're prorating at about 35% of what districts might be eligible to receive.
So it's everybody getting something, or just for?
So everybody that has an approved professional development program that submits professional development expenses would get something. Yes.
Something. Yeah. Okay, so you wait for all of it to come in and then you disperse.
Betty?
I move to recommend the funding necessary to fully fund professional development state aid as established in state law with an estimated additional cost of $3,855,000 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Is there a second? Jim McNeese. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? It's a 6-2. Motion passes. Sorry, 7-2. Like, wait, there aren't 8 people here. Now you know how I do math in my head.
All right, national board certification, state law requires school districts to pay $1,000 stipend to a nationally board certified teacher, and they have to pay that whether the funds are available or not. And so the last few years, it's been about a little over $200,000. The appropriation tended to be about $360,000. And so just again, that the districts are required to make the payment by state law, and then this would just be whether or not there is funding available to reimburse them for making that payment.
Questions? Discussion? Ready for a motion? Okay. Dina?
to recommend the funding necessary for the National Board Certification Program as established in state law, estimated to be $360,693 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Is there a second? Jim? Further discussion?
I have something to say.
Yes, sir.
This is probably one of the lowest funded programs we do, and probably has some of the most impactful of all of them. You know, these teachers pay a lot more money than we're giving them to do it, and to go through this. I would encourage, recommend, invite you to find out what that really means, National Board Certification. It is an arduous and challenging program, and to those teachers who take on that task and do it, it's the least we can do is say thank you with $1,000. Now, these are your best teachers in the state of Kansas in this program.
Thank you, Jim. Anybody else? All right, ready to vote. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 6-3 vote. Motion passes.
All right, next is school lunch. In order to be eligible to provide, to get funding from USDA, there is a required match by the state level. So it's been about $2.5 million, and that will be a sufficient match to continue to be eligible. And so without any of this, without a match, we would lose eligibility for some federal free lunch programs.
Betty?
I move to recommend the funding necessary to meet federal maintenance of effort requirements for school lunch estimated to be $2,510,486 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Is there a second? Let me get a second and then we can go to discussion. Jim, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So Frank, if that's just the maintenance effort on that. So that's how much it costs us. I mean, so how much are we getting? I mean, would we be able to fund that, these free lunch programs? What are we talking, are those expanding every year, or are we just?
Yes. So it's over so our federal funding is over $200 million a year for federal lunch programs.
Okay.
And so in order to be eligible, we have to have something. Most of what we do with the $2.5 million is pay for KSDE staff that administer the programs that then provide the funding for the lunches in schools or in breakfast, so meals in schools. But the total funding from the USDA is over $200 million.
So if let's just say we were to go back to the local districts and help feed the communities, help feed these children. You know what I mean? Like as far as the local people, rather than trying to do a maintenance of effort from federal that's going to have a slew of my mother worked for 30 years in the school district for the kitchen, so I know how things change with the federal. I know how the food changes, and I know what the kids are getting and what they used to get, like back in the 70s and 80s, and it's a whole different ball game, and it's because it's coming from the top down, because we're taking that money. So I'm not going to be against, kids not having their meals paid for, but I just want to let you know I'm very concerned about how things, the trajectory of that, and it's grown, and then what we're getting in return from that. When you look at the meals in front of you in a lot of the school districts, what they're getting and what we're getting out of that, and I just don't feel like we're getting our money's worth by paying that maintenance of effort.
So basically for $2.5 million in state general fund, we're receiving over $200 million in federal funds. And so for the state to take on the current meal program, which doesn't even provide free meals to every student, it would take a state general fund contribution of over $200 million.
I've got a question, but, I mean, but let's be clear, I mean, the 200 million doesn't mean that's all you have to spend on lunches. The districts could provide whatever lunch they wanted. This is just 200 million toward that. They're not saying that's all you can spend. So, they can order whatever they want, that they can afford.
Well, we saw what happened when we gave everybody during COVID, everybody a free lunch. We saw what happened with that. I don't know if you did, but I saw what happened to the schools and the food in the schools, and it wasn't a good situation. So we need to, I'm just curious if it's growing, and then we're getting our food quality is getting worse by it being expanded.
Well, if it's getting worse, then they're just not buying the quality food. They could always put district money in and go buy whatever they want. I mean, the feds just provide an amount of money toward lunches. If that's all the district spends, then that's all they spend. But if they want better lunches, they can pony up and provide better lunches. That's not the federal government's fault. The federal government isn't saying you can't do better.
So they could refuse the butter, they could refuse all that. If they're taking any type of money at all, federally wise, to feed kids in that school district, they can refuse that. They can go like to the local dairy farmer and buy their own butter to provide for the school.
There are a lot of districts that work with local farms to bring in those kinds of things, yeah.
So there are, part of the money, there are federal guidelines that have to do with sugars and salt and other kinds of things that ensuring that it's a healthy diet. There are also federal programs that we're a part of called Farm to Plate, and we talked a little bit about that, where there actually is some federal dollars going towards helping school districts locally source, whatever they can get locally. I will say that typically locally the issue is consistency of can you get enough and how those things work, but there is actually federal dollars trying to do that. We'll talk a little bit about some state initiatives that people are trying to work at to do that. So although there are the guidelines that they have to follow, the federal meal program provides a reimbursement rate. Districts, Ann is correct, districts could choose to spend more than the reimbursement rate on the meals if there is a quality issue, but they also have the opportunity to work on locally sourced meals. I will say that during the pandemic, there were a lot of issues with staffing and supply chain that had a big impact on what schools were able to do. So I think some of those things have gotten better, and I think our child nutrition staff work really hard to help districts provide the best quality meals that they can.
Okay, ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, that's a 7-2. Motion passes.
All right, so next is parents as teachers, and so you can see that there aren't any state general funds that go into parents as teachers. This is CIF is the tobacco funds, and so those are actually managed by a different agency, so we are just recommending that continues to be funded at the current rate. Some of that is to manage the tobacco funds so that they are available for us long in the future as they can be. Just the other thing about parents as teachers is that these monies go out, and then the local districts that participate have a required match that goes along with this.
Questions, discussion? Ready for motion? Betty?
I move to recommend funding parents as teachers at the current level.
Is there a second? Jim McNeese? Further discussion? Dina? No? Okay. Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? 7-1-1. Motion passes.
All right. Next is the pre-K pilot. That's been a pilot since 2018. And it's, again, funded not by state general fund, but by CIF and TANF funds. And so again, we are recommending that the pre-K pilot be funded at the current level for 25-26.
Questions, comments? Betty?
No
Ready
comment,
for a
I was
motion?
asking for.
Yep,
motion.
absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. I could have read that motion before you talked. I move to recommend funding the pre-K pilot at current level.
Okay, second from Dina.
Sorry about that. Typo in my motion.
Yes, sir.
When do we drop the pilot?
So actually, Dr. So, I mean, part of it is that I don't know why it's called a pilot. It wouldn't have to be a pilot even if it's being funded through these other funds. The other thing is that as we have the conversations about the future funding formulas, is I think one of the things that's going to come up is how is pre-K funded in that way. So we'll see where it goes from there. But I think you'd have to change the legislation in order to change the name.
Ann?
And Frank, this is the one too, that private schools and religious daycares can get this money as well, right?
So it's available to other than public schools, I believe. Yeah, I think it is.
Further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, 7-2, motion passes. Sorry, yeah, 7-2, motion passes.
All right, so now we're on to safe and secure schools. So just a little bit of a history of the program. The legislature had a stipend or a grant system that we've been using. You can kind of see from the history that there's been about $5 million except for a couple of years. And those are the requests. I will tell you that because it's on your consent agenda, you may have already seen this. We had 213 districts request funding. They requested about $12 million in matching funds. So just to make sure you understand, they requested $12 million meant that there was $24 million in projects because it's a one-to-one match. I know that last year, the state board opted not to make a request for funding, but then as part of the legislative priorities just talked about, if the legislature wants to be serious about this, they can fund it more. So it's up to the will of the board how to move forward with this. We think it would be about $10 million annually to fully fund the requests. I will tell you the caveat with that is that you'll notice that this year we got more requests for less money. Districts are figuring out that since we prorate the requests, they're turning in smaller projects because they know they're not going to get enough money to actually be a one-to-one match on a larger project. So what we're seeing is more smaller projects, which may be fine, but we also know that there are other safety and security issues out there that could be addressed.
Kathy?
And Frank, what all is encompassed under safe and secure? Because doesn't that include the internet?
So the categories that were available this year were secure entrances. Technology is one of the things that you can do. So if you remember, originally there was going to be limited to AI gun detection software. That would be possible, but it's also cameras or other software that would help schools be safer. It also, you can fund new SROs, but only new ones. You can't be ongoing. We added AEDs this year, and I think there's one more category that I'm not thinking. What's that? Communication is the other one. So communication systems to help communicate throughout the building or district as well.
Ann?
Yeah, I'm really torn about it. I mean, it wasn't our idea. They wanted to do it, and then they just want to throw pennies at it. But you hate to not be supportive and then have something happen and go, well, the state board didn't support securing our schools, so it's kind of a, catch-22. So I don't know if we ought to put a dollar amount, but maybe make a statement like our priorities were, that if you guys are going to have a safe and secure schools program, you should fund it.
And we do the priorities in November, so no motion today. You could still do that in November.
So we could just choose to not make a motion.
You could choose, yeah, just not to make a motion, and then, again, and we've talked about a couple of things that I'll get to later that were talked about during the budget discussions, that at that time, we are all just recommending that we make them, or consider them as legislative priorities, and this could be the same way, and that's what happened last year as well.
As you contemplate that, Jim, I think you were probably at Bishop Carroll at this time. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Well, the only school shooting that we've had in Kansas where we lost a life was at Goddard in the early 1980s. And so it's been a long time. Now, we had a shooting in Olathe that had some injury, but fortunately it was contained. The districts are asking, for 12 million, which really is 24. We're going to have a tragedy in Kansas, just like it happens everywhere, unfortunately. We're not putting enough money as a state into this. There's never enough money, but I mean, it's clear. I don't know how you want to discuss it, but whenever there unfortunately will be a tragedy, everyone's going to start pointing fingers at everyone else and saying, why didn't we do something? And I don't know what that is for you, but it'll be tragic when it happens.
Any further discussion? Betty?
I guess the thing that concerns me is I'd rather do that than nothing. And so I don't know how we would proceed on this. If we tabled it, would we?
So what you did last year is that you made safe and secure schools funding one of your legislative priorities. And so when we presented the budget to the education committees, we said that the State Board of Education is in favor of funding safe and secure schools fully. And so that there isn't necessarily an amount to it, but we think the legislature should appropriate adequate funding to safely secure our schools. That's a statement versus an amount. I don't know that one is necessarily better than the other one.
Okay, so then I could make a motion and just say recommend that they fund this fully.
So that's the motion, the recommended motion actually says to fully fund it, and we think it would cost $10 million.
Okay.
I think if schools thought it was fully funded, we would see more requests. They've kind of learned that if you're not going to get the money anyway, it's not going to be there. So it may even be that this isn't the best way to go about the funding, which would mean that your policy position could be the legislature needs to provide for adequate funding for safe and secure schools, and they need to come up with a way to do that. I mean, that could be part of what that would be.
Yeah.
How about a motion that sounds like, I move that the state legislature do research to find out what it would take to fully fund safe and secure schools and fund it.
You may want to wait in your legislative priorities, because that really is a legislative statement. And this is really a recommendation for a budget item. And I know that's different, but this, by statute, you're recommending a budget item. And in this case, what I hear you saying, you may be wanting to encourage a legislative action. Up to you.
Okay. Going once, going twice for a motion, and we'll move on.
I don't have all the technical words in front of me, but I would make a motion that we fully fund the 2026 $10 million request as presented.
You heard the motion. Is there a second?
It's not 10 million, it's 10 million additional.
10 million additional, thank you.
Which is the motion that's on the
estimate.
paper then, essentially.
Let's read it. Good. I move to recommend the funding necessary to fully fund the Kansas Safe and Secure Schools Grant Program with an estimated additional cost of $10 million for the 2025-26 school year.
And Dina seconds. Further discussion?
I'm going to say something as a former principal. First thing I'm going to say is going to be contradictory to the motion. We could use a lot more money in our schools to make them secure. And also, you can throw as much money as you want at this, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to save our schools from an incident. But it is, the schools have presented to us here the plans that they have to make their school safe. If I have this right, they have said this is what we want to do. Each school is a little different within the parameters of the grant. You know, so these are probably upgrades. These are probably things that they've learned that they didn't know were weaknesses in their secure programs. So we've been doing this for a while as school administrators and school boards. This is not something new or thing. They're not making stuff shiny. They're seeing what's missing or what needs to be upgraded. And, you know, quite frankly, this is local control. This is them knowing what they're doing. We can't decide what all the district schools should do and look like at the same time. And we need to value their recommendations and support their efforts to make their schools safe. Thank you.
Madam Chair. So just the way this would work is that you could recommend that they fully fund the Safe and Secure Schools grant as it's been, but then you could also have a legislative priority of, we really need to figure out what it should cost and look at that as well. I mean, so you could do both. They are separate items. One is an established grant program that you know what the requests have been. The other one would be a little bit to what Mr. McNeese said is there's probably more that we need to do that's more than $24 million. We should find out what that is.
So a yes vote on this motion sends the message to the legislature that we're asking for approximately, the estimation is $10 million, but they will still have the conversation and we can still take it up in November as a legislative priority. 10 million more. Yeah. 15 million total. Okay. Any more discussion? Ready to vote on the motion on the table? Kathy?
Does this include cybersecurity?
Yes. Well, no, it currently doesn't. No, that's, we'll talk about that as a legislative priority later, though.
Okay.
It doesn't include software.
It can include software for security, but not cybersecurity. So you can use software to make your schools more secure, but you can't use it to buy software to make your network more secure.
Interesting distinction.
Yeah.
Indeed. Okay. I don't see any more questions. Ready to vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Danny, did you vote? That's an abstention. 7-0-2. Motion passes.
All right. So this next one is up until this year, we've had recovery funds so that we could pay the state match for districts to apply to get a grant from the federal E-rate program for broadband infrastructure projects. So this would be if a district wanted to run fiber around their district to increase the internet connectivity. So these are physical projects. This is not we're paying for whatever, paying an internet provider. These are projects that go on. Those funds are now gone. And so if we were going to continue to pay the state match so that districts could participate in the federal E-rate program for these infrastructure projects, we're going to need state general fund in order to do that. So our recommendation or request is that they would appropriate $1 million for us to cover that. It's probably less than that. It's varied between $200,000 and $500,000, but we never know when it will be a really big project. Again, if the dollars aren't used, then they just go back to the state general fund.
Kathy?
Jen, I wish I'd asked this earlier. What's the number this whole package as one that is asking for how much more money are we asking for overall throughout this?
Oh, I did not add that up.
Oh.
I could have done that.
Kind of just hit me. I'm like, it's
Really though,
all just
outside of
rolling.
what's required by law, only that 10 million.
So
Every increase we've voted on is required under the law. So we're not asking for any new money other than the 10 million.
So
Which isn't,
the increase is around $103 million, by the way.
okay,
John's been adding it up.
okay, thank you.
Additional discussion on E-rate.
What happens if we don't do this?
Then we would not be able to provide the state match for the programs. And would it be a district expense or would they not be eligible? Okay. So then districts may not be able to participate in the federal program, or they would have to pay that 10% themselves.
Do we have a count of districts that would be eligible?
So we have 4 districts that have applied in the current year, is that right? So it's usually 3 or 4 districts a year that apply and that they have eligible programs. And again, these are only projects building infrastructure for broadband access. So it's pretty limited. So it's 4 or 5, and the 10% was $396,000, something like that.
Then why are we asking?
So it's about $4 million total in projects.
And currently they're suffering with something that might feel like what we remember as dial-up.
It varies from district to district, but some districts have very poor, and so some of it is how are they getting it to the district, how is it they're getting it around the district? It kind of depends.
A lot of this, I mean, isn't a lot of this result because as you do more and more stuff online, you need more bandwidth and they just don't have it, and this is one way to get it.
One-to-one technology takes.
Questions, discussion, ready for a motion? Or no motion? Betty?
Let me grab my glasses. I do need those. I move to recommend the funding necessary to replace state fiscal recovery funds to provide the state match for school district applications for the federal E-rate broadband infrastructure program, estimated to be $1 million for the 2025-2026 school year.
Second from Jim McNeese. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? That's 8-1, motion passes.
All right, staying on the E-rate, but this is the other E-rate. So this is the E-rate that has to do with, so as you know, if you look at your cell phone bill or your phone bill, you have an E-rate charge. So there are federal taxes being collected on E-rate. Some of that is to help schools and libraries and others provide internet service. And so there is a process that goes through that. KSDE has an administrative role in that. So the tricky part about this one is that we've been receiving $70,000 from KBOR to cover our for we can provide the administration. They're no longer going to have those funds available. So we need state general fund to continue to do what we have been doing to administer the E-rate program for schools.
Questions?
My guess is we would have to absorb the salaries that we're already paying with this $70,000. So KBOR is going to ask the state, or ask the legislature that they don't have to transfer the $70,000. So I guess the state, they could say KBOR has to continue to give it to us. Or they could say, or we would either have to stop administering the program, which would cost districts a lot, or we'd have to just continue to pay the salaries that we're paying and find the $70,000 somewhere else in our budget. No, so where does it come from, John? If you wanna, yeah, you can, this was one that John had to explain to me.
Madam Chair, John Hess, Director of Fiscal Services and Operations. So this was a grant that KBOR used to get from 2005 to 2014, and then they have a balance in it, and they haven't gotten any more money. So it's just been declining steadily since then. And there's also a audit liability against the funds that they're going to have to pay some money, I think, back to the federal government or to somebody. I'm not exactly sure who. So they're running down to that liability threshold, so they really don't have any more money after this fiscal year to be able to transfer to us.
Michelle?
So it's a budget cut. It's a budget cut thing for them. As far as it's dwindling, so they're
Right.
figuring out that that's one thing that they don't want to continue to fund for some reason.
So currently they're funding us out of a grant. Those grant funds will be gone. So it would depend on if the legislature still says that KBOR has to transfer the dollars that then would have to come out of their budget, or they have to request it from SGF so they can turn around and give it to us, or we could just request the funds as well. I mean, so the $70,000, unless we decide to stop doing E-rate, the work is still gonna happen, and we're doing the work now. So it would just be $70,000 that can't be used for something else in the agency.
Discussion or motion? Or nothing, we'll move on. Ann?
Well, if this is about K-12 schools, why was K-4 doing it in the first place? Just because they had a pot of money and?
I think that was part of what the grant was.
Oh,
So they received a grant that was to defray the costs, and so they've been paying us since 2004. Now that pot of money is just now gone. Will be gone.
okay.
Going once, going twice for a motion. Ann?
I move to recommend the funding necessary to replace funding from KBOR for the KSDE's administrative work in supporting school districts with the E-rate funding process estimated to be $70,000 for the 25-26 school year.
Is there a second? Betty? Any discussion? Ready to vote? Ann?
Well, I mean, we're having a hard enough time paying people enough anyway. I don't want to have to take $70,000 out of our budget to cover something new when we need every dime we've got for our department. So hope we vote yes.
Anyone else? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? 7-1-1. Motion passes.
All right, now, this is a request that was made last year and then was not recommended by the governor or approved by the legislature. You will remember that we are now requiring districts to give to us their safety plans. And so last year the state board requested a position of a safety auditor, which would be somebody that would go out and work with districts directly to help improve plans and improve safety for students across the state. And that cost was about $90,000. So let's put this back on there to see if the state board wanted to ask for that again.
Discussion?
Just something to think about as you think about what you want to do with this. You could also include that in the dollar amount you just requested for safe and secure schools, meaning that some of that would be appropriated for this. So that's another way of thinking about it, since you passed that.
So are you suggesting that we could skip this one?
Well, if you do that, you want to make it as part of your legislative policy, to be a part of the $10 million that you requested, that 90,000 would go to help audit those plans. Just a thought.
I will say there are a lot of state agencies that use appropriations to pay for staff, and we tend to try to get all the money out to the districts. So, yeah.
Oh, Betty can't hear you.
I said, to me, it makes sense if we are asking for 10 million and would actually get it, that we could take 90,000 of that to administer, basically exactly what we're talking about. So I don't know how you frame that, but I would.
We would be able to frame that as part of the legislative priorities. I mean, if we take the discussion we had about, we think the legislature really needs to look at what safe and secure schools are. Part of what we need to do is that if we had somebody out looking at their plans and not just reading the plans, but looking at the actual spaces, that would help us have a better understanding of what that all would be. So it all fits together, as Randy said.
If I may, one of the things when we talk about safe and secure schools that bothers me a little bit, and I've had conversations with parents and I've experienced it as a grandparent, is the difficulty of parents getting into a building where their children are all day. So while I understand the concerns, to me, in this world of technology, there should be a better way than this lockout of parents. I mean, I get times have changed, but the fact that I could walk into my kids' school and see them at any point, at any time of the day, and know that I had that right is a big deal to me. And today, it is simply not there. Like, parents can, I mean, if somebody's not there to buzz them in or to do whatever, they have no access to their kids. And I get that the security is coming from concerns from the outside, but to me, that starts to feel like we're treating every parent like the bad guy. Like, there just seems to be, there should be a way to not be locking out parents all at the same time. And I get there's a lot of complications in the middle of that, but just, I've had some conversations with parents who have appointments that the school knows about, and yet they cannot get to their kid. Like, there's issues there that are just a concern.
To Kathy's point, though, there's no requirement they have to do that. Isn't that a local call?
It is. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, it is a balance of access and security. You can't have open doors and security at the same time.
True. But this, the thing we're voting on here, though, is, yeah, oh, I get the concern. It'd be nice to be able to do that.
I will say, in that, the expense, it's cheaper to lock the doors than it is to have somebody there monitoring the door. And so when you look at staffing and the cost of staffing as an ongoing cost, so now you not only do you have the balance of the access and the security, then it's also how do I afford to do those? And you know, all those go into a local decision, and each school or district has to choose what's best in their community.
So do we need a different motion to?
Actually, if you want to talk about it as a legislative priority, you don't need a motion at all.
Okay, thank you.
Or we can make the motion, which would be an additional request. So, anyone for a motion? If not, I will move on. Okay.
All right, so the next one is also a request for additional FTE. We talked about Senate Bill 387 several times. And in the coming years, KSDE has quite a bit more responsibility to monitor, actually to enact Senate Bill 387 and especially the at-risk accountability plans. I will say that one of the issues that comes up with this, these were part of the fiscal note for the bills that were introduced. However, each of those was a different bill that got rolled into Senate Bill 387, which didn't have a fiscal note because that was about the open enrollment, changes in open enrollment. And so by the time 387 got passed, the omnibus bill had already been passed and there was no way to request the FTE at that point. And so what this is that we are being tasked with, we have a pilot program this year. In 26-27, every district has to have an at-risk accountability plan that we have to, first, if you look at the IT support, we have to come up with a way for them to get us the data. So we have to build the mechanism to do that. And then we also have to be evaluating their plans and all of the, we also have to continue to evaluate the approve the interventions and the programs and services. And so this adds a lot more work to us. We have, over time, absorbed quite a bit more work based on legislation, especially that gets passed at the end. And so we believe that in order to adequately meet the requirements of Senate Bill 387, we need more staff to do that. It also includes an addition of 2 auditors, because one of the things that we have been talked about quite a bit is that we don't audit at-risk funds. That's not ever been our, we don't audit expenditures. We audit their eligibility for funding that we send. And so if that is something the legislature wants us to do more of, we have to have more people to do that. So what it is would be 2 additional IT application developers, the coordinator for, that's CSAS, I knew what that acronym is at some point, and then a program consultant, because basically we're moving at-risk out of title services because state level at-risk has so many more requirements than it used to have, and then the 2 fiscal auditors. So again, we're requesting the FTE and the funding so that we can adequately implement the law that they passed last year. We're okay for this year because it's a pilot program. So this year we're just kind of developing things. Next year we will have to actually build the applications and then start with the approval processes.
Discussion. Jim? Nope. Go ahead.
So,
Commissioner.
well, for many years, the federal government, through title programs, were the main source of oversight for students, quote, at risk. There was a little bit of state. And so we combined state at risk because it was a low priority for the state of Kansas relative to the federal priority. That's completely inverted, where now the federal oversight isn't nearly as heavy as what the state wants to see relative to the spending of state at-risk money. And that's what creates this. Frank, I also want you to emphasize again what happens when a fiscal note gets combined in mega bills and then passed at the end.
So,
because it's instructive as you try to follow legislation.
So
this is not something that was dropped on our behalf.
So typically what happens is, and this happened quite a bit this session, is that bills get passed and then there's a fiscal note attached to them, and those are either part of the budget bill or the omnibus bill. And so during the omnibus project or process, I don't know how many FTE they added statewide, but it was a lot. But because ours was so late, none of that was considered during that process. So if education would have used the typical process where the bills got passed, went through both chambers, everything got done before the veto session, then you come back in the veto session and you can take care of this in the omnibus and you could consider those fiscal notes. Ours couldn't because it didn't get passed until the end and everything had already been wrapped up. So again, fortunately for us in this situation, the bills expenses don't really come for another year. And so we have the opportunity now to ask them to fix that and provide the staffing for FY26 when we would actually get into the meat of the work. What we'll be doing now will be a lot of planning, but not much in the implementation side.
Ann?
So really all we're asking them to do once again is to fund the law that they wrote.
So actually provide the funding that we told them it would take if they implemented the law that it eventually passed, yes.
So why don't we do it and bill them?
What's that?
Why don't we do it and bill them?
Actually, this is the way we bill them.
Okay.
Yeah, so the budget requests are actually the way we actually send the legislature a bill.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to provide you with a motion.
Go right ahead.
I move to request additional funding for the KSDE agency operating budget for the addition of 6 FTE staff members needed to comply with new reporting and accountability requirements approved as part of House Up for Senate Bill 387 at an estimated cost of $626,500.
Is there a second from Jim McNeese?
And I'll
All
second
right.
my motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain. Those opposed, abstain. 7-1-1. Motion passes.
All right. So next, last month, we talked a little bit about legislative compensation that changed. And so we talked about that we'd see about what the state board wanted to do about a request for state board member compensation. And so just as a reminder, the legislators in January will start receiving $43,000 per year. There's kind of a formula for how they get paid for different parts of the year. So during the legislative session, it comes out to about $286.67. Again, your salary, your compensation used to be tied to theirs. Theirs is now in a different statute, and so any changes they made doesn't apply to yours. And so we talked about, again, they're changing that they will get a salary still plus the subsistence. Your subsistence allowance is still tied to theirs, so if they made changes to that, it would apply to you, unless they change the law any other way. But the salary part doesn't. So what we talked about last time were three different kind of categories. And, guess I could show you that real quick. So the one was just, it stays the same. The next one was that if you look at the $286.67 per day, as opposed to the $82 per day that you're currently receiving, and basically do the exact same thing with a higher daily rate. And then the third one was look at a way to come up with a salary that would be consistent with that daily rate of pay. Now, one of the things that gets a little bit more complicated for a state board because of the shares you talk about. So what we would, John and I have talked about this, your days, one of the budgets are the days for the board meetings. And so typically we would say we'd start with the salary with what happens if you take the days for the board meetings and the $286, and then we'd look at currently the board chair receives an additional share, and then the vice chair is a half a share, and then the legislative liaisons are an additional share during the legislative session, and then District 5 receives an additional share for travel. And so if we could do some things where we broke it out and took the subsistence part, separated that out, and then we'd have an average salary and then basically a stipend for those other situations, which would be chair, vice chair, and legislative liaison. So that's how we could look at a salary. If you went with the $43,000 salary, our suggestion is we don't worry about that and just everybody gets the same amount and move on. Or the daily rate, again, it would be exactly what you're doing now, just it's a different multiplier.
As you contemplate this and think about what you want to recommend, I would encourage you, whatever you choose or choose another option, to tie it also to the cost of living increase that's in the legislative proposal so that you don't have to come back and do this again.
So the legislative salaries will go up by the Midwest wage inflationary cost. So the legislative salaries are set to go up every year if there's an increase in the wage inflations. And so there would be a way to tie this compensation the same way, whether it's tied directly to their in-session daily rate or some other portion there. We could make that work. Some of that would be talking to the legislative revisers about how to make that language work.
Right. So Madam Chair, would we want to entertain a lesser daily rate instead of the same as theirs? But looking at,
So
so
it
at
would be,
least they're seeing an increase, not necessarily the same increase, but at least we would see an increase.
so it would be possible that your recommendation is to, it would be a change in the statute that sets that $82 and change it to whatever number you wanted to change it to. That, I mean, that's possible. What I would suggest is a motion that kind of gives us your intent, and then let us work with the revisers about the best way to craft what that legislation would look like.
It seems to me to make sense that we follow what they're doing in the legislature in some fashion, whether that is salary or daily rate. And then we'll need to make sure that whatever motion we come up with does add the COLA, if so desired. Betty?
Well, Madam Chair, if you're ready for a motion, no?
Kind of trying to get some consensus on which of the three options.
I was kind of thinking that if I make a motion on one they don't like, then we move to the
Then you
other.
won't get a second?
Or the other.
So, Madam Chair, I would say that I think we've crafted these motions. It ties it to a legislative rate. So I believe that the way we've said that, and if that would be the intent of the state board, is that it would be whatever their rate moves to in the future. So it's not tied to their current rate, it's tied to whatever their rate is.
Okay. Jim, were you going to ask a question?
Well, there's two things. One is, I believe we should tie it to the legislative daily rate. You know, that's what it's been. And quite frankly, if there's one thing that I think is actually increased is the amount of time and effort and energy that we put into these positions. You know, to do less would, I think, demean and diminish the, at least, vision of who we are and what we're supposed to do. We're not better than the legislature, but we're equals to the legislature. And I think any move that we do that is less than what the legislature receives puts us in a compromising position for all future time. Now, if you need a motion, I don't have a dog in this show because I'm leaving. You know, and quite frankly, and I would imagine many of you work a lot harder and longer than I do. And there isn't a week goes by, a day goes by that something doesn't fly on our desk. You know, and sometimes a lot longer than we anticipated. You know, and for some of you, most of you, all of you probably, you're out on a day and you might spend 2 hours at a meeting, but it took you 4 hours to get there and 4 hours to get back. You know, now, none of us here at this time chose to run for office at the board because we were going to have some kind of compensation. This is a losing proposition right now. And I think the legislature has taken the approach that to increase their salary will give them an opportunity not to have better people, but to have a more diverse group possibly. You know, I'd dare say better, but not. That would be to do this. You know, we kind of all look like each other. You know, if you're a younger person, there's no reason to be here. You know, you're going to lose money. You know, not that this is a job that is going to secure you and your family for the future, but it would, I think, make this a position more attractive to folks who right now don't even consider it because of the time and energy without the compensation, you know, following. And this isn't great compensation, by the way. This is, you know, it's nice. When you're looking at zero, it looks really good, you know. But, yeah, this is, I think, a good step forward by the legislature and by the board. I'd be in favor of it, even though I won't benefit from it.
I just want to add that there's a lot of work that goes into even the reporting. And so I like the idea of a salary as opposed to a daily rate, because we all get the emails asking us on a regular basis for hours and days that you worked and where did you go? And then, Deborah, thank you, Deborah, does a lot of work on that end as well. And I don't write down every phone call I get, every email I read, but I guarantee that I am working every single day of the week on something. And to Jim's point, I think that this is a way to bring in, just as the legislature did across the street, to potentially open this up to other people who otherwise don't have the privilege to potentially run for one of these seats. So, Ann?
Well, and I'd prefer the daily rate, actually, because like legislative, if we do daily rate, then we can duplicate our current schedule with the shares and all that. With salary, you don't. Whether you're the legislative liaison or not, you get the same money. So
we could basically come up with stipends for the positions that are, what we could come up with is a base salary for board members. And then basically some other compensation for the positions. And so the positions that we've talked about so far that you have currently are chair, vice chair, and legislative liaisons. And then whatever we do with for District 5, you have a larger share for travel, not necessarily for days, is the way I understood it. Is that true? Yeah, but yes, that could be worked out.
without knowing what that salary would be, I'm not sure I'd be in favor of that. I mean, they settled on $43,000 a year because they're there for technically 4 months solid, and then they get less for a little bit each month for the months they're not in Topeka. But they do a lot more technically full days work than we do. So anyway, I'd still go for the daily rate.
I'd recommend you bring back a variety of plans like you have right here that kind of represent what the board is saying right now.
I assume that we need to take some action on this today
So-
because of the timing of the budget.
I think we could still do that. I mean, so what I'm hearing is that it's either a daily rate or a salary based on the daily rate of the legislature while they're in session. And so,
Frank, don't certain members of the how does the legislature then pay the president of the Senate or the speaker or leadership positions that are compensated differently?
they have it's like a stipend, they have a
So they're getting the 43 plus.
plus, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I just want you to know that
Well, I'm saying
they have positions that are paid above that.
then we'd be disconnecting our rate. Unless we're gonna say we want 43,000 like them, we are again disconnecting our salary from theirs and going for a different amount. That's why I wouldn't wanna do the salary.
So look at item 3, which maybe does both. It says, here's the daily rate, and we're thinking that you're gonna work an average of these days, and you can convert that to a salary.
So I think what we could do if you look at option 2 on the motions, if you just eliminate the word daily, then the motion would be, I recommend changes to state statute to make compensation rate for members of the State Board of Education equal to the daily compensation rate of members of the Kansas State Legislature. What that does is sets the amount of money that way, and then later on you could decide how to, we could come back with some options of what a salary would look like versus just a daily rate.
I thought that's what number 3 did. You're assuming everybody will do 78 days, so if you did 24 days and just showed up for the meetings, you get the same salary as if.
I guess what I'm suggesting is a motion that says, we suggest that we move to compensation that would be equal to what a rate of pay that the legislature gets while they're in session. And then we can come back later on and figure out how that would actually be distributed, whether that's
Well, it'd just be cleaner if we just tied ours to theirs, that's all I'm saying, but, okay.
That's what that
This would
does,
tie it to
though.
that. It's just how it gets distributed might be somewhat different.
So you're saying if we did number 3, that everybody'd get 22, and then you'd have more for leadership?
Well, because it's the average days, not every, so the leadership is given more days. What I'm suggesting is that the motion would not tie us to daily or salary. It would just say the motion would be that it would be increased compensation to be equal to how the legislature gets paid during the session. And so what it says there for the legislature is they get 60% of their salary during the session, which works out to $286 a day. So if we say that we're just gonna make it equal to that portion of their salary, and then we work it out from there.
And then what about the liaisons?
So that would be the part that gets worked out, is how it's different for different positions. And that could either be by that they get allocated more days, or they just get a stipend into their salary. Either one could work.
And in the future, when they raise it because of increases in whatever, it also, you don't have to keep coming back to make changes.
So really what we need now is to say that you want to, it's the $170,000 or the $396,000 is the important part now. We have until January to work out how we would change the legislation. So that's what I was talking about, is as long as you're saying that you want the state board members' salaries to either be the same as the legislature or computed based on how the legislature gets paid while they're in session. And then it would just be as a cost of either $396,000 or $170,000. And then we'll come up with some ways that salary could work, so you could look at it and see if you like it better.
And so you said, so that would be option 2 minus the first daily on line 1.
I think it would, just take out the daily and it just talks
daily.
about compensation. And then I think that would be enough for us to work with.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Betty's been trying to make a motion.
Wanted to make sure that we got the discussion.
But don't we have discussion after a motion?
You can do both, sure. We can-
So my suggestion would be is that if you don't want to commit to a daily or a salary rate now, but just that we want the salary, the compensation to increase like the legislature does while they're in session, you could make motion option number 2 and just take daily out between make and compensation in the first line.
Frank, does that take into account the differential?
I think it does.
The total amount would.
Yeah, I do. Okay, so right now, we have an amount set aside for legislative liaisons, but like, I didn't use all mine up, and Dina went over. So you're saying they would just get a flat amount then? It wouldn't be based on how many days we actually showed up?
We will look at possibilities. It could be
Or whoever
that,
shows up?
I mean, it could be there's a regular rate and then a daily rate for legislative liaisons for the days they work. I mean, there are different ways to look at it.
Hers is like travel.
Betty?
Ready for a motion. I move to recommend changes to state statute to make compensation rate for members of the Kansas State Board of Education equal to the daily compensation rate for members of Kansas legislature while they are in session, with an initial estimated cost increase of $170,000.
Is there a second? Jim? Further discussion? And that was option 2 minus the word daily. Is it retroactive? Afraid not. I agree with Ann, though, that it's going, I believe it's imperative that our legislative liaisons are recognized for the additional work that they put in and the hours, days that they spend away from home.
So, just for discussion, is the motion Betty just made to go salary or day rate? She just did day rate, right?
No, we took daily rate out so that her motion was for the $170,000 of budget request. You'll be able to, during your legislative priorities, we can clarify what you want the legislation to look like, whether it's salary or what we need to do with that. This was a way to put that decision off.
Further discussion? Jim?
Since the legislative liaisons work more days than the rest of us, wouldn't that automatically be taken care of 'cause on a daily rate basis? Because they work more days.
It would with a daily rate basis, but we'd have to figure it out differently on salary. But there actually could be a hybrid.
I have a first and a second. Are we ready to vote, or is there more discussion? Ready to vote. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain. 7-1-1. Motion passes. Good luck with that.
All right. So then the last thing that I won't spend any much time on is that in November, we'll start talking about legislative priorities. So some of the things we talked about are the state level farm to plate initiatives, which is a little bit what I mentioned before. Cybersecurity, this is where we talked about we could put together a department for cybersecurity to actually help districts with that. As opposed to making that as a recommendation, we just say that if the legislature wants to be serious about helping schools with cybersecurity, we're going to need a department to do that. We'll talk about whether we want to say anything else about state assessments and funding for that. We'll add to that safe and secure, or safe schools, not necessarily the safe and secure schools grant. And then we'll also have how you want to do salary if you get, or how you get to do compensation if they actually approve additional funding. If there are other things you want added to the list, let me know before November.
I don't see any more questions. We will take a 10-minute break with apologies to our presenters. We are running over an hour behind, and I will take a look at the agenda and see if we want to make any changes. As written, ignore the times in the left-hand column. We're ready for number 12, act on appointments to the Professional Standards Advisory Board.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Dr. Watson. I am Joe Midgley. I am Shane's License Operation Coordinator. He regrets not being here, but he is in the cool mountains of North Carolina enjoying some well-deserved time off. So today we will have three individuals for your consideration for the Professional Standards Board. So just as a review, these are the statutes of setting up the Professional Standards Board and then their duties and responsibilities that they have. And then the big thing is the requirements. Everybody that is in one of the positions that is a pre-K to 12 position is a licensed individual in the state, and they are currently in one of those positions. So our vacant positions right now, we have one higher ed, and this is for a public institution, one of our Board of Regents ones. The makeup is one public and one private for higher ed. We currently have 5 building level administrators. And the reason we have so many of those is towards the end of the school year, we had a lot of changes in the Professional Standards Board with people changing positions, leaving those positions, resigning their time on the board. So we got an influx of those at the end of the year. So right now, these are the current 5 that are out there. Today, we have one from the special ed administrator and then one private school administrator. The other ones we have solicited nominations for to include the one classroom teacher, and we are looking at bringing you those next month. This is the current makeup of our state board, of our Professional Standards Board right now. Any of these positions that are red are currently vacant. Any of the yellow ones, they are individuals whose second term is starting as of now for the new fiscal year, and that they will be individuals that we will be looking at new nominees for in June of 2025. Then anybody that's the purplish blue, they are the ones, they are finishing up their first term and they have just started their second term. So for these 3 positions, as they are very niche positions with who we have solicited nominations for, the individuals have been nominated by their specific professional groups. This one for Dr. Feldman, she has been nominated by the Council of Regent Deans. So this is our public nomination for that, and she would be representing State Board 4. She works at the University of Kansas. She is their associate dean. Any questions I can answer on this one?
Who did you say nominated her?
The Council of Regent Deans.
Any questions? Kathy?
I just want to point out that COED does not stand for Council of Regent Deans.
Catherine and I were just talking about that, and we were trying to figure that out, and we're assuming because we have the 2 public and private, yes, it is COED, but they don't want to have it confused where it's the Council of Education Deans, because that could be everybody, so we make sure that they're 2 different ones. We also are a government entity that loves our acronyms if they don't match.
I don't see any more questions.
So each of these are their own nominations if you would like, Madam Chair, or we could do one at the end. We broke it up into 3 just to make sure it was possibly a little bit easier for the board.
Okay. I have a motion that reads as 1. Do you want to go ahead and finish, and then
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe we'll have more questions at the end?
So our next one is our special ed nominee, and again, this one was directly from the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators. She is the individual that this group has nominated. Again, she is in DeSoto, and again, she is part of District 4. Any questions on Ms. Sutherman?
See none?
And our last one is from our private Association of Independent Religious Schools. This is an individual, she is down in the Wichita Diocese, so the diocese covers quite a few districts, so 7, 8, 9, and 10. And this is, again, a very niche one that has been nominated by that institute, or by that association directly.
Agreed.
That is all I have, Madam Chair. Pending any questions?
Okay. Board members, questions, discussion, or ready for a motion, however you would like to make it? Dina? Okay.
Do you want them all separately or one at?
Does anyone want to vote separately?
Or I'd
think you're
make
good to
them
read.
all at once if that's okay.
Go right ahead.
I move that Kansas State Board of Education act on the following recommended new appointments to the Professional Standards Board effective upon appointment through June 30th, 2027. Kelly Feldman to her first term, representing higher education, and that's a public university. Michelle Smotherman to her first term, representing an administrator in special education, and Kristen Schmitz to her first term, representing an administrator from the non-public schools.
Is there a second? Betty? Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That is a 9-0 vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our next item is number 13, receive recommendations of the Evaluation Review Committee for Higher Education Accreditation and Program Approvals.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Dr. Schmidley.
Thank you very much, Chairman Haas, Commissioner Watson, and members of the board. Thank you for letting me come before you today. I have for you recommendations from the Evaluation Review Committee as a receive item that you would then hopefully vote on next month. And I do have recommendations for both higher ed accreditation and program review. Since you don't see the higher ed accreditation as often, very quickly to go through the process, it is very similar to the program approval process, but with an additional back and forth exchange of information between the College Department of Education and the accreditation review team. So the ERC ends up looking at a total of 5 different reports that they review and write their recommendation that I bring to you. Possible decisions are full accreditation for 7 years, accreditation with stipulation if there is a serious concern but all standards are met for 2 years, probation or probationary accreditation if there is a serious concern and one standard is not met for 2 years. And if more than one standard is not met, the ERC recommends not accrediting an institution. That is not the case with either of the recommendations I have for you. So just to quickly summarize the higher ed accreditation standards, the first focuses on content and pedagogy, that the College Department of Education oversees each of the license programs that they offer, that they are training for the appropriate content and education theory and methods in each license track. That they partner with the P-12 schools to ensure that the programs meet the school needs and that programs have a strong hand in designing programs. Accreditation Standard 3 is how the college recruits to the education major, monitors them through that, and makes sure that they are qualified to graduate. Program Impact is that the college monitors once somebody has graduated with the education major and gotten a job in the area they were prepared for, are they having a positive impact on their classroom? And are they satisfied with their preparation, and are their employers satisfied with them? Accreditation Standard 5 is the quality assurance system, the continuous improvement process, and their capacity. Does the college education department keep track of all of these programs that it's running and these other 4 standards to make sure that they have everything going and a continuous reflection on what have we been doing, what do we want to improve? I did also want to go over, there are two different types of concerns that can be expressed with accreditation. The area for improvement for accreditation is typically not severe enough to make the standard not met. It's a concern to be worked on, to be written down and thought about every year, but it typically does not jeopardize the standard being met. A stipulation is a more serious concern, which could result in the standard not being met. It doesn't necessarily, but it could. If there is a stipulation, remember those two-year approvals, the program needs to resolve that stipulation in 2 years to retain accreditation. We don't have any of these with the recommendations I have for you today. So the first recommendation I have for you is for Baker University. The Evaluation Review Committee is recommending full accreditation for 7 years with all standards met. You'll notice standards are listed as initial and advanced. Initial programs, meaning this is somebody's first foray into an educator credential. I can show up at 18 and declare my major and pursue that license. An advanced program means that you have to have a previous license before you can enroll in that program, such as a principal or special education. You typically have to have a separate license before you can enroll in that. So they are monitored and recommended for accreditation separate. Advanced programs often work with the graduate school, so there are more entities at the college involved. So looking at Baker's recommendations, there are no stipulations at either the initial or advanced level. There are no areas for improvement for advanced standards 1, 2, and 3. There are areas for improvement that the team recommends that the institution work on for those other standards. And I'll try to summarize them for you because I know you've had a very long day. For standard 1, this is the content and pedagogy standard. I'm going to jump to the rationale, which is where the details are. The area for improvement statement, the AFI, typically is a restatement of the component of the standard that's being addressed. So I'm going to skip kind of back and forth because the first 4 AFIs are all for standard 1 and they're all for the same thing. No disaggregated race or ethnicity data by preparation program to show any disparities or explain disparities. Analysis is limited. So for all of their standard 1 evidence for component 1.1 and 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, the evidence wasn't sorted out by individual license area and then race ethnicity. And that is the evidence item that the review team recommends that the university keep working on for all aspects of standard 1. Standard 1 is recommended as met, as is. Moving on to standard 2, partnerships with P12 schools. Skipping to the rationale, the evidence doesn't document systematic partner engagement and decision-making. Partner relationships, the typo is in the original, so I left it, one-on-one and ad hoc. So each partner relationship that the university establishes with a school district to place a student teacher is specific to that placement. It's not systematic. Component 2.2, looking at how the college and their P12 partners select the clinical educator, the cooperating teacher. There is not systematic training or support. So again, it is individualized. It's not clear how every cooperating teacher is supported in a template manner. And that collaborative engagement with the P12 of how folks are selected and supported. But the standard is recommended as met. Component 2.3, How does the college work with the P-12 partner to ensure the clinical experience is of sufficient depth, breadth, diversity, coherence, and duration? And again, that partner involvement is not documented strongly as systematic. It's instance by instance. Moving on to standard 3, this is recruitment and support of candidates in the program. Component 3.2, as the college advises and supports candidates who are not progressing, that advisement and support is not systematized. It is individual specific. Part of the component is that every cohort going through the college, the education department, needs to have a cohort average GPA of 3.0 at some point before graduation. And that instance in time was not verified by the college as part of the visit process when that 3.0 GPA average was confirmed. Standard 3, component 3.3, looking at the individual key assessments that were provided as evidence that candidates are monitored through their degree so that they are skilled and prepared to graduate and go get a job. There is little evidence that all of these different items are reviewed collectively. They're each looked at individually, each different assessment being used. The KCAT is the student teacher observation tool, journal reflections. They're looked at separately, but it wasn't clear how they were looked at all together. The standard is recommended as met. So we're drilling really deep into the process and systematic things. So moving on to standard 4, this is after folks have graduated and gotten a job and are having an impact in the classroom. Looking at 4.2, employer satisfaction, they didn't have 3 cycles of responses from employers. They had 1 cycle of responses from employers. The requirement is 3. And then looking at the graduate, the completers' satisfaction with how they were prepared, how they were trained. That data wasn't disaggregated by the license program, whether they're an elementary major or an English ed major, and it wasn't disaggregated by other demographics. Looking at advanced programs specifically, similar kind of similar. Again, they had 3 cycles of employer responses at this time, but they weren't representative of most of the graduates that the program has. There were no responses from district leaders about their satisfaction. There was 1 response from a special ed employer about their satisfaction, and the data wasn't analyzed. The visit team and the evaluation review committee felt that the standard was met, but this needs to be worked on. Also component advanced 4.2, so again, completer satisfaction. There were not 3 cycles of data from graduates. Those weren't disaggregated by license area or other demographics of those respondents. And there were averages provided, but not other analysis. Moving on to standard 5, the quality assurance system. Component 5.2, at the time of the visit, the college was using some rubrics they had created internally. When they create those internally, the accreditation process requires that those internally created assessments meet the criteria for evaluation of internally created assessments that we use from the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation. Things like, does the rubric say on it when it will be administered? Does it have full instructions for its purpose? Does each item on it, is it labeled for what standard it's relevant for? So some of the instruments provided as evidence did not meet those criteria for evaluation. As such, their results are not reliable, not necessarily reliable evidence. Component 5.3, there was some evidence that provided by the college that external stakeholders were involved in program design and evaluation, but those external stakeholders that attended accreditation interviews could not verify that. Those individuals had not been involved in program design. So this will be my pitch if you get invited to attend an accreditation interview. Go. Go. Component 5.4. Again, looking at those internally created assessments, and they were not necessarily aligned to each standard. They weren't labeled for what standard the rubric line item asked about. And discussion of the performance of demographic groups was limited. At the advanced level, standard 5, component 5.2, it's the same issue again, looking at some of those internally created instruments, and they have not all been analyzed for all of those expectations for internally created instruments. So not all of the rubric line items were tagged for what standard they belong to. But the standard is recommended as met. Component 5.3, the Education Advisory Council is the Advanced Programs Advisory Council at Baker. And individuals in interviews did not say they had been involved in data analysis or program design. So there was some evidence of that, but not in the interviews. Component 5.4, interviews with faculty did not confirm that they had a systematic process for making changes based on data. That again, things were done individually. So all of Baker's standards are recommended as met, as is. The accreditation process requires that the institution reply to each area for improvement annually in an annual report. The ERC does recommend that they be accredited for that full 7-year span. Their previous accreditation was in 2018, and there were no concerns at that time, or they were all cleared by the visit team most recently. Any questions about Baker?
Yes, Kathy.
So I was going to ask, and
Yes.
you said it, so this is different than what we saw in 2018.
Yes.
So do we know if there's a big staff turnover?
There is staff turnover, and when you have one person, running a thing and they retire, and one person picks it all up, it can be really difficult to juggle things. And a lot of the accreditation standards require advisory committees and P12 partners to be actively involved in data analysis and decision-making. And so the visit is a combination of, were other people involved in making this decision? Did they look at data? Are they available for an interview to say they did that? And so it's a combination of many factors.
And did I just hear you say that all of these AFIs are looked at in a year? So even though they're
Yes.
fully accredited for 7, if we vote that way, or for till 2030, they will be continuously looked at until those are cleaned up?
Yes, they will write to these every year as part of their annual report.
Okay.
and what they are doing to resolve them.
Gotcha. Do we know how many graduates they put out a year?
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay.
Do you have that, Joe?
I don't have that off the top of my head, Ms. Hopkins, but I can get that.
We can find that.
And what happens then if they don't correct the AFI?
If it
Or have
comes up,
progress toward correcting that?
if they don't make any progress, if they reply and say, we're not working on that one, then their accreditation could come back for a revisit. If they're not working on resolving that concern, it, I think, would be taken more seriously. If they choose not to participate in the annual report process, that is a reason to revoke their accreditation, to bring them back before you for that.
So to be specific, that would happen when, if they were to not comply, when would it be back in front of us?
Because they are a partner university with CAPE, their annual reports are due at the end of April. So I would think we would know by May if somebody missed a deadline because they didn't click through the second to next to last window to hit, yes, I really mean to hit send. It happens. It's their system. May, June.
Okay. What is the sentiment on their side? How did they feel about this process?
I think they were very earnest and working hard. They have one person doing a lot of work, an accreditation coordinator, and I know they struggled to get people to attend interviews, which can be really hard.
Hence your comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Kathy, I just took you. Did you have another question? Okay. Ann?
Well, it looked like what a lot of Baker was missing was data. I mean, is it enough just to say we're working on it, or do they have to show you the data?
They have to, it's not just data, it's in-depth analysis of data.
Yeah.
Disaggregating the data by demographic areas, which
Yeah.
can be difficult if you've had, single-digit numbers in a major in a number of years. And also disaggregating data by each license area.
My question is, so how much better do they have to be by next year?
It is an area for improvement. It's not a stipulation. So they need to be working on it, actively working on it, but there aren't defined stair steps.
Well, like, how many years would you give them out of the 7 to fix it? That's the question. I mean, it's not like, well, I'll know it when I see it. How much more is good enough?
All of these actually stay on the decision for the full 7-year period, and they write to them for the full 7 years of annual reports, even if they fix it next year.
Okay, thank you.
And then the review team next time looks at all of the previous AFIs and says, well, they fixed that, they fixed that. This one we're rephrasing and carrying over, whatever they do. But they all get looked at again at the next visit.
I don't see any more questions.
Okay. Friends University. The ERC is recommending full accreditation for 7 years with all standards met at both the initial and advanced level. They have no stipulations, either for the initial or advanced. They do have areas of improvement at the initial level for standards 2 through 5, and at the advanced level for standards 3 and 5. So looking at standard 2, partnerships. One of the evidence items that the university provided did not have data analysis or a process of how to use data. So that is an issue to be worked on. Standard 3, candidate monitoring. The university provided minutes and presentations regarding hiring shortages, but aggregated state, regional, and local vacancy data was not provided during the visit. They had evidence talking about it, but they didn't have the actual numbers for the visit. Looking at component 3.1 at the advanced level, it is the same issue, but initial and advanced are treated separately, so it repeats. Looking at standard 4, this is P12 impact. The EPP provided reading results as evidence of effectiveness of their completers in the job, but they did not sort that data by licensure area. So it's not possible to discern if some licensure areas are having more impact on reading scores than others. And those licensure areas might be trained differently. Elementary from art, from math. And observation data was also provided, but again was not sorted by licensure area or demographics. Component 4.3. So this is completer satisfaction. They provided more than 3 cycles of data, but there was a gap in the data, and it was not disaggregated by demographics of respondents. So making sure that there aren't any gaps in data and coming up with a way to aggregate across years within a demographic category to be able to look at that. Standard 5 for both initial and advanced. Some of the internally created assessments, similar to Baker, looking at internally created assessments, did not have formal evidence of an analysis of inter-rater reliability. And that was for both initial and advanced programs. All standards are recommended as met with no stipulations, and any previous areas for improvement were deemed resolved or rolled into one that you have seen now. Any questions on Friends?
I have a quick question. When you say that they didn't sort by area or they didn't sort by demographics, how easy is that to fix? Is that a phone call or an email to the university to say, hey, we didn't get this data the right way? Or is it so much data that that's a big thing for them to solve for?
I think the problem is not so much data, it's so little data.
Aha.
And if I have, a cohort that is all white females, that's fine. If I have one Hispanic female, I can't really give that one person's score unless I can find some more folks in that demographic category from previous years and maybe say, I had one person and a gap of several years and 2 people and a gap. Right. Across 4 years, I've got 3 people.
It's not a big enough pool. Got it. Yeah. I saw it as a deficiency on their part to not do something, but it's something that they literally cannot do. Should not do.
They all need to do it.
So they should have turned it in that way anyway? Is that what you're saying?
That if they could aggregate across years within a demographic category, that's a way to deal with tiny, tiny numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they could have solved for this and did not?
And did not.
And did they have the opportunity to solve for it?
It first gets looked at in the self-study, and the team writes a formative report. And the university provides an addendum with more information. The team then conducts interviews and asks again, but there is less time because there is a very strict, 2 days during the interviews, and all evidence is due by the second day at 5 p.m. So if it wasn't picked up with that first formative report question on it, it would be difficult to crunch new numbers in time.
Okay.
It's possible, yeah. They could have done that earlier, but didn't have it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Jim McNeese.
The size of the school and the resources available to provide the data and the time to collect and present, organize, present, is that a barrier? Are those barriers in this? I mean, how many people, you go to KU, you got a whole lot of people. You go to Friends and to Tabor and those schools, and all of a sudden it's the same guy or gal doing it.
It is. Everyone is held to the same bar. Whether you have 15 people, each in a different role that have to work together, or one person wearing all 15 hats?
Good
Which
jumping.
doesn't really answer your question.
Well, yes, it does. But I can see where in the smaller colleges and universities, the number of folks, the experience of those folks, and the time commitment that they need to do these tasks can be very daunting.
Yes. Yes.
You know, they do have families and kids are supposed to teach and supervise.
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, just like the small school situation with, you know, accreditation, you're dealing here with limited resources.
Yep.
Okay,
Very
thank
much
you.
so.
I think we just need to be aware of that and try to help them out. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions on Friends? I promise it gets faster now. You're familiar with the program review process, very similar. So I have recommendations for you to approve 3 programs for Bethel College: art, health, and physical education, all with all standards met and no areas for improvement. For Mid-American Nazarene University, I have a recommendation for 1 proposed new program, and we have an unfortunate use of the same word, stipulation, with a totally different meaning. So in this case, stipulation meaning with conditions, with attention. The university wants to start offering an elementary unified program which is different from the traditional one they already offer. This would be innovative, where a para working in a school could be in the program and not have to quit to go take traditional classes. Because it is new, a new program can only be approved with stipulation, approved with conditions, or not approved. It gets 2 years to begin admitting candidates. That is extendable to a 3rd year if they haven't admitted anyone at that point. And then a progress report is due 60 days after the 2nd semester of operation. How did it go? Did you have to change anything when you got this thing started? So ERC is recommending new program approved with stipulation for Mid-America's proposed innovative elementary unified program. With all standards met, no areas for improvement. Speaking of progress reports, Mid-America also provided a progress report for their restricted license program that they offer. Restricted license is an alternative route in which somebody has a degree in hand. I have a degree in geology, and I want to become a geology teacher. So they find a position teaching geology, and then they take education theory and methods while they are in that position. So for Mid-America's restricted program, they had all standards met, no areas of improvement for standards 3 through 10, but they did have areas for improvement for standards 1 and 2. So looking at standard 1, the university said, course EDUC 6445 goes with standard 1. And the review team said, we're not following that logic. Sorry, I'm getting over abbreviated. They could see how the course was aligned to other standards, but not to standard 1. The university could have dropped it from the list, and they didn't. So the area for improvement remains on the standard. The next area for improvement is actually for the same course again. So looking at the contents of the syllabus, they couldn't see where standard 1 was addressed in this course that's been tagged that it goes with this standard. So they're kind of talking about the same confusion again. Looking at standard 2, it's the same course again, 6445, and again, the contents of the course, when the reviewers looked at it, they said, I don't see how this applies to standard 2. And the university chose to leave it on the list of formal evidence for standard 2. But both standards are recommended as met by other key assessments. So that is the new program progress report. Let me flip back to how that works, because I think this is the first time you're seeing these. So the ERC is recommending that that new program stipulation be taken off the status and it be put onto the continuing review cycle of all of Mid-America's continuing programs. Their next reviews happen to be in fall of 2030. They were last semester. Mid-America also has continuing programs that the ERC is recommending for approval: Elementary Unified, English 612, School Counselor, and Reading Specialist, all with all standards met, no areas for improvement. For Pittsburgh State, the ERC is recommending continuing program approval for Art, for Elementary Unified, for Library Media Specialist, for Middle Level Math, their restricted program, and for Speech Theater, all with all standards met, no areas for improvement. For Tabor College, ERC is recommending approval for Biology, Chemistry, Elementary, Music, and Vocal Music, with all standards met, no areas for improvement. You notice chemistry is labeled as dormant. It means that in the last 7 years, they have not had somebody enroll and take key assessments for chemistry, but they want to continue offering it. So it has to be reviewed with no data having been generated. And then for Washburn University, ERC is recommending continuing approval for elementary, for middle level English, for secondary English, for middle level math, I think there's one more, and for music, all with all standards met, no areas for improvement. My apologies for taking so much of your afternoon. Do you have any questions on the programs?
Board members, any questions?
Yay.
We're good, thank you.
I will hope to see you next month.
Board, we are scheduled for a break. Do you want a break? There's one more presentation. Keep going? Keep going. All right. For item number 14, screen time and social media in schools. Welcome, Dr. Jake Steele and friends. You'll introduce, right? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just, I'm gonna lay some ground rules. You can choose to do what you want with those ground rules. I'm here with Gabby Hull and Peyton Lynn. Peyton, we've worked together as a team on this. Peyton has been the lead researcher, and so she will present. And then we'll be in the back for questions or any support there. So anytime you're talking about technology, screen time, anything, there's just so many conversations to be had, and we don't want to disregard all of those important conversations. We are going to bucket the conversation today. That doesn't mean we don't want to talk about other things. We just think you got to pick these off a little bit at a time. So Peyton will go over these as well, but as pertaining to screen time, we are going to, it is the way we're talking, let me back up. It is very important when we're talking about these kind of hot button items that we have a definition for them. So we're going to define the way we're going to operate with them. Pertaining to screen time, we're going to talk about non-educational use of screens. That screen could be a watch, that screen could be a tablet or a computer, it could be on a systems device, it could be on a personal device, but screen time is non-educational use. We're going to talk about cell phones in schools. That's what it sounds like. And we're going to talk about parent oversight. We're going to talk about we will have some recommendations of things parents can do pertaining to cell phones, but the oversight is oversight of district devices. When your kid gets a device, and what access does a parent have to that device when it is from the school. So keep those in mind. We'll go through these and let you know kind of the data and what we've been asked to present on that. So I'll hand it over to Peyton. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Yeah, so like Jake said, we're going to go over screen time, parental oversight, and cell phones in that order. Just to define some of the terms, when we're talking about screen time in this particular presentation, these are non-school related activities in front of a screen, including the smartphones, computers, tablets, but specifically the non-educational, non-school related activities that kids are doing with the screen. And then social media is defined as a platform that has user profiles, networking opportunities, user-generated content, and interactivity. So an example of this would be like Facebook or Instagram, whereas Facebook Messenger or like WhatsApp, those would not be defined as social media, just to give a little bit of context about what we're talking about. And the reason that I want to make sure we're defining these specific terms is because a lot of times when people think about the negative effects of screens, that's getting conflated with some of the negative effects of social media. So just making sure that we're able to separate those two things. So since 2020, children's screen time has risen by about 52% compared to pre-2020 levels. Children are averaging 7 to 10 hours of non-educational screen time per day. So that's including, you know, they go to school for 8 hours and maybe they're on their computers doing schoolwork there. Before and after school is on average an additional 7 to 10 hours, 5 of which are being spent on social media. 42% of children, the Pew Research Center says, say that they're online almost constantly. When we're looking at some of the guidance for what experts say children should have in terms of their screen time, there's a lot of guidance for ages 0 to 5 from like the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. The American Academy of Pediatrics has some guidance for ages 0 to 5, generally recommending somewhere between 0 and 2 hours per day. But past about the age of 5, there really is not a lot of professional guidance out there. A lot of it is just saying, you know, monitor what your kids are doing, set reasonable boundaries, but as far as specific time limits go, I wasn't finding a whole lot of information about what kids actually should be spending on screens. One specific topic that I know was mentioned a couple months ago was screen time and effects on mental health. So there are a lot of studies that talk about increased screen time and its effects on mental health. Yale School of Medicine specifically talks about youth who spend the most time on their digital devices were statistically more likely to exhibit higher levels of depression, anxiety, social anxiety, and other concerns like that. This, again, Preventative Medicine Reports talks about that high users show less curiosity, self-control, less emotional stability. This particular research said that the more hours of screen time are associated with lower well-being. So how they defined well-being and the more screen time kind of moved like that. So the higher your screen time, the less good your well-being was, and vice versa. And then just recently, the U.S. Surgeon General put out a statement saying that more than 3 hours a day on social media can double the risk of mental health problems for youth. Remember, the average time spent on social media per day is 5 hours for children. So, you know, that is something that the U.S. Surgeon General just put out about a month ago, saying that they face double the risk of mental health problems, including experiencing symptoms like depression and anxiety. While there is a lot of research out there that talks about high screen time being associated with worse mental health, there are other studies that would suggest that some marginalized communities may actually see positive effects from more screen time because it does provide a sense of community and support. So that's more specific to social media, that having access to social media allows those people to have a sense of community that they may not be getting in their day-to-day lives. And there's some other contrasting research along these lines as well. So an example of this is a PBS Kids show called Molly of Denali. This one, the research specifically talks about the more screen time that a child has with this particular TV show and its subsequent resources that they have online, the more learning, the better problem solving. So researchers actually saw a pretty big correlation between higher amounts of screen time and higher amounts of learning and problem solving abilities and things like that. There are also some researchers that suggest that screen time and mental health issues don't necessarily have a causal relationship, that it's more correlational. So this one in particular talks about how the data doesn't necessarily support having more screen time with being more depressed or being more anxious, rather that children who have depression or anxiety are more likely to spend more time on screens. So then I want to get into what can parents do at home. So Michael Rich is part of the Boston Digital Wellness Lab for the Boston Children's Hospital. He says that it's important for parents, particularly when it comes to like cell phone use and TV and stuff at home, to model how to use devices appropriately, mentor children through co-use, and monitor children's screen time and device use. So if we want our kids to do this thing, like have less screen time, then parents should also practice what they preach, is essentially what his says. So then I did a little bit of digging into how much time adults are spending on their screens every day. And so US adults from ages 25 to 34 years old average about 7 hours and 8 minutes a day on screens. Ages 35 to 44 average about 6 hours and 32 minutes per day on screens. So this is just those parents that are in, or those adults that are in that age of being parents, particularly parents of young children, when they have those really high amounts of screen time, that can often have an effect on the child as well. And what can parents do at home? This is from Jonathan Haidt, the author of The Anxious Generation, which is a book that just came out this year. He would recommend no smartphones before high school, no social media before the age of 16, and for parents to encourage free play, independence, and responsibility from a really young age, and making sure parents prioritize that when they're not allowing their children to have screens or phones. And then to get into some of the district devices. So while school-issued devices are meant to be used for educational purposes, obviously, students have opportunities a lot of times to access other content from those devices, particularly when they go home for the day and they don't have that oversight of their teachers. There are some programs that schools can adopt that would allow parents to monitor or manage the type of content that a student is able to access on their device while they're at home. So for example, GoGuardian has a GoGuardian parent option that a district could adopt that would give parents the ability from the hours of 4 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following day to turn off internet access on the district device, to set screen time limits for their kids, to restrict which apps could be used, or to block certain websites. And then moving on from the parent side of things to talk about cell phones in schools. So cell phones, 77% of schools have a policy that prohibits cell phones for non-academic use during the school day. However, 97% of students say that they use their cell phones during the school day. So there's obviously some sort of disconnect there. A lot of the frustrations in the research that I was seeing is that they often have phone policies that are really outdated from maybe the early 2000s. So those phone policies aren't necessarily keeping up with the prevalence or the type of phone usage that students have today. And then the enforcement side of thing is also what matters. So a lot of educators say that it's really difficult to enforce this at the classroom level when not all teachers are on the same page. Others would say that it's really important for the administration to be the ones to enforce it so that teachers don't have to take the time to be like a cell phone police in class. But there is a lot of research out there that talks about parents maybe not always wanting their kids' cell phones to not be available during class. So this particular research says that over half of parents believe that kids should sometimes be allowed to use their cell phones in school, and say that they want their kids to have access to their phones at school because of some sort of emergency situation, to coordinate transportation, or talk about certain health needs during the day. And then this pie chart asks parents what they think the impact of high cell phone use is on their children. About half of those parents in the survey said that they think cell phones have a mostly or entirely positive impact on children, and only 9% believe that the impact is mostly or entirely negative. So kind of shifting gears away from that side of things to talk about what has been going on around the country with screen time and cell phone policies. So the left box is different states that have taken legislative action. So that legislature has passed a law that states the policy. For example, Florida passed a law that states that kids cannot have their phones in school for non-educational purposes. And then on the right-hand side is states that have given some kind of non-binding guidance that's been released either by their state Department of Education, their governor, their state board of education. For our purposes, I will focus a little bit more on the guidance side of things because just this past session, we had HB 2641, which would have required local boards of education to adopt policies that would prohibit students' use of cell phones during school hours. However, that did die in committee. There were 3 opponents and 8 proponents when that came up in committee, but it didn't make it out, which is why I will focus more on the guidance side of things. Starting with New Hampshire, so this one, they put out guidance that had some example policy language around students not being able to use their personal computers or cell phones during the time that they're required to be fulfilling their work. The school district will block all commercial and social media sites. And then they also had guidance around the effects of social media and screen time on academic performance, depression and anxiety, cyberbullying, and things like that. So this particular guidance just gave a plethora of resources and then some model policy language. Louisiana sort of did the same thing, didn't provide as many of the educational resources, but did give quite a bit of example policy language. So monitoring student homework expectations to ensure that You provide adequate time for outdoor play, staggering the use of screens between classes, taking breaks every 20 to 30 minutes, and that screens should not be used during recess or outdoor time. Maryland is pretty similar to Louisiana, recommending that digital devices be limited with young children, only using them for 10 to 20 minutes at a time, teach students how to appropriately use technology, and then provide opportunities for off-screen and collaborative learning opportunities. Utah was a little bit of a different example. Their governor actually came out with a statement giving guidance to schools saying that cell phone free learning environments are going to help our teachers learn, and requesting that local school districts ensure that their policies keep phones in students' backpacks or lockers during class time. And then Texas is also a little bit different because it specifically focuses on early childhood, not K-12. So they give specific guidance on screen time limits for their early childhood classrooms. So, with all of that information, kind of looking at what some other states have done, my question is just kind of what is the role of KSDE and the State Board of Education, and I think that that's something going forward to consider.
Awesome job. Thank you. That must have taken a lot of time. You have a lot of good sources there. It was nice to be able to read the fine print on each of those slides for the resource.
As you get ready to have a discussion, I find, for me, and I don't know if this is true for you, the word cell phone is a misnomer. It's not being used. 97% of the people saying they're not using it to call people. It's using it for those other things that are on the smart device. I think in my generation, when I hear the word phone, we think of talking on a device, because for over 100 years, that's what we used it for. These devices aren't being used to call your friend or call home. That's not what they're being used for. So I think you just have to remember that these devices, we call them cell phones, but they're a smart computer device that's in the hand of every kid, and they're not being used to make phone calls. Am I right, Peyton?
You're
They're not
right,
being
yes.
used to make phone calls. So please keep that in mind.
I'll start with Betty, and then I've got Ann and Kathy, and I see Dina's hand up too, so we'll be here for a minute.
Well, first of all, thank you for a great presentation. I was sitting here as you were talking, and I like the fact that even though statistics show one thing, that you brought up, you could not attribute that as a causal effect. In fact, if you have a student that's depressed, it's like, which came first?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the cell phone or the depression. And I probably would love to see a lot more studies on that, because we do know that there are certain things that will draw you to items. And I'm not suggesting that that's something you should have done. I'm just appreciating the fact that even though you presented the information, it wasn't like, this is the result. Cell phones, smartphones cause depression, you know. I'm not advocating for one or the other. I just don't think that there is enough conclusive information to say this is what's leading to the significant number. We have such an increase in numbers, kids with ADHD, and this is something just from a mental health perspective. As we see that number increase, you know, could it be that they are drawn to this? So I just am appreciating how you presented that, leaving that to those who really want to see that this is the cause. The other thing, too, that I appreciate is parents are divided on that. There are a lot that will say, okay, if my child is in danger, I need my child to be able to reach me, or if my child is unwell, or whatever the situation. So there is a lot of division. I don't think that we can bring everybody together, on that same page for that. Also, I thought it was well done when you talked about options that schools could take. My daughter was provided a laptop from school, and they had some things set up where it would let them know. And of course, she was one of those that just loved to push the boundaries. Oh, you can't download it? Really? Let me see. And so she would. And of course, they had things in place where they could know who was doing what. So probably one of the greatest things isn't so much telling kids no, because that seems to be that one incentive for them to really try, but to look at ways to manage that. So it's a good start. I appreciate it, and you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Anne?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Peyton, for the presentation. I know it may not be phone calls, but it is communication most of the time, I think. It may be asynchronous. They're texting, they're TikToking, they're sending videos to each other, so they're communicating. I watched two 15-year-olds do it almost 24 hours a day. Even when they were asleep, the little phones were running with music right next to their ears. But the question I had for you, you had a statistic up there. The average for children was like 7 to 10 hours a day. Did they say what age range that was? Because I'm guessing for 6-year-old and 16, those numbers, averages are way different.
That particular one was children under the age of 18.
Oh, just the whole thing?
Yeah.
Including 1-year-olds?
Yeah, although I think that
They might be.
the numbers are a little bit different for
Okay.
that age category.
And the 72% of schools have a policy, was that nationwide?
Yeah.
Not a Kansas number, okay. And I'm wondering, in some of these states that have these, what does enforcement look like? I mean, they don't have kiddie jail. What are they gonna do if they don't follow the law? Did you see anything on that, like how they enforce it?
At the school district level?
Well, I mean, you've got a state law says you can't have a phone in school.
Mhm.
Who's enforcing that? And what happens if they
It varies
find
pretty
one?
widely. So there are some districts who will say students just have to have it often in their backpacks. And then the policing of that is kind of just up to the teachers or administrators or whatever adult maybe sees them have it out. I think in a lot of those cases, it would be if I see it out, then you would take it, or it would go to the office or something like that. Other schools, I don't know if you've ever heard of Yonder pouches. That's one that some school districts are using, or some kind of holder at the front of a classroom. So district by district, it did vary
But
a
the law
lot.
didn't include a penalty?
No.
Okay.
Not in not in any cases that I
So
read.
it's kind of an unenforceable law, really. I mean, I'm just checking. I mean, I just wondered if any state went far enough to say, we're gonna put the hammer down if you're
Yeah,
gonna do it.
there was one example,
South Carolina
yeah.
was recently,
Yes.
the state board was mandated to mandate a full school ban.
Oh.
The commentary on that is the same area that you're in. What can a state do from their perspective to enforce a ban such as this? That's where the commentary has been. So they're right, they're just starting, but it is, when it comes to policing, what role would a state have?
Sure.
So.
That's why our testimony on this, Dina might have been there, was really short. In fact, I wasn't even gonna say anything. They said, you wanna speak to this bill? I said, yeah. Not your job, not my job, their job. Because it really has to be managed at the local level. That's the people who are gonna see it, you know. There you go. Thank you, though. It's a great report.
Dina, then Kathy. You had your hand up earlier, right? No, you're good? Okay. Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peyton, on the deal by PBS.
Yeah.
I had actually tried to do some looking into that, and it looked like the study they did was actually paid for by them as well, which always makes me a little, okay, how much do we trust that? And I guess I was so surprised at the whole first grader thing. I'm like, okay. But on the Brookings Institute one, do you have, because I could not find the actual article or citation of that particular research that you had put up there. If you can find that for me and shoot that over in an email to me at some point, I was trying to find it and I just could not find that language in any of their stuff when I was trying to look for it.
You said the Brookings.
Yeah, it was the,
Peyton, what we could do is if you could just have your citations of all those, we could put all those in the Friday notes
yeah,
and the board members can.
that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank
That
you.
one, I do know what, it was part of a webinar. That would be why you wouldn't have been able to find it.
So you watched a,
But I did watch the webinar on it.
okay.
So,
you have a link
yeah,
to
but
that?
we can get the
Okay.
citations for that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And do we have, I'm assuming this is a no, but I'm wondering if we can get it, any knowledge or the ability to get what districts out there in the state do have cell phone policies? As, you know, because I did watch the February House meeting, or whatever you call it, hearing that Ann's talking about. And, you know, Stockton specifically gave testimony about what they're doing with the Yonder bags and the impact that that's having in a very positive way. So I didn't know if we have that information of any districts, or how could we get that information?
Sure, and I'm Gabrielle. I haven't introduced myself to the board yet. I'm the legislative coordinator, and I work for Dr. Harwood upstairs. So,
yes.
and I remember the conversation in that room regarding that bill. They had a similar question. And I think USA at the time said they were surveying school districts to see which districts did have a policy in place. We don't have that data, but we would certainly be happy to reach out to them and
Yeah,
see the
that'd be-
status of that.
That'd be awesome, thank you. And the other part on the cell phone, and I didn't have the time to find it, but we had an excellent young lady that presented to us on a video she made that she won awards on about the blue light alone with the constant cell phone situation. So are we not getting into social media today? Is that what oh, we can, okay. 'Cause social media with the kids, I mean, besides the idea of getting it out of their hands while in school, which I struggle with the take the phone, but I don't struggle with that they shouldn't be using them while they're in class or in school, quite honestly. But on the social media side, because I have had calls from parents, frustrated parents who had coaches and teachers wanting to use social medias like Snapchat to have that connection with the kids for information, and I'm just like, what? No. Like, I don't think so. So I think we definitely need to look at the idea of why on earth would teachers or coaches be using social media to connect with kids' teams, you know, whatever that all looks like. You know, and this particular parent was so frustrated because she was trying to keep her kid off of that because he was being bullied through it, and she didn't want any part of it. So just the frustration that she was feeling in that, and just things that I've heard on that level. Plus, it completely pulls the parents out of the loop, and I have a real issue with that anyway. I did notice as I was on actually my local district's website that they have an app that apparently I didn't have time to call them and ask them more about it, but part of that app has the chatting ability for teacher to parent. So that definite access, so that they're, you know, because all of our, I mean, if you're like me trying to get through my email, that's why phones have gotten so ridiculous, because you can't even get through your email with all the spamming you get. But, you know, to have those abilities with the different apps and stuff, instead of using the worldwide social media stuff, having those very real district uses that keep the parent and the school connected and the teacher or what have you. So just wanting to throw that out there. So I did see that on our local website, that they have an app that they can do that with. So I'm like, okay, so off with the social media and let's use the tools that keep things where they need to be. So my one little plug on the social media, and I am a little blown away by the hours. Like, because when is anybody sleeping? And, you know, I guess I would hope that depending on the, well, not really depending on the age if they're in your house, like if you're going to bed, the phone's in the kitchen or somewhere away from the kid, you know, like that's really concerning. But they get enough screen time at school, just dealing with school. It definitely would be nice not to have all of that going on. So I would hope, like, I agree it's a local decision, but I would definitely like to think as a state board that we would at least try to give some kind of recommendation, guidance to local districts to do something. Thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my preference would be to, you know, to do limit this type of screen time as well as the phones. And I would challenge the districts to look back, if they're going to set a cell phone policy, to look at all the things that we do, Sign Up Genius, QR codes, attend games without paying cash. You have to now use your phone and use a QR code. I mean, everything, download this, download that, so that you can fundraise more, click on this, it makes our school algorithm goes, you know, our algorithms go up so that we can, I mean, all of it. They're encouraging them all day long to get on these and start downloading apps to be able to raise money for the school or whatever, or get into a game, like I said, Sign Up Genius. I mean, you can't do anything anymore without, I try not to use the QR code I don't like QR codes. So those kind of things is just I mean, how many times are they clicking for awareness? I mean, just all day long, and they're encouraged to do that. So kind of look in the mirror and take a step back before you set a policy and say, how often are we forcing, you know, through communication with teams and the coaches and look at teacher and inappropriate relationships with children, and how often, when you used to call home on the rotary phone, the parent picked up. To most of the time, if it's teacher calling, that's who you talk to. You always talk to the parent. Now you're like, they're giving out cell phones and they're texting each other, and then the next thing it goes to something else. So those are things that, I mean, look back in the mirror at your own district and see, what are we doing to limit children for even wanting to have one of these at the school? We're promoting it all day long, and at the end of the day, they're using it after school and to get into events. And I would just say, look in the mirror and take a look at your own policy, and then see what we're doing to limit that.
Commissioner?
Jake, one of the interesting things I enjoyed about this, they obviously did a wonderful job, but each of these three people bring a different perspective themselves, right? As just a user. And Jake, you have young kids, raising a young family. And I'd like for you to talk about a book that you recently read, and kind of just because where you were and where you might be as a person after that, as a parent, and just thinking about that.
So Jonathan Hyatt is a researcher. He wrote Anxious Generation. I do actually highly recommend the book for anyone. In his book, he writes what governments and tech companies can do, what schools can do, and what parents can do. He will go through the research, and he is very forward-leaning. He will say, we have enough evidence to say these are ruining our children. And this is an experiment on our children, and we need to think differently about how we're letting people experiment on our kids. So he's in very much, this is a danger zone. We would not let others experiment on our kids, so why are we letting tech companies with the way that our kids are interacting with data? And so he had some pretty staunch ideas of how do we get back to, what he calls the world we're in is a phone-based childhood, and he's saying we need to get back to a play-based childhood. And what are steps all of us can do in our lives to get our kids back to a play-based childhood. And so I think he offers a case. As an individual with 4 young kids, my oldest is 9, my youngest is 18 months, 3 boys and a little girl. It has given me more tools as a parent to know how to navigate these intersections when I'm hitting them. what happens when I'm the only parent that doesn't want my kid to have a phone? He kind of goes through some of those things. And I mean, obviously you can take the advice or not, but he has a immense amount of data that he says the generation that started on a smartphone would be 2010. And so then he starts overlaying other data sets to say we had phones, they were not smartphones. And so he calls this a social media impact. And it used to be called social networking, but now it's social media. What is the difference there? And it is the going viral. Going viral gives people the options to make wild statements to get more views, and it changed the dynamic versus I was just trying to find my friend from high school versus I'm trying to make a statement, truth to power kind of thing. So he talks about how the dynamics have changed from how it was introduced to us when we first heard about Instagram and what it is now. And so I think it's really good data. I think it's worth reading. It helped me as a parent. I think it gave me options. As we've said, very few researchers want to come out and say this is what you should do. He says that. You can decide for yourself if you agree, but he's one of the few people that said, I'll put my neck out there. I'm going to make a recommendation to governments and schools. Those could be reviewed, and you could ask yourself if you agree with those, and you could move forward. But it helped me quite a bit.
Peyton, as you were doing that research, and we had a little fun just reflecting. Peyton's right out of college. She interned with us, and now she's going to be working for us. We're really happy for that. Your thoughts, though, just as a young person using it and then doing the research?
Yeah, well, so my favorite part of all of this was when Jake asked me what my screen time was and then asked the commissioner what his screen time was. I think you were like an hour an average a day. I was like 7.5 hours a day. I mean, I was right in there with the statistics that I gave you, that's how much time I'm spending on my phone. And I mean, I think that growing up, I am young enough that I grew up with like an iPod Touch is what I had when I was younger, but have really grown up in that kind of space. And I mean, I know that it has made my attention span, it's affected my attention span. TikTok is my like big weakness. And it's really hard for me to get through more than, those 60-second videos now. So, I mean, I do think that I can see the effects that it's had on myself since I've gotten a cell phone. I think you asked me at one point, like, what my thoughts would have been as a high schooler, if I had those kinds of policies. And reflecting on that, I think there are a lot of rules that my parents had or my high school had that maybe I didn't like as a high schooler. I didn't like, having to go to school at 7 a.m., but I did it because I know that is the expectation. And so I think that, when those policies change and that's the expectation, then maybe that's where the difference would have been for me.
Can I just make a statement? All of your phones have the ability to tell you how much time you're spending on your phone, and we'll disaggregate that data of is it on a phone call or texting. If you haven't looked, I bet you'll be surprised.
Jim, you had your hand up.
I just came back from a trip to Italy, and I was reflecting with some of my friends because, plane rides, train rides, cab rides, it was almost a cashless experience. You could not do that trip without a phone, without connections. There's no way. I mean, there's no paper. You really don't even need money anymore, And I like it when I hear people, well, we're going to fix this. No, we're not. We're going to evolve with it. What we have to do is be smart enough to evolve the right way, not the wrong way. And being punitive, I can remember reading when I was in college, some guy gave us an article that was written like in the 13th century. The world was going to end because of the pencil. Technology is something that has challenged about every generation. We just weren't there when it was the first one. Now, now we're here and I'm 73 years old and I don't understand a lot of this. I can't hardly use, how do you do this? That's my usual statement. But then again, I've got, 10-year-old kids that, here, give me your phone. We'll make this work. And you've got the people like me who are, I don't know how this thing works. And I'm making the decisions on what the policies are. Wrong person. I'm not the right person. I don't think, now somebody has to make them, but we need to use your advice, and listen to it, because I'm not the right person to do this. Even though I'm elected to this position, I'm supposed to do it. I know that this is not something that's going to go away because I made a rule. Just not going to happen. So how do we manage this and how do we continue to use it? Because I think a lot of people benefit greatly from this technology. And there are those, unfortunately, that are not going to benefit from it and it's going to be harmful. But boy, I'll tell you, when you're traveling, if you don't have one of these, you're not going anywhere. I thought I lost this for about 30 minutes and it was like, oh my God. I was frantic. I used to think it was credit cards. They're all on here. So good luck if you want to make rules, boys and girls. That's just not going to happen with a lot of success. We got to figure this out in a whole different way.
So, I'll let Ann go.
Well, for even the Maasai in Kenya, they all have a phone because everything's digital. That's how they bank. That's how everything. So, there you go. But, and I don't know, that's why I said it's not our job to write the rules. But I think even if she has time, we could really do a lot more research. And policies may not have been in place yet to know what works. A lot of schools and states may write rules, but did they work? I can tell you when we took my granddaughter's phone away during the school day, her grades went up, so there's one. But we need more research. I think we could have an impactful role in providing the research, providing the data. Here's what the data shows. Here are some sample policies that you might consider that people say work.
So I've asked for this type of information a number of times in my time on the board. And you guys by far came the closest to some of the things that I've requested in the past, which included, what is age-appropriate device use? So Jim, you're an adult. Yes, you can go on a vacation. Well, most days you're, and you can go on a vacation and do all of those things. And same here, you're an adult. But when we're talking about kids, the process is different. I could be here all night, so I'll try to keep it short. You didn't mention the word porn, and that's one that I hear a lot when it comes to schools. And I'm not talking about high school kids sharing porn, which is something that happens, and there's some very scary stories about what's starting to happen with AI-generated porn of their classmates, because they can take someone's picture and then turn it into a video. So that's a whole nother topic. But that's a developmental issue, right? And I'm not an expert either. I'm not the doctor, but I think that this is something that we need to be aware of that's essentially happening to our kids in schools. There's a group called Wait Until 8 with reference to cell phones. That's not 8 years old, that's 8th grade. They say wait until 8th, and the carry on to that, and you mentioned it between the Surgeon General, between Jonathan Haidt, is wait until after puberty, because that really is another developmental milestone, and kids shouldn't have unfettered access to the internet during that time period. So that might be a consideration. My daughter's middle school banned phones a couple of years ago after a fight in the hallway, one of many fights in the hallway, because the kids would essentially get ready for the bell to ring to go to the next class. Some kids would get their phones out. Some kids had arranged a fight. The fight would happen and kids would be there ready ready to take that video. If you're holding a phone and shooting the video of the fight, you're not pulling kids apart, you're egging them on. It's a very different situation than the fights that we saw as kids in middle and high school. And then I guess just kind of one last thing is, a teenager said if they're going to give us devices, they should teach us how to use them. That was with reference to laptops and tablets in schools, because they're also not teaching typing. And watching a high school kid type a paper like this, as someone who types 75 words a minute, is infuriating. They don't teach typing. They don't teach about how a file system works. They're not learning how to troubleshoot a Wi-Fi network. So they go to some other location and don't know how to make all the things happen to be able to utilize the device. So I hear we've got to, it's an evolution, right? And that evolution needs to happen, but we've got to give our kids a good foundation. And so I hope that we can kind of chew on all of the data that you've given us today and think about what our role might look like. I always tell people I'm not an expert. I certainly have opinions. Like I said, I could be here all night, but it's good to have the research to back it up, and we'll need to work on which pieces we may want to dig into, and then what kinds of experts we may need to hear from. And I look to you guys as the experts in the department. So,
Madam Chair?
I've got Danny, and then I'll call on Betty.
Okay. I was just going to comment on something you said.
You two work it out.
I was just going to comment. You pointed out some of the negatives, but it's so interesting that you can flip that and see the positives as well. A kid whose mother had a health crisis knew to take the cell phone and could dial emergency. Jobs are set up on. My daughter goes out to look for a job. It's not a paper application anymore. Scan the QR code, and it takes you to an application. So my only point when you talk about the negatives is if you don't allow them to learn how to use that, then you ask yourself, am I creating a misfit? Because that's the direction that society is going. You want a job? This is how you fill it out. You need your health information? This is what you do. They're closing banks now because most people are not that kids have that, but I'm just saying that we have to find a balance, that it's a plus and a minus.
I'm going to respond quickly just because I want it on the record. I'm not saying we should take away all the devices. As I just said, there's an evolution that has to happen, and my kids do have phones, and we work really hard to model appropriate behaviors. I agree with practically everything in Height's book, so there's definitely opportunity there. Danny.
Thank you. We're talking about the computers here, but what, don't we push technology in the classroom with this? And I haven't heard us, maybe I missed it because of my hearing aids, but shouldn't we be looking at how much we're using technology in the classroom? And maybe we should not be using technology. Now, I'm not saying don't use it, because it's a way of life, but maybe we need to rethink how much time we use technology in the schools with the kids. Because just thinking through, we're promoting technology in the schools and screen time in the schools. And do we need to rethink that? That's just the question I would have.
I'm going to piggyback on Danny's comment and question, because I actually had a question for you and I didn't get to it. It was, you mentioned an app. Where did it go? That schools can install so that parents can see what their kids are doing on their laptops.
Yeah.
Do you have any adoption information on that? Do you know if districts around here, districts in Kansas are using it?
I don't know of any. You had some.
That's one of the premier option. It's a paid-for service. It's one of the premier options that's out there. I don't know specifically. I would be shocked if you didn't have a fair amount of schools using that particular one. But there are many of them that have that, and they have those capabilities. Is the district turning them on, I think, is a question to be had.
So this is something I hear from a lot of parents, is that they don't have access to see what their kids are doing on those devices. And Ann, you talked about how your granddaughter's grades went up when she didn't have access to that phone, right? A lot of these students are using this device right here to access everything. And so, oh, my homework is here, but there's some other stuff over here that I would rather do instead. And so I would be very interested in learning more about what kinds of tools we can be recommending to districts, because, and maybe that's kind of the next layer of this, right, is what does IT look like at a district level? I think that there are opportunities for us to be talking about standards in some of these areas, and to me, that's one that hits pretty close to home, making sure that parents have a way to see what their child is doing, and even just having access to the controls that you had up on the screen when you were talking about. Why can't I find the name of that app?
It's Go Guardian.
Go Guardian,
Yeah.
okay. I wrote it down, I don't see it. So, yeah, food for thought. Danny, did you press your button again? Okay. Danny's. All right, are we good? To be continued. Thank you all.
Good job.
We'll be in recess until tomorrow morning.
Peyton,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. So, are we off or on, or?
Okay, we're on, go
So
ahead.
I've been in 81 buildings now, and I've been in a whole bunch of classrooms. And what's going on in the classroom when they're using the computer, and then what's going on in the classroom when they're not using the computer is a completely different. It's very interesting. And even with the tiny kids, I'm talking kindergarten, first, second grade, they're using technology that are cartoon people on some things that I've seen, but then I'll go into a first grade or second grade class that's not using technology, and maybe it's just the timing, and boy, it's a whole different thing. So I think I don't know how you had come up with that information, but I think we need to really look at that, because maybe the grades that Ann's talking about might even go up higher, and somebody could actually write in cursive.
but Peyton, how long did it take you on your research?
Let's see, this has been a month and a half or so
Yeah.
since I got this.
Okay, can you imagine trying to do that without, I made an assumption. You did that via computer or whatever. Can you imagine how much time that would have taken?
Yeah, I did not go to the library for any of this.
Thank you all. We are in recess till tomorrow morning.